Yo, today we're diving into Insane Gear Part 2. Check out Part 1 if you haven't yet. If you love overpowered builds and epic progression, you're in the right place. Smash that like button, subscribe for more, and let's get into it. Enjoy the show. These need a dramatic flair. Seriously, couldn't it just be a straightforward stay increase? As it turns out, a HS title triggered something unpleasant, a forgotten memory surfacing like a bad penny. It'd want a pleasant surprise, either echoing some buried, unsettling truth. Right, here we go with the baggage. Just what I needed. Ragna naturally decided to explode because a simmering anger needs a release. His outburst shattered Randy's composure, a carefully constructed facade, mind you, not some flimsy mask. A crack appeared on his face, a visible sign of turmoil as Ragna's words resonated with a forgotten something. This isn't good, needs stalling. Time to play the confused innocent. It's a classic. The style name Pinnacle, repeat, kill, it's unsettlingly familiar. Someone's been dabbling in forbidden knowledge, haven't? Randy's confession landed like a gut punch, a rather clumsy admission of inadequacy, honestly. Seriously, couldn't he have just said, I messed up? It's amusing how these protagonists always feel the need for dramatic pronouncements. Ragna naturally decided to inject some much-needed urgency into the situation, offering a lifeline that felt more like a frayed rope. Hope isn't exactly a strategy, but at this point, it'll take it. The outburst wants surprising. Someone's been stewing in frustration, and a simmering rage rarely ends well. Of course, Ragna's insistence on immediate action shattered what little composure our boy had managed to assemble. A visible crack appeared, a delightful visual cue for the audience if nothing else. Time to deflect. It's a classic. The style name Pinnacle, repeat, kill is disturbingly familiar, a blatant clue of some forbidden knowledge. Someone's dabbling where they shouldn't be. Right then, let's dive in. The guild's practically drooling over a mission, triple pay, naturally, and our boy's face betrays a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Hez not thrilled, you see. It's not just the danger, it's the type of danger. Apparently a guide skill is involved, and suddenly Hez questioning everything. A guide skill. Seriously? Those things are game changers. Am not exactly a game changer, am I? Of course, the universe wouldn't let things be easy. The situation escalates, and Hez forced to pull out a slave card, a desperate gamble. But wait for it, a cooldown reduction? Well, that convenient, almost makes up for the whole being a slave thing. It seems even in the depths of despair, the system occasionally decides to be helpful. Let's see how this plays out. It's shaping up to be a wild ride. The guild's practically salivating over a mission promising triple pay. Predictable, really, but our boy isn't exactly celebrating. A guide skill is involved, and suddenly Hez doing a full systems check on his own capabilities. A guide skill. Those things can swing a battle. I'm not exactly a walking, talking advantage, am I? Apparently it can infect up to 2,000% at a time, blasting in all directions, a rather inconvenient detail. As it turns out, desperation breeds ingenuity because Hez pulling out a slave card, a last-ditch effort to survive this mess. Of course, the system had to throw him a bone, a cooldown reduction on a vital skill. Almost makes up for the whole being a slave thing. Let's see how this plays out. It's shaping up to be a wild ride. The guild's enthusiasm was predictable. Triple pay always does the trick, doesn't it? But Greedy's smile vanished quicker than a free lunch as he registered the presence of a guide skill. A guide skill? Those are rarely good news. Hez immediately running diagnostics, mentally comparing his own capabilities to what he perceives as a rudimentary skillet. Apparently, this particular skill has the potential to inflict damage across a frankly ridiculous area, 2,000%. Seriously? Hez calculating odds, assessing risk the usual. Then the inevitable happens, desperation. Hez pulling out a slave card, a last resort, because facing that kind of onslaught without a safety net? Not ideal. And naturally the system had to throw him a bone, a cooldown reduction on a vital skill. The guild's enthusiasm for this mission was predictably sickeningly high. Triple pay always draws the moths to the flame. He barely registered the initial casting, but then the alarm bells started ringing. A guide skill? Those are rarely a pleasant surprise. Our boy immediately began running diagnostics assessing the threat, a 2,000% area of effect. Seriously? It's almost insulting how cliché this is. The arrogant guild members, the lucrative mission, the inevitable complication. Desperation, as it often does, spurred ingenuity. He had to resort to a slave card, a truly unpleasant experience to survive that initial burst. Naturally, the system in its twisted sense of humor offered a consolation prize, a cooldown reduction on kind killed kill. Now the real question, how far can he push this before the system decides to take something back? Right, so the guild's already drooling over a mission that screams disaster. Naturally. Our boy's picking up on the palpable dread, and it's not just the usual pre-quest jitters. A guide skill, a powerful one, is the real problem, and suddenly Hez questioning everything. Great, another existential crisis before breakfast, he probably thinks. Of course, the system has to chime in with a reward. A 10% cooldown reduction? Thrilling. Actually, it's tied to completed knolls, which is surprisingly convenient. Then, a flash of memory, a secret remedy from the silvering alchemist. Oh, lovely, a deus ex machine from the past. Just what I needed. Apparently, the system's pulling favors from forgotten connections. It's a secret recover, something he couldn't normally access, showing up precisely when he needs it. Let's see how long this generosity lasts, shall we? The guilds predictably salivated over the mission, but our protagonist recognized the formidable guide skill as a genuine threat. A system reward manifested as a knolls, linked cooldown reduction on kind killed kill, and a forgotten remedy from the silvering alchemist surfaced, a strange favor from forgotten connections. He emerges brandishing a rifle carved from black rawn wood, always a sign of trouble, isn't it? Of course, it's not just any wood. Apparently this stuff is tied to a history head rather not unpack. A let's call him looms large, radiating an unsettling aura. Another one with baggage he probably thinks just what I needed. His expression flickers a silent acknowledgement of the burden it represents. As it turns out, the game's title itself hints at a targeted attack, a calculated move. Predictable, he muses, someone always has to be the big bad. He remains impassive, hiding his calculations beneath a veneer of calm. The system naturally decides to reward this impending doom with a cooldown reduction. Knolls linked, of course, because nothing's ever straightforward. And wouldn't you know it, a forgotten remedy from the silvering alchemist pops up, a suspiciously convenient favor from a past connection. He emerges rifle in hand, naturally carved from black rawn wood, because introducing ancient curses is always on the agenda. Wonderful, he thinks, just what I needed, another historical baggage claim. Our boy's expression remains remarkably neutral as another. Predictably, a character dripping with an unsettling aura makes an appearance. I might be unlucky, but doubling your attack is excessive, he exclaims, a blatant challenge masked as complaint. It's a calculated risk. He suspects this guy isn't just lucky but manipulating some unseen factor. A flicker crosses his face, Hez assessing, calculating. Why do you keep getting lucky? He probes the question laced with a thinly veiled accusation. The system naturally decides this is the perfect moment to bestow a knolls-linked cooldown reduction because subtlety is clearly overrated. And wouldn't you know it, a forgotten remedy from the silvering alchemist surfaces. A suspiciously convenient favor from a past connection. A new player enters radiating an aura that screams complicated backstory, naturally. Hez wielding a rifle crafted from black roan wood, a material best left undisturbed as it turns out. Our boy immediately notices the opponent's suspiciously fortunate attacks. Seriously? Is this guy just ridiculously lucky, or is something else going on? He figures that if this is genuine chance Hez fighting a statistical anomaly, actually it's more likely a trap. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face, a brief lapse in his usual composure. Luck? He questions, a thinly veiled accusation hanging in the air. Of course, the system decides now to grant a cooldown reduction. Timing, as always, is impeccable. A critical hit notification pops up, and the carefully constructed facade cracks, revealing a moment of genuine disbelief. The alchemist, bless his conveniently timed heart, just dropped a Knowles linked cooldown reduction because subtlety clearly went on vacation. Seriously, the timing is impeccable. Our boy naturally isn't impressed. Hez too busy dissecting the opponent's attacks, which are suspiciously fortunate. Is this guy just ridiculously lucky, or is there something more sinister at play? He initially dismissed it as statistical anomaly, but actually, a trap seems far more likely, and he's right to suspect it. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face, a rare moment where his usual detachment cracks. Luck? He questions the word hanging in the air like an accusation. Then a critical hit notification shattering any remaining facade. Not a cooldown reduction. Timing, as always, is impeccable. Right, let's dive in? Our boy anticipated a hit naturally, but kidneck'll kill? Apparently even he wasn't expecting that level of aggression. A critical hit just threw a wrench in his plans, and not the fun kind. Hez questioning the sheer improbability of it all. Is this just dumb luck or something more? Honestly, the system always has to chime in at the worst possible moment. Of course, a cooldown reduction appears because subtlety is clearly a lost art. Hez now realizing this want random. Every single sword maneuver, every feint was meticulously orchestrated to set up that one devastating blow. It's a trap, a rather elaborate one at that. This isn't just about skill. Someone's manipulating the very fabric of probability, and Hez already dreading figuring out how they manage that. It's like to make the key to victory all you need is... Apparently Hez attempting to decipher his opponent's bizarre strategy, which predictably involves some form of manipulation. Honestly, must every single fight devolve into a lecture on esoteric power systems? Hez struggling to grasp how someone could orchestrate a series of events with such improbable precision. This was only possible due to you, who always called my loss. A blatant attempt at psychological warfare, of course. A critical hit notification just slammed into his calculations. Not a cooldown reduction, but a brutal, unexpected blow. Confusion clouds his face as he questions the unusual technique used, and Hez already dreading the inevitable explanation. This isn't just about skill. Someone's manipulating the very fabric of probability. I'm getting the best out of it, he declares, because of course the narrative demands a dramatic flourish. Our boy just strolled into a trap, and not the obvious pitfall kind. No, this feels a calculated dance of misdirection, the kind that makes you wonder if your opponent is playing chess while you're still learning checkers. He initially perceived those maneuvers as displays of skill, but actually someone's been subtly warping the odds. The room suddenly feels oppressive, doesn't it? A classic symptom of realizing you've been played. Confusion descends, a cleverly concealed trap now exposed. It's not just about skill, it's about manipulating fate itself. Hez already bracing himself for the inevitable exposition dump. Honestly, does every antagonist need a convoluted backstory and a power system explanation? A jarring attack just knocked our boy off, kilter disrupting his carefully constructed calm. He plastered on a smile, because naturally maintaining appearances is paramount, even when facing an unexpected blow. This isn't a simple skill clash, he realizes it's something else entirely. His internal calculations went haywire. Not a cooldown reduction, but a brutal, unforeseen strike. Hez already dreading the inevitable explanation. Honestly, does every antagonist need a convoluted backstory and a power system explanation? Even those from previous generations who were in contact with him only had 1,000 defense. It seems someone's been subtly warping the odds, not with raw power, but with some sort of probabilistic manipulation. He declares, I'm getting the best out of it, because the narrative demands a dramatic flourish even if Hez walking straight into a meticulously crafted trap. Hez already bracing himself for the inevitable exposition dump. Honestly, does every antagonist need a convoluted backstory and a power system explanation? The words landed, and a subtle shift rippled through the room. Of course, maintaining appearances feels paramount, so he plastered on a smile to mask the turmoil churning beneath. It wasn't a simple skill clash, it's about manipulating fate itself. His internal calculations went haywire, not a cooldown reduction, but a brutal, unforeseen strike. He initially perceived those maneuvers as displays of skill, but it seems someone's been subtly warping the odds not with brute force, but with probabilistic manipulation. Did the Lord beat this stage as well? He sure is great, someone exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the complexities. He figures that if he doesn't play along, he'll be instantly labeled a rude interloper, so he declares him getting the best out of it. Right then, let's see what our boy is dealing with now. A sudden attack, naturally because the narrative demands it. Hez plastering on a smile, doing his best to appear unfazed. A practiced performance, honestly. Is this even the right day? He wonders, a flicker of genuine doubt crossing his mind. It's not just a skill clash, it's something different. Probabilistic manipulation. Really? Of course, the antagonist has to explain their convoluted power system now, doesn't he? How strong can a normal mob be? He muses, a touch of detached amusement in his thoughts, Hess calculating, assessing, and silently questioning if the Lord had to endure a similar ordeal. Someone exclaims, blissfully unaware of the complexities. The air fractured as his skill flared a chilling ripple, disturbing the room's false tranquility. A forced smile stretched across his face, attempting to mask the unsettling implications of that sudden burst of power. A practiced maneuver honestly feels this even the right day. A flicker of doubt momentarily breached his composure, betraying the confident mask he usually wears. He dismissed the monster's apparent weakness as a predictable gambit, something easily exploited. Of course, the narrative demands a sudden attack, doesn't it? How strong can a normal mob be? He mused, a touch of detached amusement coloring his thoughts. Hess calculating, assessing silently, wondering if the Lord himself endured a similar ordeal. Someone blissfully declared his greatness, utterly oblivious to the probabilistic manipulation at play. Not a cool-down reduction, but a brutal twist of fate itself. A touch of detached amusement, that our boy's default setting, isn't it? Hez calculating, assessing silently, wondering if the Lord himself has endured a similar ordeal. Someone, bless their heart, declares his greatness, blissfully unaware of the probabilistic manipulation at play. Not a cool-down reduction, but a brutal twist of fate itself. Doubt surfaced as he questioned the monster's apparent simplicity. Naturally, the narrative demands a sudden attack. How strong can a normal mob be? He mused, but the forced smile faltering, revealing unsettling uncertainty. His boastful attack plan revealed a surprising vulnerability, a crack in his carefully constructed facade, and doubt clouded his face. Of course, the confident plan crumbled as the weakness proved unexpectedly complex, betraying a hidden vulnerability. Right then, our boy's having a moment, a rather abrupt one too. Just when he was basking in the afterglow of whatever victory had manufactured, bam, an attack. Naturally, he plasters on a smile. Gotta maintain the image, right? Oh, just a minor inconvenience, Hez thinking, probably rolling his eyes internally. Hez questioning his entire approach, actually. Is this strategy as foolproof as he thought? Is this opponent genuinely weaker than him? The arrogance is cracking, folks. Hez dredging up old memories, some incident from years back, and it's clearly messing with his head. What was I even thinking? Hez lamenting, a cascade of self-doubt. Of course, the confident persona is disintegrating. It's not just a challenge, it's a complex challenge. And for our boy, that a problem. A big one. Right, so an ambush. Naturally, it jolted our boy, though he plastered on a smile, bless his heart. Did they really think I wouldn't anticipate this? He wonders, questioning his entire plan. Bram's offer? A tempting power boost, actually. Accepting it would be foolish, he muses, recalling past missteps. The facade cracks. This isn't the simple victory he envisioned. A complex hurdle, and for him that a genuine crisis. Braham's sudden appearance? Naturally, it's causing a global stir? Dangerous proposition indeed. He figures they really thought this would go unnoticed? Honestly predictable. A chilling realization dawns. There are consequences here that weren't factored in. His outburst, a raw display of pain and disbelief, is revealing a depth has been expertly concealing. Of course, Braham's return is twisting everything familiar into something sinister. And as it turns out, Kraugel's relentless accusations are doing more than just irritating Brahms. They're chipping away at that carefully crafted facade. This isn't a simple challenge, he thinks, dredging up some unpleasant memories. Brahms' offer of power, tempting but foolish. Accepting it would be foolish, he muses, recalling past missteps. Honestly, did they really think he wouldn't anticipate this? Bram's offer of a power boost, tempting actually, but accepting it would be foolish, a misstep Hez already made before. He wonders, questioning his entire plan, recalling past errors. Kraugel, bless his heart, continues his playful taunts, relentlessly poking at Braham's carefully constructed facade. It's not just irritation Hez witnessing. It's a chipping away of something far more substantial, a vulnerability expertly concealed. This isn't a simple challenge dredging up some unpleasant memories. The global stir caused by Braham's return is twisting everything into something sinister naturally. And Kraugel's actions? They're revealing a depth he's been meticulously hiding, a raw display of pain and disbelief. Brahms, bless his heart, just received a rather prestigious title, second-class Legendary Great Magician. Apparently, this comes with a shiny new god item from the Church of Revocation, one of only 3 such artifacts in existence. Honestly, did they really think he wouldn't anticipate something like this? He muses, recalling past missteps. Accepting power boosts is a route fraught with peril. Kraugel predictably isn't letting Brahms savor the moment. His playful taunts continue to chip away at that carefully constructed facade. You better do well, you Homer. The system practically yells a rather unenthusiastic endorsement for a god item. Of course, these rewards aren't even the worthwhile kind, further emphasizing how little they understand the scope of his plan. Right then, Braham's is back and the world's collectively holding its breath naturally. Someone had to point out his magical ineptitude, and of course, it's Kraugel. Your intelligence is too low to cast the spell, the narrative helpfully reminds us. Honestly, a little subtlety wouldn't kill anyone. Our boy isn't outwardly losing it, but internally Hez already bracing for a spectacular fall from grace. Kraugel, ever the charming antagonist, isn't letting him bask in the glow of that dubious second-class Legendary Great Magician title. The accusations are landing, and Braham's carefully built image is starting to crack. A flicker, unsettling to say the least, crosses his face. Hez denying, but the denial itself is wavering. It's almost comical to witness his grand plans threatened by a few pointed remarks. Hez probably replaying past blunders, realizing how close he's been to exposure all along. This is going to be... Kraugel predictably isn't letting Brahms enjoy his fleeting moment of supposed victory. Honestly, someone had to call out the blatant magical incompetence. It's almost a public service. He figures that Brahms is probably wishing Hed just stuck to quietly manipulating things from the shadows, but no, he had to go and grab a ridiculous title. The accusations are landing, and it's fascinating to witness the cracks appearing in Brahms' meticulously crafted image. A flicker, unsettling to say the least, crosses his face. Hez denying, of course, but the denial itself is shaky now. Points start to flood in, rewards for whatever it was Brahms did. As it turns out, even the system struggles to accurately assess the scope of his plans. Kraugel's barbed comments landed with a sickening thud, visibly shaking Brahm. Shattering that meticulously crafted image had been so diligently curating. Honestly, someone needed to point out the glaring magical incompetence. It was practically a public service. Hez probably replaying every manipulation, every carefully laid plan, realizing just how close had come to exposure. Of course, the arrogant title holder is having a moment. And then bizarrely points started flooding in, rewards for whatever grand scheme Braham was orchestrating. As it turns out, even the system struggles to accurately assess the scope of his plans, which is a comical indictment of his entire operation. But I should still be on my guard with him, he thinks after all. Yes, the pivotal event, the damage rate, the low load by well, that's still a bit unclear, but Braham's denial itself is shaky now. Honestly, the sheer volume of complaints about how they'll resolve this situation is tiresome. As it turns out, even a trial meant to be difficult is being treated as a spectacle. He figures that if he doesn't tune out the noise, he'll be driven mad by the sheer inanity of it all. Braham's predictably is attempting to maintain his carefully constructed facade, but Kraugel is proving to be a surprisingly effective irritant, poking at his composure with barbed comments that actually land. It's amusing really watching the carefully constructed image crack under the pressure. The system, bless its simplistic algorithms, is now showering Brahms with rewards for something. The system's assessment of his grand schemes is hilariously inaccurate, a testament to how opaque his plans truly are. The pivotal event, the damage rate, the low load by. Hell probably be replaying every manipulation, every carefully laid plan, realizing how close he came to exposure. The whispers started naturally with a mention of a treasure, because every good needs a shiny trinket to kick off a new quest. Our boy, of course, is already assessing the risks involved, gods, or they're calling it, which is a wonderfully vague descriptor for probably lethal. Hess internally calculating the power levels required to even reach this thing and mentally drafting a list of potential betrayals. Shez already picking up on the tension, her expression tightening. Predictably, Shay's not buying the bravado. It's always amusing watching them scramble to appear powerful when the truth is usually far more fragile. His outburst, a desperate plea veiled in arrogance, is a textbook example of how people try to hide their weaknesses. Honestly, the system's rewards for whatever scheme Brahms is concocting are hilariously misplaced. It's a clear indicator that his machinations are far more convoluted than anyone realizes. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's little jab? It wasn't just a taunt, it cracked the facade of bravado, revealing a frantic need lurking underneath. Honestly predictable but necessary, those posters plastered everywhere, they're practically laughing at the escalating tension. A visual cue that screams, "This is ridiculous." Hez already calculating probabilities naturally. A god's or, huh? It's almost certainly a trap. Of course it is. Apparently, the ranking system rewards facing tougher opponents. Delightful, isn't it? A convoluted system designed to encourage recklessness. Brahms, bless his heart, is predictably stirring things up, a constant annoyance. And now the school's resident beauty wants to know how Hell handle things this time? Hez already accounted for it. A subtle smirk. He enjoys these little games. A heavy burden indeed, but Hell carry it with a touch of sarcasm naturally. Have you gotten over your trauma? Honestly, the question itself is a performance. He figures the school beauty curiosity isn't genuine. It's a test, a way to gauge his reaction to the escalating chaos Brahms has unleashed. Of course Brahms is involved, and if he were to choose a dark force for the competition? A predictable power play designed to manipulate the ranking system, which as it turns out rewards facing stronger opponents. It's a system practically begging for exploitation. Apparently, a China representative once held the Guild Master of Shade's rank, a tidbit that takes considerable effort to process, but Hez already cataloging the implications. Hez calculating the odds naturally. A heavy burden this treasure hunt, but Hell carry it with a touch of sarcasm. We will also get revenge for what they've done to our Qtuns, someone declares, predictably fueled by righteous indignation. Honestly, it's almost charming how earnest they are. Another predictable outburst, our boy thinks, barely registering the declaration. Are you trying to wake fun of me? Do you want me? The speaker continues, clearly angling for a reaction. Hez already filed that away as performance, a transparent attempt to provoke. Apparently someone thinks he won't be able to handle this whole situation properly. It's a classic display of insecurity masked as aggression. He can understand why it might be like that for the rank, as it's designed to reward facing stronger opponents, a transparent system. The one who should be nervous is the Prevend, not the hunter, another voice chimes in. Always with the dramatic pronouncements, he muses, already calculating the odds. 12 days onward. And naturally a cryptic prophecy surfaces, because every good story needs a dangling carrot. Someone's dropping hints about a treasure, and you know that going to stir up trouble. Of course the usual bravado is on full display, masking a desperate need for whatever this prize offers. Apparently it involves something called God's Ore, a status game favorite, and a ranking system dividing everyone into Firewater Land and Sky factions. How imaginative. Shez questioning her dependence, a fleeting moment of genuine doubt, refreshing actually. He pauses, wrestling with his own resolve. Seriously? Hez letting a pep talk derail him, he thinks. It's a silent battle, but Hez already calculating the odds, because that's just how he operates. Someone's clearly out for revenge, and it's a heavy burden for our boy to carry, even if he'll never admit it. Even if it's the worst case, just push through it, he urges, a typical line from a character who probably watches too many motivational videos. Honestly, the melodrama is exhausting. He thinks already running simulations to assess the potential fallout. Her momentary hesitation sparked by his words is a welcome surprise, refreshing even, a genuine crack in the facade of unwavering confidence. Leaving her behind, he visibly wrestles with an unseen weight to burden hell, never vocalize because letting others see vulnerability is a luxury he can't afford. Seriously? Hez letting a pep talk derail him? Hez calculating the odds, as always preparing for a reckoning he anticipates but refuses to acknowledge. The quiet shattered, and it want a dramatic explosion but a subtle shift in the air, a chilling realization sparked by a simple question. He notes the momentary flicker of something akin to fear cross Goss' face, predictably followed by that infuriatingly stoic mask. Honestly, these characters and their obsession with emotional control are exhausting. Can I ever decipher what's truly going on? Then naturally the god hand decided to make an entrance, radiating an unnerving resilience that stands in stark contrast to their previous appearances. Being part of a 2-year-old clan. Details, just adds another layer to this escalating mess. A unique boss, apparently? Wonderful. Just what I needed, another obstacle conveniently tailored to be uniquely troublesome. Doubt that unwelcome guest has decided to join the party. Right, so a unique boss announcement, predictable honestly. Hez already bracing for a headache, because of course the island's boss isn't just another training dummy. Goss' momentary flicker of fear, textbook stoicism masking panic, a truly tiresome display. Then naturally the god hand shows up radiating that unnerving resilience. 2-year-old clan details, just adding layers to this escalating mess. Wonderful. And then the system, ever the helpful guide, decides to drop a tantalizing offer, a path to power laced with manipulation. He hardens his expression, processing this calculated cruelty. Right, another chance to play puppet master fueled by the echoes of what's already been lost. It's almost insulting how conveniently these opportunities arise, but our boy isn't one to decline a chance to craft a weapon, even if it's forged in the fires of system trickery. The taunts stung, a familiar echo of a loss he can't undo. Honestly, the melodrama is reaching peak levels. Then predictably the system, ever the benevolent overlord, dangles a power-up. Another convenient opportunity, how delightful. His expression tightens, betraying a suspicion he'd rather bury. It's a path to power naturally, but one paved with manipulation. The system practically revels in dangling carrots. It will also lead to an increase in population, so love more. Right, because that helpful. 12 days. Enough time, as it turns out, to craft an item. A weapon, really, using the system's twisted offer. For once leverage a system's cruelty to my advantage. Bram's composure cracks for a fleeting moment, a flicker of genuine dread. Something bigger is lurking.
Right. So the skeleton problem, apparently overcoming it requires a weapon. Naturally. Hez already calculating the logistics, crafting something in 12 days while the system cheerfully dangles a power-up. Another convenient opportunity. How delightful. Of course, the system isn't just being generous, its manipulation thinly veiled as a chance to ascend. The increase in population is just the cherry on top, because more people always solve problems, right?
It's almost insulting how these moments conveniently align with past losses fueling his resolve. A flicker of genuine fear crosses his face, a crack in the stoic facade, hinting at something bigger than a simple skeleton. He needs something, doesn't he? Something to mirror his own offensive capabilities. A shield, essentially, and naturally the system obliges, of course. It's never straightforward. The poster's caption hinted at a terrifying burden, a family escalating doom which feels just delightful news. A looming amplified the unsettling feeling within the room, and honestly it's almost insulting how convenient these moments always are. Another convenient opportunity. How delightful. 12 days to craft a weapon? Right, because time is precisely what our boy has plenty of. A flicker of fear betrays him, though, a crack in the stoic facade. And it's not even about the skeleton problem. Something else is brewing. The window offered no solace, only amplifying the unsettling silence. Bram's composure cracks for a fleeting moment, a genuine dread surfacing, hinting at dangers far beyond the immediate threat. The work continues, and honestly, it's a bit unsettling how these convenient moments always seem to align with past losses, fueling his resolve. Naturally, Hess assessing the implications of these enhancements, running calculations. It's not just about raw power, it's about leverage, about understanding the systems game. A flicker of genuine fear crosses his face, a crack in the stoic facade, and it's not even about the skeleton problem at hand. Of course, the system has to offer a path to power, a weapon 12 days to craft. Right, because time is precisely what our boy has in abundance. It's almost insulting how conveniently these opportunities arise, a thinly veiled manipulation triggering memory's head, rather not revisit. Time, it seems, is precisely what our boy has in abundance. Almost insulting, really, how these convenient opportunities materialize, each one a thinly veiled manipulation designed to dredge up memory's head, prefer to leave buried. He sighs, contemplating the looming competition. Crafting items isn't exactly a relaxing pastime, especially when the system decides to gift him a weapon 12 days before the event. Seriously, Hez running the numbers, of course. It's never just about raw power. It's leverage, understanding the system's twisted game. Bram's composure cracks for a fleeting second, genuine dread surfacing, a signal that the challenges extend far beyond the immediate crafting hurdles. He assesses the flaws in his previous work, the Ghast Island creation riddled with imperfections. It's a reminder, naturally, of past losses, fueling his resolve and the inevitable looming confrontation. Hez practically vibrating with excitement, gushing over the design of some manufactured hero. Naturally, it's got to be flashy because subtlety is lost on these creations. But then a flicker. It's always a flicker, isn't it? A subtle shift across his face as some buried thought surfaces. Of course, the system throws a wrench into everything. 12 days to prepare for a crafting competition, and he's gifted a weapon? Honestly, the timing is almost comical, like the universe enjoys toying with him. Hez running calculations now, assessing the leverage this newfound power grants him, because it's never just about brute force. A shadow briefly crosses his youthful face, a hidden memory intruding on his manufactured enthusiasm. Something he'd rather not revisit. He struggles to grasp at it, a fleeting glimpse of something unpleasant. His gaze lingers on the manufactured hero's design, practically vibrating with, well, something. Honestly, it's got to be flashy, doesn't it? Because subtlety is clearly optional in this world. Another hero with glowing runes and sculpted muscles? Groundbreaking. Then a flicker. A forgotten memory surfaces, momentarily disrupting his captivated admiration, a sudden intrusion into his manufactured enthusiasm. Hess running calculations, of course. It's never just about the pretty lights. 12 days to France, a crafting competition, and the system decides now is the perfect time to gift him a weapon. The timing is almost comical, like the universe is actively mocking him. But then a shadow briefly crosses his youthful face, a hidden memory intruding on his manufactured enthusiasm. Something he'd rather not revisit. That's because it's Europe's finest report, apparently receiving 5% of 1,000 places, as if that's supposed to impress him. Honestly, the system's timing is impeccable, isn't it? A sudden invitation to Paris, a private viewing with an arts patron. Naturally, because our boy's life couldn't be more predictable. The hotel's grandeur feels unsettling for the contestants, and Hez already running a diagnostic. It's not about the plush carpets or the crystal chandeliers. It's about what they hide. Hez searching for something, analyzing the space, because opulent displays rarely exist without a purpose. Of course, another hero with glowing runes and sculpted muscles has to make an appearance. A flicker. Another suppressed memory surfaces, a fleeting unpleasantness, and Hez already calculating the logistical nightmare of 12 days in France with a brand new, inexplicably timed weapon. The universe is actively mocking him. The system naturally couldn't just let him enjoy a moment of peace. As it turns out, Hez now the esteemed representative for some crafting competition in France, a role he did not apply for. Honestly, the sheer audacity. Hez internally seething, questioning how his life spiraled into this ridiculousness, a familiar frustration bubbling to the surface. A fleeting memory unwelcome and unpleasant flickers across his expression, a reminder of something head rather buried. Of course, the usual parade of arrogant young masters radiating manufactured charisma makes an appearance eager to show off. Hez already running a diagnostic on the opulent hotel, ignoring the crystal chandeliers and plush carpets because hidden beneath the grandeur there always something. Hez scanning for it, calculating the logistical nightmare of a 12-day trip with a newly acquired and conveniently timed weapon. The universe, it seems, enjoys a good joke. France, apparently. Our boy is now representing some academy in a crafting competition, a delightful development he most certainly didn't request. 12 days in a foreign land, saddled with a suspiciously convenient new toy. The system naturally couldn't resist adding another layer of absurdity. Hez already calculating the travel expenses, inwardly cursing the logistical nightmare. Of course, the posters plastered everywhere serve as a constant mocking reminder of this unwanted responsibility. His expression darkens, he's questioning why him. It's not like he asked for this. Hez running diagnostics on the opulent hotel, ignoring the superficial charm, because predictably something's rotten beneath the gilded surface. A familiar unease settles in a suppressed memory, tugging at the edges of his awareness. Honestly, the universe loves to pile on, doesn't it? Right then, let's dive into the delightful mess that is this chapter. Amit, bless his strategically irritating heart, decided to poke the bear, or rather Bonder. Predictably, the initial response was simmering rage, but our boy, ever the stoic, maintained a semblance of composure. His silence? Not a sign of weakness, actually, but a rather unsettling hint at just how much Hez holding back. My loss is decided. He muses a snippet of internal monologue, suggesting a far deeper game at play. Of course, Amit isn't one to let a good provocation go to waste. He delivers another barb, and it stings. Seriously, you think these nobles took classes in psychological warfare? A flicker of suppressed fury crosses Bonder's face, a tiny crack in the carefully constructed facade. Well, he thinks the mask is slipping. It's not panic, mind you, but something far more interesting, a glimpse of the turmoil beneath the surface. The system isn't cooperating, and Amit predictably decided to escalate things. Our boy naturally anticipated this. It's not like these nobles are known for subtlety. The calculated barbs landed, causing a subtle hardening of Bonder's expression, the assuredness head cultivated beginning to crack. This is amusing. He muses they truly believe words can wound. As if I haven't faced worse. Of course, Amit isn't letting up, each jab chipping away at Bonder's facade. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. A tiny fissure in the carefully constructed composure, and well, he thinks the mask is slipping.
Right, let's dive in. Our boy Bonders, bless his heart, thought he had this whole stoic noble thing down. Apparently, Amit had other plans. The carefully constructed wall of composure, starting to crumble. Honestly, you think someone would have taught this guy about verbal sparring, but no, let's just poke the bear. It's amusing really watching Bonder's face slowly betray the internal chaos, a flicker of genuine annoyance, a vulnerability exposed. Of course, the anger flared.
It's practically a requirement in these situations. And then a counter skill. Seriously, someone's trying to one-up a one-up. Please, I've seen more creative napkin doodles, the real kicker. A unique grade weapon doing barely any damage. Now that's interesting. Something's definitely off, and our boy is starting to realize it. This isn't going to be as straightforward as he initially thought, and the tension is about to. Amit's barbs, as it turns out, were far more effective than anyone anticipated. He figured Bonders was operating under the assumption that a few choice insults wouldn't register on a noble's stoic face, but honestly, who needs a grand gesture when a subtle jab works wonders? A flicker barely perceptible crossed Bonder's face, a tiny fracture in that carefully cultivated, unwavering control. Well, he mused, the mask is slipping. It's amusing to witness the slow erosion of composure. A genuine annoyance briefly surfaced, a vulnerability had worked so hard to conceal. Then predictably anger flared, practically a requirement for these scenes. The subsequent counter skill felt pedestrian, now a unique grade weapon landing with minimal impact. That's interesting. The crowd's reaction, a messy mix of and disapproval, only served to rattle our boy. Honestly, the spectacle of it all. Bonder's carefully cultivated unflappable nobility, already cracking, as it turns out a few well-placed provocations from Amit are all it takes. He flinched a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, but it was there. Classic. The guy's been building this persona for years, and now it's crumbling faster than a poorly built tower. Of course, the facade tightened a brief flash of something real. Amit's words actually hit a nerve, didn't they? It's almost amusing to watch someone's meticulously crafted defenses fall apart. Then a desperate plea. I need at least 3 more minutes. Confirming what was already obvious, this isn't just a status game, it's a fight for something deeper. Amit's words predictably hit harder than anyone anticipated. Honestly, it's almost comical watching years of carefully constructed nobility crumble under a few well-placed barbs. He figures that if had been anyone else, they'd be throwing rotten fruit already. But Bonders just keeps grinning, a strained, pathetic attempt to maintain control. A forced smile barely hides the turmoil churning beneath the surface. It's a tiny crack in a carefully built wall. Of course the arrogant young master has to show up now, doesn't he? But it isn't anger he sees, but genuine annoyance. Then a desperate plea. I need at least 3 more minutes, confirming that this isn't just a status game. It's a fight for something far more personal, something Bonders is desperately trying to keep buried. The system just flagged damage received. Apparently words do hurt, who knew? Drick is fussing, but honestly it's not looking catastrophic considering the gaps in Bonder's defenses. It's almost comical watching years of meticulously constructed nobility crumble under a few well-placed barbs. Amit's provocations are working overtime, aren't they? A strained grin barely masks the turmoil churning beneath the surface, a tiny crack in a carefully built wall. Of course, the arrogant young master had to appear, but even he seems annoyed, not enraged, a telling detail. Then came the plead need, at least 3 more minutes, revealing that this isn't just a status game, it's a fight for something far more personal, something Bonders is desperately trying to keep buried, and now confusion ripples across everyone's faces as an unexpected attack unfolds. Things are about to get interesting. Amit's relentless verbal assault is doing a number on Bonder, isn't it? Hess genuinely cracking, a tiny fissure in that polished noble exterior, honestly years of pretending to be unflappable all undone by a few well-chosen insults, pathetic but also kind of amusing. The system registered damage, apparently psychological warfare is a thing now. Drick's fretting is almost endearing, but our boy is calculating. This isn't just about status, it's something deeper. Then a plea for 3 more minutes. A desperation that suggests a buried secret. Well, isn't this awkward? Our boy Kiz just decided to throw a cosmic temper tantrum, unleashing a power surge that's rewritten everyone's understanding of his capabilities. Honestly, the look on his face? Pure, unadulterated shock. He didn't know he had that much power, which is always a fun surprise when you're trying to maintain a low profile. Of course, Grid's already running damage control because someone has to quantify the chaos. Naturally, the higher-ups are scrambling, questioning the established order. Why rank Grid higher? They bleat as if a sudden power boost automatically elevates him to godhood, and predictably someone's already whispering about Surid's inevitable ascendance. Typical. Yunas' warnings are starting to feel less like paranoia and more like a prelude to something unpleasant. Something big. Hess sizing up the situation, calculating his next move, because a power display like that. That's a flashing neon sign for every opportunistic. Right. So Kiss just decided to redefine unexpected, didn't he? Honestly, the sheer volume of mana that erupted. Hez as surprised as everyone else, which is a fantastic look for someone trying to avoid attention. Hez mentally noting the ripple effect. A surge like that isn't going unnoticed and definitely won't be ignored. Of course, Grid is already scrambling to assign a rank because someone needs to quantify the chaos. Typical. Whispers about his power sparked disbelief across their faces, as if a B-rated player could just casually unleash that kind of force. So what? You know you're also participating, you B-rated player, someone shouts clearly, not thrilled about the sudden shift in the hierarchy. He stood taller, processing the implications. A power display like that is a flashing neon sign for every opportunistic soul, and Yuna's warnings are now feeling a little less paranoid and a lot more like a prelude to something unpleasant. Something big. Right then, let's get this straight. Our boy just casually detonated an A rating weapon, apparently. Honestly, the sheer volume of power radiating from him is enough to make anyone question their life choices. He figures everyone now recalculating their place in the hierarchy, and rightfully so. Whispers of his strength are rippling through the room, faces frozen in expressions of disbelief. Predictable, really. Of course, the usual suspects are scrambling to understand, quantify, and ultimately control this sudden shift. It seems he blocked the initial assault with something, a surprised look betraying even he didn't anticipate that level of output. Yuna's warnings? Suddenly a lot less like dramatic flair and a whole lot more like a looming threat. Something tells us this isn't just a power-up, it's a prelude. Right, so our boy just decided to rewrite the entire school's understanding of his capabilities. A rather abrupt shift, wouldn't you say? The sheer force he unleashed shattering expectations like they were cheap porcelain, has everyone scrambling, honestly predictable. Faces frozen in disbelief as Yuna's earlier warnings about a hidden danger suddenly feel less like dramatic foreshadowing and more like a direct, ominous forecast. Hez processing the implications naturally. A power display like that is basically a flashing neon sign for every opportunistic soul within 100 miles. It's a new status update for everyone else, and he figures they're all recalculating their place in the hierarchy right now. Of course, the usual suspects are already dissecting this, trying to quantify and control what they can't possibly comprehend. He figures that everyone's internal calculations are scrambling now. A power display like that is basically a flashing neon sign for every opportunistic soul within 100 miles. As it turns out, Yuna's warnings about a hidden danger suddenly feel less like dramatic foreshadowing and more like a direct, ominous forecast. Honestly predictable, faces frozen in disbelief as they dissect this, trying to quantify what they can't possibly comprehend. Hez already anticipating the power grabs the attempts at control standard operating procedure for those who thrive on maintaining the established order. Shez running but not really, he notes observing the unfolding chaos, and they're all being used as leverage. The room practically vibrated with disbelief. Faces frozen in expressions of utter shock, as Grid's power completely shattered their preconceived notions. Honestly predictable. As it turns out, a display like that isn't just a power-up, it's a flashing neon sign for every ambitious soul in the vicinity, and Hez already gauging how quickly they're recalculating their standing. Whispers started predictably questioning everything they thought they knew about him, because naturally the established order loves to categorize people. Yuna's earlier warnings, dismissed as dramatic foreshadowing, now feel unsettlingly precise, like an imminent forecast rather than a vague threat. He anticipates the inevitable power, grabs the attempts at control standard operating procedure for those who thrive on maintaining the established order. It was nothing compared to Grand the Mervement, he mused, watching the others casually log into status screens. Honestly, the dedication of some people is baffling, right? You can log in whenever you want, so what's the point of playing the game that much? He notes the incessant training, the almost frantic need to improve, a stark contrast to their frivolous attitude. Of course you have to train every day, he deadpans the faster you. He cuts himself off because wasting a single second is a luxury he can't afford. I can't waste 1 second of my time now, he thinks, ignoring the boisterous celebration with imported wine, because apparently traditional Korean alcohol isn't good enough. It's the usual routine. Someone always has to assert dominance. The third event, a shell running competition, begins, and he already anticipates the usual power plays. It's probably the same reason all these guys are competing. Ego, mostly. Considering all factors, this is the reason he selected this path. Honestly, the sheer volume of variables in this realm, it's enough to induce a headache. Hez watching them, these competitors celebrating with imported wine like it's some momentous occasion while Hez already recalculating their standing. Of course they're training frantically trying to improve, but it's a pathetic display compared to his own relentless drive. Wasting a second is a luxury I can't afford, he thinks, pointedly ignoring the festivities. Her declaration echoes, hinting at a grand unfolding narrative. Typical, isn't it? The arrogant young master always has to show up, doesn't he? A flicker crosses her face, unreadable, and she stares intently. Hez soloing everything, her progress at this rate shall win in record time, and Hez perfectly fine with that, as long as it doesn't interfere with his own plans. The shell running competition kicks off, and predictably it's a parade of ego-driven displays. Honestly, these guys are more concerned with looking impressive than actually improving, aren't they? Our boy, however, isn't wasting a single breath on their pathetic attempts at progress. Wasting a second is a luxury I can't afford, he thinks, pointedly ignoring the celebratory wine, swilling. The school beauty arrives naturally, and Hez tearing through the competition, soloing everything at an alarming rate. Hez probably setting some record, and Hez perfectly okay with that so long as it doesn't throw off his own calculations. As it turns out, Hez in second place, and with a casual burst of speed, he passes through the finish line, leaving her in the dust. Is it because you don't want to create any variables in between? He muses. I can't believe I get a chance to taste this. She stares intently. Hez soloing everything her. Honestly, the way she's soloing everything is almost impressive, though our boy isn't about to give her any credit. Not when it interferes with his own trajectory. Hez meticulously observing, as one does when planning a potential escape route or, a tournament victory. Wasting a second is a luxury I can't afford, he thinks, pointedly ignoring the boisterous celebration of the shell, running competition. These guys are more interested in flexing than progressing predictably. Then, of course, the school beauty shows up and starts absolutely crushing it, likely setting some ridiculous record. He passes her at the finish line, maintaining a calculated distance. Is it because you don't want to create any variables in between? He muses as she stares intently. I can't believe I get a chance to taste this. It appears the dragon has decided how long they can endure this unexpected tournament. The announcement hit him like a delayed explosion, a tournament unexpectedly thrust upon the South Korean team. Of course, it had to be something like this. A convenient plot device to ramp up the tension. He registered the darkening of his expression, not out of worry but calculation. The dragon clearly enjoys these little games, he mused, watching the posters blur as a new challenge solidified in his mind. Honestly, the team's weight of a nation's expectations now rested on his shoulders, a predictable consequence of their past victories. His teammates' doubts are almost endearing, really. They haven't grasped the bigger yet. Trust feels a luxury and sentimentality a weakness. Hez already formulating escape routes and victory strategies, ignoring the boisterous celebration, and the school beauty setting some ridiculous record. Shay's improving, aren't they? The dragon predictably decided to stir the pot. An unexpected tournament announcement. Because of course, a convenient plot device to elevate the tension landed on the South Korean team, and it hit our boy like a delayed explosion. Is it because you don't want to create any variables in between? He mused, observing the chaos. Sion's face hardened, visibly absorbing the weight of this sudden challenge, a predictable consequence of their past victories. The dragon clearly enjoys these little games, he thought, watching the posters blur as a new focus sharpened in his mind. Honestly, the team's doubts are almost charming. They haven't grasped the larger yet. Trust feels a luxury, sentimentality a weakness. Someone questioned if they could even handle this sudden test. I can't allow myself to let my guard down one bit. It's the first time they've seen this level of pressure, so naturally the question of trust arises. If that true, shall we trust in him? Hez already formulating escape routes, and right then, let's dive in. Our boys just dropped a truth bomb about the gods. Apparently, they're not quite the benevolent figures everyone assumed. A fleeting smirk crosses his face, a masterful disguise for the genuine worry bubbling beneath. Honestly, another divine reveal? The writers really need to diversify their plot devices. Hez already calculating the odds of this being a carefully laid trap, because naturally it probably is. Then, predictably, a young master arrives, all swagger and challenge because, of course, Hez practically begging for a beatdown. It seems our MC's recent victories are causing quite the stir, prompting discussions about strategic advantages. Good, let them squirm. It all boils down to a singular vital pursuit, something undefined, something looming, and Hez already dreading what it entails. Right, so Gitles it is, a new title courtesy of the system, because apparently even it can't quite decide what's going on. He recoiled, absorbing the weight of this latest development. Another divine reveal? Honestly, the writers need to diversify. Our boys dropped a truth bomb about the gods, suggesting they aren't the benevolent figures everyone believes. A fleeting smirk masked genuine worry. Naturally, Hez already assessing the odds of this being a trap. And predictably, a young master arrives, swaggering and ready for a challenge. Because every story needs its punching bag. He struggles, demanding release. It's more like a calculated annoyance at these restraints. The poster's cheerful demeanor contrasts with a growing unease as a dangerous confrontation looms, while discussions swirl about recent victories and strategic advantages. Good. Let them squirm. It all boils down to a singular vital pursuit, something undefined, something looming, and Hez already dreading it. Right, Gitles it is. A new title courtesy of the system, because apparently even it can't quite decide what's going on. Honestly, another divine reveal. The writers really need to diversify their plot points. Our boy recoiled, absorbing the weight of this latest development, a fleeting smirk masking genuine worry. Naturally, Hez already assessing the odds of this being a trap, and predictably an arrogant young master arrives swaggering and ready for a challenge, because every story needs its punching bag. He struggles, demanding release, more like a calculated annoyance at these restraints. Let them sweat a little, he thinks. Of course, discussions swirl around recent victories and strategic advantages, while the system helpfully chimes in with a master rate increase and a hallucination effect. Delightful. As it turns out, he's already dreading whatever vital, undefined pursuit looms. Something ominous, no doubt. Although he could only manage 5 rendered comments thanks to young Wellicht, he muttered, already mentally drafting a strongly worded memo about supply chain diversification. Honestly, relying on a single source? Textbook rookie mistake. Of course, this victory was theirs contingent on preventing, well, whatever they were planning. Lewis' overly enthusiastic declaration. A classic distraction tactic. Our boy noted it, filed it under potential manipulation. A new title courtesy of the system. Gitles apparently was just the beginning of the bizarre status updates. A masterate increase coupled with a hallucinatory effect. The system was clearly having an existential crisis. Fantastic. He already felt a familiar dread settling in the precursor to some vital yet frustratingly undefined pursuit. Something tells him this isn't a celebratory moment, it's a prelude. His words landed a deliberate jab at Grid's sudden surge in power. Predictable, honestly. You observed the unfolding strategic maneuver, a lesson in calculated aggression, while our boy already started drafting a mental memo regarding supply chain vulnerabilities. Relying on a single source for Rened? Rookie mistake. Of course, this victory hinged on preventing whatever nefarious scheme they were orchestrating, and Lewis' overly enthusiastic praise. Textbook distraction tactic, duly noted. The system in its infinite wisdom decided to bestow Gitles' title Delightful, alongside a hallucinatory effect. A masterate increase? Seems the system's having a bit of an existential crisis, doesn't it? Grid's advantage faltered praise felt insincere, and a familiar dread settled in, signaling the start of some vital yet annoyingly undefined pursuit. The aftermath of that unscheduled sparring match is apparently generating a lot of buzz. Honestly, who expected anything less? As it turns out, this contest, initially deemed a simple strength test, delivered something far more intriguing. Jebel apparently snagged a 3% billion offer from Raids. 3% billion? These guilds are playing a different game entirely. Of course, Lewis is showering everyone with praise. A classic deflection tactic designed to distract from whatever they're actually planning. Hez already cataloging this as another data point in his ever-growing file on Rened's strategic weaknesses, noting their reliance on a single source, rookie mistake. Billions are being thrown around left and right, but our boy isn't impressed. To pursue whoever is behind this, he needs a differentiator, something that breaks the mold. It's a surprisingly round shape, almost comical in its weakness in comparison to the imposing appearance of Bilon. They're telegraphing their moves, aren't they? The Golden Guild's competition? More like a bizarre auction, apparently. Jebel walked away with a 3% billion offer from Raids, a sum that would make most kingdoms blush. Our boy naturally isn't losing sleep over it, Hez cataloging it. Laois's effusive praise? Standard deflection, the kind easily noted in his ever-growing file on Rened's predictable strategic blunders. They always telegraph their moves, don't they? It's a rookie mistake to think this is a simple strength test. It's a game of influence, of leverage, a chaotic ballet of wealth. He needs something more than brute force. He requires a differentiator, something that breaks the mold. They're telegraphing their moves, aren't they? The silence after the Golden Guild's bombshell was palpable, and our boy's internal monologue kicked into overdrive. Seriously? A competition based on influence? He recalled past gambles, a wry smile playing on his lips. Guess even I've had to hustle. Had always relied on calculated risks, but this was a different level of absurdity. There hasn't been anyone I couldn't take down with this soul spear, he muttered, a touch of annoyance coloring his tone. It was a statement Hed believed until now. Then Drake casually applied pressure to a seemingly defenseless opponent, and the MC's eyes widened. What? Instantaneous application of force? That farmer? He began to grasp the sheer scale of the challenge ahead, the global implications of this bizarre tournament. The final match between the USA and Resisted? Apparently it was more than just a formality. He realized his past strategies, his reliance on chance, wouldn't cut it here. He needed a new approach, a deeper, 16 stats remaining and the clock's ticking. Of course, the Golden Guild's competition is more convoluted than anyone initially suspected. It's all about influence, apparently. Hess recalling past gambles, a wry amusement flickering across his face. Even Hez had to improvise to survive. It seems his soul spear, his reliable fallback, isn't the guaranteed win it once was. Then Drake casually crushes a defenseless opponent, instantaneous application of force. Seriously? The farmer, no less. It's a demonstration of power, a subtle reminder that our boy is entering a realm where raw force isn't enough. He needs to think differently. Eds tried to maintain a semblance of composure, but inside his world tilted. Turns out the Golden Guild's competition wants some friendly showcase. It was a rigged game and everyone was a plaything. Hess dredging up old gambling schemes, the kind where a loophole was all that stood between survival and ruin. Those tactics? Useless now. 16 stats left and the clock's mocking him. Comparing with the boss is important, so all players will pay, the announcement declared, more of a declaration of war than a rule. Of course, Drake had to flex, casually obliterating some poor farmer. It wasn't about raw power. It was about a hierarchy, a dominance Hez only beginning to grasp. Hez already upped the stakes, and he won't be cowed. Our boy realizes this isn't a tournament. It's a battlefield, and Hez severely outgunned. The shift was unsettling, wasn't it? Turns out the Golden Guild's competition wasn't a friendly gathering, but a twisted game of dominance. Hez recalling old gambling strategies, the kind where exploiting a loophole was the only way to survive, but those tactics? Utterly useless against what Hez facing. 16 stats left and the clock is ticking, a cruel reminder of the power disparity. Drake's reputation precedes him, and the blatant display of force against that poor farmer, of course he had to flex, cemented the reality. This isn't a tournament. It's a battlefield. The mention of Drake's blood instilling fear. Standard villain fare, really. Then those wings apparently stopping them is paramount, and now a wave of hate. The posters practically laughed at the escalating chaos. Typical, really, he noted YZ. Three's effortless implementation of his strategies, a brief pang of envy surfacing as he considered acquiring their services. 16 stats remained, and he rapidly realized his old gambling tricks were useless against this level of orchestrated dominance. This want a contest, it was a battlefield. The air thickens with anticipation naturally as everyone waits for the announcement. Honestly, predictable. Someone's ego couldn't handle a little setback. He registers the shift. It's not just bruised pride, but exposing a critical flaw in their strategy. The systems chime a 15% damage reduction reminder. Perfect, because automated notifications are always subtle, right? Posters swim before Dren's eyes as he detected a dangerous shift. Drake's roar confirmed his worries. Revealing stats confirmed his suspicions. This was far more perilous than anticipated, and that broadcast want a suggestion. It was a desperate plea. The air crackled with manufactured tension naturally. Honestly, someone's pride couldn't handle a minor setback, could it? The announcement feels inevitable, a predictable consequence of egos colliding. He registered the shift. It wasn't just bruised pride, but a glaring weakness exposed in their entire strategy. 15% damage reduction? Of course the system has to be subtle about broadcasting that. Dren's unsettling words hinted at a grim preparation chillingly casual, while the posters offered no comfort, only a silent, watchful presence. No more removing the pillars, he heard a terse command. Someone's really panicking, our boy thought, calculating the ripple effects. It's amusing, really, how they think they can control everything. The sun is setting, so just brushing it should be enough to, well, whatever they're planning, it's not going to go as they expect. The fanfare died down faster than you expect, didn't it? Our boy's face? Let's just say it wasn't exactly radiating triumph. Seriously, the system had to be coy about it. Hez already calculating how much this screws up everyone meticulously crafted plans. Of course, Dren's casually dropping hints about some impending doom. Someone's clearly losing their grip. Apparently removing those pillars is off the table now, as if that were a blatant power play. He figures there, betting on everyone fear, thinking they can micromanage the situation, the Drace still holding on to a hefty chunk of its imprint. A detail everyone else overlooked naturally, and that prophesied loss? Turns out there was a convenient loophole. A phone call just dropped a bomb. Someone's been playing a very long game and it's about to get messy. The lavish rewards ceremony ended abruptly, didn't it? As if someone realized how ridiculous the whole spectacle was. Apparently, someone decided they weren't going to participate, and of course an authority figure is now demanding compliance. Honestly, the MC already calculated the fallout from this little power play. It's just amusing to watch them scramble. Are you trying to really? Someone sputtered clearly, frustrated by the defiance. Hez amused by how some people think they can control everything and how easily their plans unravel. I have never and will never really on that system, he remarks, and it's not just lip service. He operates outside their rigid structures. A sword needs crafting naturally, and demand is high. Experience is key, it seems. Then a phone call, a reveal of some significant manipulation. Things are about to get considerably more complicated. The announcement dropped, and the collective disappointment was palpable. Honestly, who doesn't expect a Blacksting failure? Our boy naturally saw it coming. The fallout was swift. A phone call delivered a gut punch revealing Mana's choices. Hez, reeling all right, tears welling up, a bit dramatic even for him, but the betrayal stings. Someone sputtering about house great, clearly rattled by a refusal to play by the rules. Of course, he won't bend to their whims. A longsword, he muses, requires more than just skill. It needs experience and apparently a hefty dose of demand. Things are about to escalate, and Hez already bracing for the storm. The silence following his question was thicker than the company bureaucracy. Honestly, who expected anything less? He finds it amusing how easily their meticulously crafted plans unravel. It's like watching dominoes fall, only he subtly nudged the first one. Those posters on the wall? They're just props in this drama, witnessing the inevitable crumbling of a system built on outdated principles. To think it'd meet the legendary Blacksting so first, he thinks genuinely stunned. The sheer audacity of the situation is almost endearing in a pathetic sort of way. As it turns out, this little disruption has allowed him to assist his grandmother, a surprisingly grounding thought amidst all this manufactured chaos. A phone call then arrives, a revelation about Manhwa's decisions, and suddenly the drama isn't so amusing anymore. Right? So our boy decided to shake things up, didn't he? Apparently established forging practices are suggestions in his world. Honestly, the looks on their faces, priceless. They're sputtering about control and experience while he's casually dismantling their entire process. No one's even reached half, they stammer, as if Hez some kind of prodigy, which, let's be honest, he is. Of course, the head honcho Blacksting had to make an appearance. Because every good rebellion needs a dramatic entrance. The silence following his unorthodox creation, you could practically taste the disbelief. It's almost comical how easily their rigid systems crumble when someone actually thinks outside the box. His father's approval? Expected naturally. But the flicker of something akin to envy in another character's eyes? Now that interesting. Seems like someone's realizing their methods might not be as infallible as they thought. And a little Uriel family history, just honestly, the looks on the posters' faces, priceless, sputtering about control and experience while his casually dismantling their entire process. No one's even reached half. They stammer as if Hez some kind of prodigy, which, let's be honest, he absolutely is. Of course, Blacksting had to make an appearance because every good rebellion needs a dramatic entrance. He figures that if these people understood even a fraction of what Hed been through, they wouldn't be so attached to their antiquated methods. Then a weapon rating pops up, apparently that a big deal, and boom, has created a uniquely rated sword, a well-balanced masterpiece naturally envy. Seems like someone. The pronouncements began, a tidal wave of disbelief washing over the room. My son has already won? Honestly, the collective astonishment could fuel a small nation. Our boy naturally anticipated this reaction. Disrupting the established order rarely earns applause. The Uriel patriarchs sputtering about victory. Predictable. Hez probably wondering how to capitalize on this sudden, unexpected fame. Someone predictably decided to challenge his methods, as if rigid tradition couldn't be questioned. Turns out defying convention resulted in a uniquely rated weapon earning a rare, genuine smile from his father. A jarring realization dawned on someone else, a silent acknowledgement that their entire process might be flawed. The Uriel family, it seems, holds secrets, and the path ahead, far from certain. A flicker of doubt crossed her face as if the foundations of her reality were suddenly shifting. Honestly, it's always the quiet ones, isn't it? He anticipated this reaction naturally. Disrupting centuries of tradition rarely earns a standing ovation. Turns out the second type apparently governs weapon creation before the Uriel family involvement. A system detail had gleaned from somewhere, probably. Hez apparently blacksmith capable of creating growth, type items which, as it turns out, is some kind of rare designation. But in terms of performance, it was judged that the family piece is something else entirely. Hez probably already calculating how to leverage this sudden, unexpected fame, while everyone else is still processing the sheer audacity of his methods. The air in the workshop thickened with disbelief as the implications of his methods truly landed. Honestly, disrupting centuries of tradition rarely goes unnoticed, and the woman's face was a perfect tableau of shattered assumptions. She thought she knew the Uriel family, their processes, everything. How predictable. It's always the quiet ones, isn't it? The birth of a great masterance apparently was now forever etched in the annals of the forge, earning a rare, genuine smile from his father. A victory had anticipated naturally. Growth-type items, apparently a rare designation, and the second type governing weapon creation before the Uriel's influence. Details gleaned from somewhere who remembers. But as he internally mused, but with my luck, when will I make another one? The family piece was undeniably something else entirely. Right. So he just witnessed something genuinely special emerge from his workshop, a creation that left him speechless, which, let's be honest, is a rare occurrence. He trails off because apparently even our boy is occasionally humbled. Of course, Hez already pivoting mentally, calculating how to leverage this sudden, unexpected praise. Predictable, really. The woman's stunned face. Textbook reaction to someone dismantling centuries of tradition. Turns out growth. Type items are a big deal, a forgotten process predating the Uriel family dominance. Hez already thinking, when will I make another one? Because ambition never sleeps. And as it turns out, someone else just had a rather unsettling realization. The Uriel family history? It's complicated. A hush fell over the academy. Naturally, a defeat of Kat's magnitude generates quite the stir. The man practically was the academy golden boy, so this is a bit of a spectacle. Silence, of course, isn't exactly celebrating. She's observing, her expression hardening as Kat's carefully constructed facade crumbles. Honestly, the posturing was exhausting, she probably thinks. It seems Kat's words about the competition and equipment vulnerabilities are hitting harder than anyone anticipated. Turns out growth. Type items are a big deal, a forgotten process predating the Uriel family dominance, a detail that got everyone scrambling to reevaluate history. The MC trails off, genuinely humbled by his own creation. When will I make another one? Because ambition never sleeps. It's complicated. Honestly, the fallout from Kat's spectacular faceplant is something. Turns out the Academy Golden Boy isn't quite so golden after all, and the stunned silence is almost comical. Seriously, did they think he was invincible? He trails off, genuinely humbled by his own creation. When will I make another one? Because ambition never sleeps. Growth type items, apparently a forgotten process predating the Uriel family dominance, are now the hottest topic. Of course, Hez already pivoting, mentally calculating how to leverage this sudden shift in power. A tasty opportunity has come up just as the variables in the competition shift. Negotiation is a game of leverage, and right now the playing field has tilted. The moment you reach out early, you're at a disadvantage, he muses, and naturally the announcement of the next event echoes a stark contrast to Kat's predicament. The aftermath of Kat's stunning loss is predictably chaos. Hez sputtering something about tactics, insisting he could have beaten Grid without resorting to whatever that was. Honestly, the Academy collective jaw drop is almost worth the price of admission. Seriously, did they all think this guy was untouchable? Turns out growth, type items, apparently a forgotten creation predating the Uriel family stranglehold on power, are suddenly the hottest commodity. Our boy is already spinning, calculating how to capitalize on this shift. Negotiation is a game of leverage, and the field has tilted. Hez mentally noting that reaching out too soon is a rookie mistake. The announcement of the next event arrives, a stark contrast to Kat's predicament, as it were, and Kat's words ignited a spark, revealing a dangerous hidden truth about the competition. Kat's pathetic sputtering about tactics and insisting he could have handled Grid differently. Honestly, the collective gasp from the Academy crowd was almost worth the admission fee. Did they genuinely believe this guy was invincible? Seriously, the delusion is astounding. As it turns out, growth-type items, apparently, relics from a forgotten era before the Uriel family decided to hoard all the power, are suddenly the hottest commodity. Our boy is already calculating angles, mentally noting that reaching out too soon would be a rookie error because ambition never sleeps. Kat's words hung heavy, shattering a fragile peace and revealing a dangerous truth about the competition. Silence absorbed his revelation, a flicker of understanding crossing her face, and her expression hardened, hinting at a storm brewing beneath her calm facade. A storm that, frankly, he finds far more interesting than Kat's sputtering excuses. Well, isn't this a delightful turn of events? Kat's, the supposed untouchable prodigy, just got schooled, and not in a graceful learning experience kind of way, but a full-blown face planting into the dirt spectacle. Apparently taming difficulty for a doprecanger is a grade. Who knew? Our boy is already picking up on the implications. This competition isn't just about raw power, it's a minefield of hidden vulnerabilities. Of course, the armor failing, classic power fantasy unraveling. It seems a swarm of bugs managed to exploit a weakness in the Hurating sword, and Katz is realizing his carefully constructed image is crumbling faster than cheap pottery. Silence predictably isn't exactly shedding tears. Shez observing, calculating. You know the usual. The Academy reaction? Pure, unadulterated shock. Serves them right for buying into the hype. Kat's bluster was reaching peak volume, a desperate attempt to mask the cracks in his carefully crafted image. Naturally, he figures that if he doesn't move now, he's dead. Silence predictably isn't buying it, her expression a study in unreadable calm as she observes him. To acquire rare resources, I also need your strength. Kat spouts a flimsy justification for something that clearly more about power grabs than genuine need. As it turns out, a taming difficulty of grade. For a doppelganger? Who knew the system had such granular details? The armor's sudden failure, of course, marks the spectacular unraveling of his facade, and it's almost comical to watch his confidence crumble. Our boy anticipated this, recognizing that this competition wasn't just about brute force, but a strategic minefield of vulnerabilities. Silence's unwavering gaze feels like a physical pressure, and its clear Shez cataloging every flaw, every hesitation. Kat's carefully constructed persona just imploded, didn't it? The armor failing was almost too on, the nose a perfect of how fragile these perfect students really are. He anticipated this naturally. It's not about brute force, but a strategic minefield of vulnerabilities. Silence predictably isn't reacting with shock, but with the kind of detached analysis that makes one feel like a lab rat. Her gaze is doing more damage than any physical blow, meticulously cataloging every flicker of panic on Kat's face as his bravado crumbles. He figures that if he doesn't move now, he's done for. Honestly, the system's detail about a grade. Taming difficulty for a doppelganger. Who knew? The air thickens and you can practically taste the tension. Honestly, someone should invent a tension measuring device. Our boy's smile falters, a silent inquiry hanging heavy, because of course the moment things get interesting, someone has to ask a question. Hes cataloging the shift in the room, the sudden stillness. It's not a pleasant feeling, but it's information. The enhancements cost escalating. Predictable. These competitions rarely involve a fair exchange. A flicker crosses his face, something unreadable. Probably annoyance Hes dealt with worse. It's not a surprise that the weight of this unspoken question feels pressing down on him. He anticipated this naturally. His apology feels hollow, a flimsy shield against the uncomfortable truths everyone pretending not to see. The silence was thick enough to spread want it, as if everyone was bracing for something awful. Of course, the peace couldn't last. These situations rarely do. Killeril naturally decides to drop a bombshell about the rankings, because subtlety is so overrated. He figures, well, if I'm going to disrupt things, I might as well make it count. Our boy's reaction. Let's just say his carefully cultivated composure took a serious hit. Devastating is putting it mildly. Hes scrambling, trying to process this new reality. It's not just about power anymore, it's about the cost of it. Honestly, the man's been operating under a fundamental misunderstanding of how this whole system works. Killeril's grin widened, a predator sensing weakness. And Damon? Hes gripping whatever within reach, a silent acknowledgement that the game just changed. The final battle isn't just looming, it's arrived and it's far more. Killeril's words, as if summoned by the tension itself, cleaved through the room's fragile peace. Honestly, predictable. Someone had to throw a wrench in the works. It's practically a requirement for these gatherings. The announcement of the rankings? It landed like a physical blow, meticulously cataloging the damage to Damon's carefully constructed worldview. Right. So the system isn't just about raw power. He thinks it's a tiered hierarchy, and I've been operating under a severe misunderstanding. This can't be right, he muttered, a reflexive denial battling the dawning horror. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, grinning like a predator sensing weakness. Damon recoiled, the reality of his position, or lack thereof, crashing down. It's not the status itself that stings, but the realization that his perceived strength feels built on a foundation of flawed assumptions. Hes scrambling now, trying to process what this means for his plans for everything. Killeril. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible, signaled the impending storm, predictable, really, as someone had to disrupt this charade. Abure's entrance, naturally, immediately altered the atmosphere, radiating a threat that even our boy couldn't ignore. So the rankings aren't about strength, but a hierarchy? He mused, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Damon recoiled, his worldview fracturing, realizing his perceived strength feels built on shaky ground. Abure's accusations landed like a physical blow, and naturally the arrogant young master chose this precise moment to make an entrance. Honestly, predictability is a superpower in these stories. Our boy Damon recoiled, not from fear, mind you, but from the sheer inconvenience of having his meticulously catalogued understanding of the world just get thrown out the window. So the rankings aren't about raw strength, but a hierarchy? He mused, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Damon recoiled, the reality of his position fracturing, realizing his perceived strength feels built on shaky ground. It's practically a requirement for these types of narratives to introduce a wrench like this, isn't it? Hess scrambling now, trying to process what this means for everything, for Killerell, for his plans. A simmering defiance began to build, and you could practically feel the tension thicken. The simmering annoyance practically radiated off him. Honestly, it's practically a requirement for these narratives to introduce a wrench like this, isn't it? Damon's defiance flared, a direct challenge to Abure's unsettling confession. He braced himself, the weight of those words settling heavily. It's not fear, mind you, but the sheer inconvenience of having his carefully constructed worldview dismantled. "You misunderstand," he muttered, clenching his fist around the umbrella, a casual gesture masking a storm of calculations. "This whole rankings thing isn't about strength, is it? It's a hierarchy, a system of control." His denial sparked a defensive wall against Abure's unexpected accusation, his gaze hardening as he rejected the implied meaning. A simmering fury began to build, and you could practically feel the tension thicken. Abure's pronouncements? Let's just say they weren't exactly a welcome surprise. Our boy's been meticulously crafting an image, and Abure just decided to throw a Molotov cocktail on it. Naturally, a denial was the first instinct, a pathetic attempt to bury a truth he wasn't ready to face. He gripped his sword, less a declaration of defiance, more a frustrated sigh directed at the universe. Seriously? This guy? Right now? A flicker of something akin to annoyance crossed his face, quickly masked. He clenched a fist, a silent scream against the implication. Knuckles turned white, a rebellion brewing against the lingering doubt. Abure was so casually ceding, fury simmered, a slow burn fueled by the sheer audacity of the accusation. He tightened his grip, because actually letting this slide wasn't an option. He wasn't about to play along with this power game. The internal gears are already whirring, aren't they? It's always the quiet ones, isn't it? Our boy's been carefully cultivating this image, and naturally Abure had to waltz in and throw a wrench in the works with those accusations. A denial felt necessary, a pathetic attempt to shove down a truth he wasn't quite ready to digest. He gripped his sword, more a frustrated sigh than a defiant gesture. Seriously? This guy? Right now? A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, swiftly masked, because letting this slide wasn't an option. The pressure is palpable, and it's not just from this opponent rumored to have a hidden class, linked to something significant apparently, but from the internal battle Hez fighting to maintain composure. It's a desperate confrontation, and his face clearly shows the immense strain of facing someone so formidable. Abure's words predictably landed with the force of a surprise attack, because of course the arrogant challenger had to lob a verbal grenade right when Damon was trying to maintain a semblance of control. He recoiled not from physical pain, but from the sheer audacity of the accusation. Seriously, this guy thinks he can just throw accusations around? It's a calculated move designed to throw him off balance, and it's working, irritatingly so. Damon felt his carefully constructed facade crack, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he swiftly masked it. Don't react, he chided himself. It isn't about the words themselves, but the implication, an attempt to undermine his standing. He clenched a fist, a silent scream contained Knuckles, turning white, a rebellion brewing against the implication. Right then, let's dive in. Abure's accusation? Yeah. It landed. Not a physical punch, mind you, but something far more irritating. A direct assault on Damon's carefully crafted image. Honestly, is this the best they've got? Our boy visibly flinched, not from pain, but from the sheer nerve of it all. Hez instantly recognizing the tactic, a calculated jab aimed at destabilizing him. Don't feed the ego, Hez thinking, forcing a neutral expression. It's not the words themselves, but the implication, the subtle undermining of his standing. Of course, a prolonged standoff ensues. 30 minutes and 20 seconds of staring each other down, a ridiculous display of posturing. It's a test, a probe for weakness, and letting it slide isn't an option. And then bam! Grid shows up, and suddenly everyone's stunned. Damon's reaction, masked naturally, Hez probably internally screaming. Abuur's jab landed a surprisingly effective verbal strike. It wasn't a physical blow, but a calculated attempt to undermine Damon's carefully cultivated persona. Honestly, is this the best they've got? Our boy visibly flinched, not from pain, but from the sheer audacity of the accusation. Don't feed the ego, he mentally reminds himself, forcing a neutral expression. It's not the words themselves, but the implication, a subtle challenge to his standing. 30 minutes and 20 seconds of staring down each other ensued, a ridiculous display of posturing. As it turns out, a prolonged standoff isn't exactly thrilling to watch. And then bam! Grid makes an appearance, shattering the tension and leaving everyone stunned. Damon's reaction, masked naturally. Right then, let's dive into this mess. Damon, our boy, finds himself in a spot of bother. Turns out some goons aren't as easily dispatched as he anticipated, and they've managed to drain a chunk of his power. Seriously? Goons stealing power now? The audacity. Hez visibly rattled, which is a first. Abuur, of course, throws in a verbal jab because someone had to be unnecessarily provocative. It wasn't a physical blow, but it clearly struck a nerve. A calculated attempt to destabilize him. Then Grid arrives, and the sheer scale of his strength is surprising even to Damon. He knew Grid was strong, but this is a whole new level of ridiculous. A passive skill activates amidst the chaos. A tiny detail, but Damon's already cataloging it for later exploitation. His face? A masterpiece of controlled neutrality hiding the internal scramble to reassess the situation. Honestly, the man's composure is almost impressive considering. Damon's face remained an unsettling mask even as Grid's power slammed into him. Honestly, is this the best they've got? It's not the physical impact that's jarring, but the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Everyone's suddenly aware that this isn't going to be the predictable beatdown they anticipated. A flicker crossed his expression, a ghost of something deeper than annoyance. Probably a calculation of how much energy those goons managed to siphon off before Grid's entrance. They think they're clever, draining my reserves, as if I haven't dealt with worse. Of course, Abuur had to chime in with a verbal jab, because someone always does. It's a classic move, undermine confidence, exploit any vulnerability. But our boy visibly flinched, not from pain, but from the deliberate attempt to throw him off balance. Then Grid's attack landed a shockwave of raw force that left everyone momentarily stunned. It's not the words themselves, but the implications that sting, and Damon is already cataloged. Honestly, the sheer audacity. What kind of monster's strength is those? It's almost comical how these guys think they can rattle him. They truly believe a few taunts and a slightly stronger hit will break me. Please. Of course, Abuur had to inject his brand of wit into the situation, attempting to chip away at Damon's composure, a classic tactic, exploit perceived weakness. It's not about the words themselves, actually. It's the attempt to disrupt his focus. A flicker barely perceptible crossed his face, a quick calculation of how much energy they managed to leech before Grid decided to make his entrance. Then Grid's attack landed a shockwave of unexpected force that left the onlookers momentarily stunned. It wasn't the impact itself, but the implications that stung the sudden shift in the power dynamic. Damon remained impassive, a mask concealing whatever thoughts raced behind his eyes. The room was thick with unspoken questions, and our boy was already cataloging everything. A palpable tension settled over the group. A warning about a precarious activation condition rippled through the ranks, and honestly, it wasn't entirely unexpected. He registered the unease flickering across their faces, but our boy remained largely unperturbed. A flicker of surprise brief as a dying ember crossed his face, though he'd likely bury it later. If Head just busted out Krantz, this whole charade would be over, he mused, already calculating the most efficient route to dismantling whatever challenge lay ahead. Rowright's panicked outburst, "No, the one in danger," was almost comical. Head already assessed the situation naturally. Doubt clouded his expression, a silent battle within his own mind as he questioned a power he barely grasped. Of course, the arrogant young master had to make his grand entrance, now flaunting his strength, a transparent attempt at intimidation. The warning about the activation condition hung heavy, predictably causing a stir amongst the group. Rowright's outburst was, frankly, a bit much wanted. He registered the surge of panic, a calculated observation, not genuine shock. These theatrics are tiresome. The stats confirmed his suspicions. A significant breach of his defenses easily bypassed a detail head file away for later analysis. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face, revealing inner turmoil. A brief surprise quickly suppressed because showing weakness isn't exactly a winning strategy. Krantz would solve this quickly, he mused, already mapping out a dismantling plan. His words stung, revealing a hidden frustration and a withheld power, and A offered no comfort as the tension thickened. What really? Then I have to buy a Hyacion-sorbing group capsule, right? Honestly, the things this system expects. He figures that if he doesn't acquire one of those, he's going to be stuck with some very unpleasant side effects. His words struck a nerve, revealing a hidden frustration Head long suppressed. Krantz predictably responded with a flash of something dangerous in his eyes, a silent threat. Typical, he thinks, so much for subtlety. Grid's words hinted at a looming challenge, a clear attempt to stir up trouble, but his reaction remained remarkably level, showing emotion is just bad strategy. A brief smile masked a deeper tension, a calculated move to deflect suspicion because letting them see you sweat is a weakness they'll exploit. The air thickens naturally because it can't just have a calm moment, can it? Our boy's frustration is practically radiating off him, and it isn't just about the cryptic posters cropping up. Those things are just a visual representation of the larger unease, of course. Hez acutely aware of the withheld power, the subtle digs from those around him. Krantz's response was predictable, a flash of annoyance that screams, "I'm not happy you're making me work." Honestly, procuring a Hyacion-sorbing group capsule is now a priority. The system demands it, and Hez not about to deal with the consequences of ignoring those demands. Then, as if the universe delights in piling on, Doran's ring vanishes. Fantastic, he thinks, just what I needed. It's a vulnerability exposed, a crack in the facade, but hell use it, of course. Showing emotion is just bad strategy. A brief smile masked a deeper tension, a calculated move to deflect suspicion because letting them... The room practically vibrated with disbelief as Grid's challenge sent ripples through the halls, reflected in those ever-present unsettling posters. Honestly, a little subtlety would be nice, he mused, observing the reactions. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Predictable, really. Krantz always telegraphs his displeasure. It's almost insulting how transparent he feels. The posters, of course, had to escalate things, hinting at some looming unforeseen event. Great timing, he thought dryly, as if things weren't complicated enough. Another flash of annoyance crossed his face, disrupting his practiced composure. It's a performance naturally masking the calculations whirling behind his eyes. Acquiring a Hyacion-sorbing group capsule just became a higher priority. Then, just to add a delightful twist, Doran's ring vanished. Fantastic, he thought, a brief controlled smile playing on his lips. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, a subtle shift in composure. Honestly, Krantz telegraphs his displeasure like a marching band. It's almost insulting. He figures that this predictable reaction is just another layer to peel back another data point in his growing understanding of this place. The posters naturally had to escalate things, now hinting at some looming event. The cryptic message, "I have gained a lot of information," bounced around in his head, prompting a scan of the surroundings, searching for hidden meaning behind the unsettling claim. Annoyance deepened, but he maintained the facade, a calculated move to deflect suspicion. Acquiring a hyacinth-absorbing group capsule just became a higher priority. Fantastic. Well, isn't this just delightful? Doran's ring, a perfectly serviceable recovery item, just vanished. Honestly, the system's gotta have a sense of humor, right? Hez internally sighing because naturally something inconvenient always happens when Hez trying to maintain a low profile. It's a classic. The plot demands it. Our boy's annoyance is palpable, though expertly masked, as he registers the loss and immediately pivots to assessing the implications. The cryptic posters, of course, decide to chime in, now flaunting their unsettling messages, because subtlety is so overrated. Hez now dissecting their taunts, calculating the potential threat, all while Krantz is overreacting like it's a competition. A great sword with long sword speed? Seriously, the system's creativity is something fantastic. Annoyance radiated as Grid registered the poster's taunting challenge. A fair fight, really? The audacity. He catalogued the demand, dismissing it as a provocation, and internally prioritized acquiring a hyacinth-absorbing group capsule because something always complicates matters. Doran's ring's sudden disappearance amplified his frustration, but he masked it expertly, calculating the risk, while Krantz predictably overreacted. Well, isn't this awkward? A power signature just slipped on Grid's screen, suggesting a hidden curse. Delightful. As if his life weren't complicated enough, the air itself shifted, a blatant challenge from Doubt, because naturally a moment of respite is just begging for a power play. Apparently whispers of a potential defeat have already reached Doubt, and Hez loving every second. He figures Doubt's words, "You fall into a ton's stacks," were designed to sting, and they did. But our boy isn't one to cower. A spark of defiance ignited in his gaze, his already calculating, cataloging the threat. Because of course nothing ever goes smoothly. Grid's now visibly struggling, questioning the very fabric of reality. This isn't just a fight, it's a glimpse into something far more unsettling. Doubt's words, predictably laced with psychological jabs, managed to chip away at Grid's carefully constructed composure. He catalogued the sentiment, a classic villain tactic designed to exploit perceived weaknesses. Honestly, the audacity, our boy mused internally, dismissing the attempt as a transparent provocation. It's always the arrogant ones, isn't it? Doubt's challenge forced him to acknowledge a latent insecurity, a whisper of doubt about the extent of his power, a feeling Hed diligently suppressed. The flicker of vulnerability that crossed his face was almost imperceptible, a brief disruption of his usual stoicism. Blackening. A significant health cost he registered, already calculating the potential consequences. A minor inconvenience, nothing he couldn't manage, of course. Nothing ever goes smoothly. There is no reason to yield, he muttered, cataloging Doubt's bluster, as precisely the sort of predictable villain posturing one expects. Honestly, a Windrararare, he thought, noting the rarity designation, acquired in the "Where was I?" As it turns out, activating the secret hero title unlocked some effect, probably something useful, although he hadn't had time to fully assess it. Grid's resolve visibly faltered, an unusual occurrence, but he expertly calculated the risk while absorbing the psychological assault. Doubt's words, predictably laced with taunts, forced him to acknowledge a latent insecurity, a whisper of doubt about the extent of his abilities, a feeling Hed diligently suppressed. Blackening? The air crackled not with elemental energy, but with something far more insidious. Doubt's psychological assault. Hez putting on a show, predictably laced with taunts, forced him to acknowledge a latent insecurity, a whisper of doubt about the extent of his abilities. A feeling Hed diligently suppressed. Blackening? He registered, already calculating the potential consequences, a minor inconvenience naturally. It seems Doubt's power isn't just raw strength. It's a targeted dismantling of confidence, a tactic our boy hadn't anticipated needing to counter. Honestly, a Windrararare? The system is throwing curveballs as always, and Hez busy cataloging its quirks while simultaneously weathering the mental storm. My not her is waiting, doubt bellows and its classic villain dialogue, over the top designed to provoke, months of preparation, doubt boasts, and of course that exactly what makes this unsettling. The implication that someone's been specifically studying him. Doubt's words landed, and suddenly the arena isn't just about brute force, it's a psychological chess match. Our boy's expression flickered, a rare moment of genuine surprise, though he'd never admit it. Months of preparation? Seriously? He registered, already cataloging this new wrinkle in Doubt's strategy. Typical villain move, of course, flaunting the effort put into studying him. Shin Young's outburst, predictably defiant, triggered a desperate shield, a fleeting attempt to deflect Doubt's assault. A Windrararara, huh? Grid mused, analyzing the unusual energy signature. It isn't just about raw strength. It's a dismantling of confidence something had meticulously buried, and now visibly he falters, struggling to grasp the chasm between his perception and Doubt's true power, a rather inconvenient development. Grid braced, and Doubt's attack. Not exactly a welcoming committee. Seriously, this guy's been studying him like a thesis. The force visibly rattled him, a fleeting doubt crossing his face. A rare moment of vulnerability our boy usually keeps locked down tighter than a goblin's treasure hoard. His shield groaned under the pressure, a tremor betraying the inner turmoil. Of course, a taunt would do the trick. It ignited a spark of defiance, a desperate surge against an invisible weight. Then things got weird. A bizarre transformation unfolded before him, and the shock practically vibrated off him. What in the convoluted plot is that? His expression twisted disbelief, battling a dawning horror. This can't be real, he breathed, the words barely escaping his lips. Has questioning reality itself. You know, a Tuesday for a protagonist in this genre. It seems doubt isn't just strong, has messing with the very fabric of existence. A palpable shift hangs in the air, and then boom, our boy drops a bombshell. Naturally, this declaration sends a ripple through the competition, silencing the room and scrambling everyone carefully laid plans. He registers a flicker of uncertainty on his own face, a rare crack in that usually impenetrable facade. Seriously, this guy's been studying him like a thesis, and now he's seeing a power he can't comprehend. It's a testament to Doubt's strength, or maybe a sign that our boy underestimated the situation, a possibility he'd rather not entertain. The declaration ignites a shockwave, reshaping the entire landscape of this ridiculous tournament. But then things get truly bizarre, and his expression twists with disbelief, battling a dawning horror barely escaping his lips. His ultimatum landed instantly, destabilizing the competition's precarious footing. Predictable, really. Honestly, these tournaments always devolve into melodrama. A chilling realization dawned, underlining the true price of victory in this ridiculous charade. Doubt's declaration, as it turns out, wasn't just a power play. It was a calculated disruption, and our boy noticed the subtle ripple across the room. It's been a long fight. Someone sputtered, a desperate surge against an invisible force. Someone's clearly having a meltdown, typical. Then Korean dialogue erupted. Apparently someone's reminiscing about old times while offering a strange, almost playful challenge. Since we both dislike losing. Naturally, a suggestion of future collaboration emerged, complete with pest control services. Oh great, now we have a hero offering extermination. How charming. He registered a flicker of uncertainty, a rare breach of his stoic facade. Grid, seriously? That's your strategy? The arena shimmered, and suddenly King Azron was being touted as the key to some legendary item. Predictable, honestly. Our boy registered it all naturally, noting that these competitions always devolve into a theatrical display. Honestly, they couldn't just fight. He observed a skill unexpectedly evolve, sending ripples through the established order, while another contestant made a hasty exit, clearly adjusting their game. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face, a rare crack in his otherwise impenetrable stoicism. Grid, really? Pest control? Someone sputtered against an unseen force, and Korean dialogue erupted, reminiscences and a playful challenge regarding a shared distaste for defeat. It's a collaboration proposal, apparently complete with extermination services. Great, now we have a hero offering extermination. How charming. He registered a flicker of uncertainty, a rare breach of his stoic facade. Grid, seriously? That's your strategy? The arena's suddenly become a popularity contest, hasn't it? Honestly, these competitions always devolve into a theatrical display. Someone's declaration just sent ripples through the whole affair, revealing that King Azron is apparently the key to some legendary item. Predictable as these things go. He registered it all, naturally noting how these events always spiral into these elaborate power plays. A nagging feeling disrupted her focus, and she struggled to maintain composure, a visible shift in her expression, a flicker of something. Of course, the posters seemed to mock their carefree facade, a silent looming presence, as if even the decorations knew how ridiculous this all was. Honestly, they couldn't just fight? He observed a skill unexpectedly evolve, sending ripples through the established order, while another contestant made a hasty exit, clearly recalculating their strategy. Grid, really? Pest control? Someone sputtered against an unseen force. Korean dialogue erupted, reminiscences and a playful challenge regarding a shared distaste for defeat. A collaboration proposal complete with extermination services. Great now. Right, so things just got interesting. Our boy witnessed something. Apparently it's difficult to ignore what Hez seen, and naturally Hez changed his mind, Hez now demanding all the hearts. Honestly, the Emperor's involvement? Classic. Predictable, really. Hez playing a game of if the Emperor wants, which, let's be honest, is a terrifyingly vague directive. A ripple of annoyance crossed her features, a rare crack in the armor. Someone's not thrilled about this sudden power shift. Now Grid's offering pest control because, of course, he is. A shared history and a playful jab about losing. Wonderful, a team up. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's words? They weren't exactly a picnic, a desperate plea, echoing the weight of their situation, naturally. A flicker of doubt crosses his face, betraying the burden Hez been carrying. Honestly, you think the guy was single-handedly responsible for the apocalypse. Hez not wrong to feel the pressure. Of course the Emperor has to waltz in, doesn't he? A collaboration proposal? Pest control, no less? Seriously, that his contribution? It seems our MC is entertaining the idea, figuring that even a bizarre alliance might be the only way out. The reinforcements aren't coming, and herds of something are on the way. Fantastic. Just when things couldn't get any worse. Someone's back apparently, and it's not exactly a welcome party. Doom looms naturally. Right then, let's dive in. Apparently someone just survived a direct hit from Throve? Seriously? Our boy is witnessing a blatant disregard for the laws of physics, and Hez not thrilled. As it turns out, the meticulously crafted plan, the one they all patted themselves on the back for, has completely derailed. Hez staring at the wreckage, realizing the whole thing is spiraling. Of course, the universe loves throwing curveballs when you're trying to save the world. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. It's a rare sight, actually. Hez usually radiating unwavering confidence, but the situation is clearly testing him. Hez questioning everything, and it's not a good look for the supposed leader. And naturally, a certain someone has returned, adding another layer of complication to this already messy situation. Doom, it seems, is knocking at the door. Honestly, Toon's losing it, and can anyone really fault him? But I've been helping with the move. He practically detonates, and the resentment practically radiates off him. It's not just about moving furniture, actually. It's a pressure cooker of feeling undervalued, a trope we're all seen before, but delivered with a surprising dose of raw emotion. Our boy registers this, of course, with a flicker of something. A minor status squabble, sure, but these little cracks always threaten to widen. As it turns out, Toon's outburst isn't just anger. It's a glimpse of deeper insecurities, the kind people usually bury under layers of bravado. The atmosphere in the room? Suddenly thicker than a politician's promises. Someone's back naturally because the universe clearly enjoys piling on the drama. Fantastic. It's no use trying to beg now. Toon's roars because naturally things escalate. Our boy, meanwhile, is internally cataloging this outburst. Leadership in crisis mode isn't exactly inspiring. You were definitely dead. How? Seriously, the sheer bewilderment radiating off Toons is almost amusing. A crack appears in his carefully constructed facade, revealing a flicker of genuine doubt. Well, isn't this delightful? He thinks the mighty leader's shaken. Of course someone's back from the dead, because why wouldn't they? It's after all. This resurrection isn't just a plot twist, it's a glaring neon sign flashing. Things are about to get significantly worse. Hez starting to wonder if their mission was ever viable, or if they're all just delaying the inevitable doom. Rear doomed. Someone just had to yell it, didn't they? As if we needed a neon sign to confirm the obvious. Our boy watched as Toon's carefully constructed composure cracked, disbelief twisting his features. A rare sight, actually. He figures that if anyone was going to crumble under the weight of impossible circumstances, it be the perpetually enraged leader. Of course, someone had to come back from the dead. It's practically a requirement for these kinds of stories, isn't it? Well, isn't this delightful? He mused, cataloging Toon's unraveling. Leadership in crisis mode isn't exactly inspiring, especially when the crisis involves defying the natural order. Doubt washes over him, a fleeting flicker that he immediately files away for later analysis. Mare's position rose further, and the Empire's favor depended on her. How convenient. It's fascinating, really, how easily people's entire worldview can be shattered by a single improbable event. He wonders if this is the point where the Empire's utter confidence in diverting the future principle, already a laughable notion, just became significantly worse. Hez starting to question if their entire mission was ever anything more than a delaying tactic, a frantic attempt to postpone the inevitable. Of course, Toons had to lose it, didn't he? The perpetually enraged leader's composure cracking is a rare spectacle, a testament to the sheer absurdity of the situation. Someone coming back from the dead? Expected, really, in a story like this. Mare's position rises further, and the Empire's favor now depended on her. How convenient. Doubt flickered in his eyes, a momentary lapse in his otherwise detached assessment, questioning the path ahead and the skills they possessed. He files it away. Emotional responses are data points, nothing more. The resurrection's limits, as it turns out, were utterly beyond any prior assessment, deepening his shock. Honestly, who expected that? Of course, the narrative demands a miraculous return at some point, but this is just ambitious even by the standards of this whole mess. Doubt momentarily clouded his expression, a flicker of uncertainty questioning the value of the time already expended. Hess calculating naturally. The Empire's faith in diverting the principle, already a precarious gamble, just became exponentially more fragile. Toons predictably lost it. It's a rare sight to witness such a controlled individual unravel, a testament to just how unsettling this is. Someone who was presumed beyond recall is back. I can't save Siren from collapsing all by myself. Someone shouts a statement that suggests a far greater burden than anyone anticipated. I thought all they had were headed folks. Another voice observes, clearly unprepared for this level of defiance. And then a completely unprompted, "You should be grateful I'm coming with you." The announcement hit like a physical blow, instantly vaporizing any remaining sense of composure. He registered the collective gasp. Predictable, honestly. "They're all trash, likely early brings descending like flies our boy," mused a detached observation as confusion flickered across his face. Resurrections, it seemed, had a few surprises up its sleeve. The limits were beyond anything anticipated. It's a rare sight to witness such a controlled individual unravel, a testament to just how unsettling this return is. Siren's near collapse want a shock, but a consequence. Hell need assistance, a burden he hadn't factored into his calculations. The Empire's fragile faith in diverting the principle just cracked wider. "Oh, thank you," someone exclaimed, predictably grateful. Then, because of course the narrative demands it, a blood warrior materialized, sword drawn, screaming about someone's home. A blood warrior. And then, completely unprompted, "You should be grateful I'm coming with you." Well, isn't this a delightful turn of events? An announcement seemingly innocuous just detonated the established order. Our boy's face? A masterpiece of bewildered confusion. Honestly predictable. These people cling to structure like it's their last lifeline. As it turns out, the resurrection process isn't following the script. A minor inconvenience, actually. A blood warrior naturally appears because, of course, the narrative requires maximum melodrama. Seriously, couldn't we have just had a strongly worded letter? Hez now being warned to avoid the three most dangerous people. A handy list, though Hez already got his own. Someone's offering unsolicited gratitude, and a sudden unsettling reaction provides a sharp contrast. Good. Let them sweat. It's entertaining. A larger unsettling truth is dawning on everyone, and Hez just sitting here enjoying the show. Well, isn't this a delightful mess? Our boy Ever the Pragmatist suggests a rather blunt solution to their predicament, cutting through the obstacles. Honestly, the sheer disbelief radiating from the onlookers is almost palpable. A human without a weapon displaying that kind of strength, they gasp. Of course, it had to be a martial artist. Someone who actually understands leverage and body mechanics, as if brute force is the only answer. Naturally, a blood warrior arrives, dramatically brandishing a sword. Because subtlety is so overrated, Hez already assessing the situation, recognizing the resurrection's instability. A minor hiccup in the grand scheme of things. The gratitude is a bit much, isn't it? And the unsolicited offer of assistance. Classic. Someone's practically weeping with thanks while another faces a study in dawning dread. Let them stew, it's far more amusing. You're not my opponent? Someone yells, and honestly the melodrama is already grating. Apparently, Legis, a name our boy now files away as some moan to watch, ranks just below the top tier. Good to know. Another status, obsessed windbag. The gratitude being showered upon him is excessive, to say the least, as if he wanted to resolve this little spat. Confusion predictably offers aid because that's what people do when they're clueless. His face, though, betrays a dawning realization, a flicker of genuine surprise at the display of strength from a human wielding no weapon. Amateurs always underestimate the power of leverage. It's a classic case of underestimating someone who understands physics, not just brute force. And naturally, a blood warrior arrives sword drawn because subtlety clearly isn't a priority here. Oh, great, more drama. Right, so chaos. Just when everyone thought things were settling, an announcement drops like a rogue meteor. Apparently, Legis is a somebody. Naturally, everyone's suddenly his biggest fan. Our boy's already cataloging this new ally, gotta assess the potential for backstabbing later. Someone's reminiscing about a past competition which honestly nobody cares about except them. Hez thinking seriously? A nostalgia trip now? Get a grip. Then a blood warrior bursts onto the scene, sword gleaming, because of course it is. Hez assessing the situation, noting how a kid abandoned by his parents no less is handling things with surprising competence. The MC wonders if this kid's got some hidden agenda or if Hez just genuinely that capable. It's a thought. Hez also picking up on a peculiar shift in Aaron's demeanor. Something about improved teamwork? Oh boy, that a recipe for disaster. The announcement hit like a poorly timed earthquake. Ligas apparently is more than just a pretty face. Naturally, everyone fawning now, and he's already cataloging these sudden allies for potential betrayals later. Someone's indulging in a pointless nostalgia trip. Seriously? Then, because the plot demands it, a blood warrior arrives sword drawn because subtlety is clearly optional. Hez assessing the kid abandoned by his parents, no less handling this with surprising competence. Is he genuinely this skilled, or does he have a hidden agenda? It's a thought. Hez also noticing a shift in Aaron's demeanor, a concerning display of teamwork. The air crackled with suspicion as farmers and knights locked eyes, a predictable setup, really. Someone's expression, however, suggested they grasped something the others didn't. A quiet amusement, perhaps. Probably something about how easily people fall for theatrics, our boy mused, already cataloging the knight's bluster. Then came the announcement Legis apparently isn't just a pretty face, Hez apparently a big deal. Naturally, the crowd is now showering him with praise, which immediately triggered a mental note, assess potential betrayals. A pointless wave of nostalgia washed over someone. Seriously? Before a blood warrior materialized sword gleaming because subtlety is clearly a forgotten art. Hez assessing the kid abandoned by his parents, no less handling this surprisingly well. Is he genuinely that skilled, or does he have a hidden agenda? It's a thought. The tension was thick enough to spread as farmers and knights stared each other down. A classic setup, honestly. Someone's amusement, though, suggested they saw through the charade, probably anticipating how easily these folks would be swayed. Then Legas naturally had to make an entrance, apparently more than just a pretty face. Everyone's fawning now, and Hez already cataloging these sudden allies for potential betrayals later. His shock was palpable as Legas' pronouncements shattered his composure. Confusion clouded his face, a stark contrast to his earlier posture. In other news, someone began a rambling string of titles and ranks that meant little to our boy. Seriously? Hez assessing the kid abandoned by his parents, no less handling this with surprising competence. Is he genuinely this skilled, or does he have a hidden agenda? It's a thought. The air practically vibrated with tension as the farmers and knights faced off. Predictably dramatic, isn't it? Our boy registered the unease, though noting the subtle amusement of someone who clearly saw through the posturing. Then Legas naturally had to make an entrance, radiating charisma like it was a personal responsibility. Seriously? Hez already cataloging these sudden allies, mentally earmarking them for potential betrayals later, because that's just how these things go. His carefully constructed composure fractured when Legas dropped the bombshell, of visible shock rippling through him. It's a thought. Damn it, our boy muttered, a familiar frustration bubbling up. Seriously, even with his blade's skill outpacing everything, there's still a significant gap, a frustrating detail to note. The blatant display of power, the blood of 1,000 people staining the ground, a gruesome trophy actually. It's all just noise. Confusion flickered across his face as Legas predictably made his grand entrance, radiating charisma like it was some sort of obligation. Of course, a list of titles and ranks followed, utterly meaningless to him. Hez assessing the orphaned kid, handling the situation with surprising aptitude, but is it genuine skill or a carefully constructed facade? It's a thought. Then Legas drops a bombshell, shattering the carefully constructed composure Hed cultivated. Hez cataloging these sudden allies, earmarking them for potential betrayals later, because that's just how these things go. The air crackled with suspicion, didn't it? Farmers and knights, a recipe for disaster. Our boy's face, though, a fascinating study in contrasts. One moment bewilderment, the next a flash of something almost amused. Honestly, even with Blades rewriting the rules, there's still a gulf, he mused. Of course, Legas had to arrive radiating an almost comical level of self. Importance? Titles and ranks? Just noise. Hess already assessing potential assets and liabilities naturally. Then Grid, bless his chaotic heart, decided to make an entrance. A sudden, frankly ridiculous display of power. Someone's been hitting the hidden stay boosts hard, he thought dryly. The onlookers are predictably stunned. Disrupting the established order? Please, it's barely a tremor. Confusion ripples through the ranks, a delightful side effect of someone shaking things up. Let's see how long this lasts before someone tries to claim superiority he anticipates. What kind of armor is that? Someone muttered a question that perfectly encapsulated the general bewilderment. Honestly, even with Blades rewriting the rules, there's still a gulf between what's expected and what's actually happening. Our boy, meanwhile, cataloged the sudden allies, appearing, earmarking them for potential betrayals, a standard operating procedure naturally. Legas predictably arrived, radiating an almost comical self-importance. Titles and ranks are just noise to someone who's seen what has seen. Then Grid, bless his chaotic heart, decided to make an entrance, shattering what little composure remained with a frankly ridiculous display of power. Someone's been hitting the hidden stay boosts hard, he mused dryly. Confusion clouded faces as Grid's unexpected power disrupted the established order, a delightful side effect of shaking things up really. Let's see how long this lasts before someone tries to claim superiority, he anticipated. The atmosphere thickened, a palpable weight of suspicion hanging in the air. Predictable, honestly, he cataloged the faces, noting the subtle shifts in posture, the barely concealed hostility. Someone struggling with the current situation, typical, our boy observed already, mentally filing away potential liabilities. Then Grid, bless his impulsive soul, decided to make a grand entrance, claiming mastery. A proclamation met with a wave of disbelief. A profound master? The question hung in the air, perfectly encapsulating the absurdity of the situation. Someone's been leveling up in secret, he mused dryly. Of course, this is exactly how things play out, a show of force, a challenge to the established order. It's a delightful disruption, actually, and he anticipates the inevitable power struggle that's about to unfold. Disbelief hung thick in the air, a predictable reaction to Grid's rather enthusiastic declaration of mastery. Honestly, someone needed to shake things up around here, he thought, cataloging the stunned expressions of the onlookers. Of course, the arrogant young master would be among the first to bristle at such a challenge to the established order. Grid, bless his impulsive heart, seems to have skipped a few steps in the subtle power grab tutorial. Someone really needs to read a guide on how to not announce your presence like a gong, he mused wryly. But then again, the more chaos, the better. Has been hitting the hidden stay boosts hard, and it shows, though perhaps a bit too overtly. But there's no point in being that strong, even as an assassin, a voice piped up. Someone clearly overthinking things. Typical, he noted. And if it doesn't work, you're dead. That's right, it's all hypothetical. Another voice added, desperately trying to downplay them. The relentless pursuit of experience has a way of attracting unwanted attention, and as it turns out, Grangel's cautions were more than just a grumpy old man complaining. A palpable dread began to suffuse the atmosphere, of feeling our boy registered with clinical detachment. Honestly, they're picking up on something he observed, cataloging the shift in the surrounding energy. Grangel's words, simple as they were, sparked a chilling realization, a subtle vulnerability in Black Obvian's usual stoicism, hinting at a deeper, unsettling truth. His face tightened, a silent struggle playing across his features as he grappled with the implications. This isn't about power levels, it's about something else entirely. Of course, the arrogant young master would be among the first to react, bristling at any perceived challenge. Typical. The incessant hunt for experience predictably hasn't gone unnoticed. Someone, bless his impulsive heart, wanted to know what class wielded that crimson blade, a question that honestly was a bit pointless even for an assassin. They're so fixated on the immediate they miss the bigger, he noted wryly, cataloging the stunned expressions of the onlookers. Grangel's simple query, though, seemed to ripple something deeper within Black Obvian's demeanor. His face tightened, betraying a silent struggle. This isn't about power levels, it's about something else entirely. Of course, the arrogant young master would be among the first to react, bristling at any perceived challenge. Typical. A flicker of unease crossed his features as various medical defenses were somehow enough to withstand the second horrific, a bizarre development even by this world's standards. His simple comment about power levels seemed to strike a nerve, didn't it? Predictable, really. The arrogant young master immediately bristled, feeling his status challenged. Honestly, these displays are tiresome, he mused, cataloging the reactions around him. Grangel's query, though, unearthed something deeper within Black Obvian's composure, a subtle tightening of his features, a brief flicker of, what? Unease? This isn't about strength. It's a problem of a different kind entirely. It's amusing how fixated everyone is on immediate gains, oblivious to the larger unfolding. Then various medical defenses somehow managed to withstand the second horrific, a bizarre development to say the least. He mentally noted the anomaly. It suggested something far more significant at play than a mere power imbalance. Right then, let's dive in. Black Obvian's thanks seemed heartfelt initially, but our boy's spider sense was tingling. A flicker, a tiny crack in that perpetually cheerful grin. Honestly, the over-the-top displays are exhausting, aren't they? Something felt off. Hez, noticing these subtle shifts, cataloging them because actually Hez not entirely convinced by the performance. A resonance notification blinks, a 20% boost immediately undercut by a red reduction. Huh, he thinks that peculiar. It's never just a straightforward power grab, is it? Grangel's questions predictably poked at something deeper than a simple annoyance. A vulnerability? The air itself seemed to grow heavy, hinting at a much larger, unpleasant truth brewing. Reinforcements are on their way naturally, because of course things rarely stay simple. That smile, it faltered. Just a hair, but our boy noticed. Black Obvian's gratitude felt off. Honestly, these meticulously crafted personas are exhausting. Is this genuine or another layer of the performance? He mentally flagged it because something about the unwavering cheerfulness felt manufactured. A resonance notification popped up, a 20% boost immediately undercut by a red reduction. Peculiar. It's never straightforward, is it? Grangel's probing questions predictably managed to unearth something beyond superficial annoyance, a flicker of vulnerability within Black Obvian's demeanor. Noget's warning cut through the tension, a desperate plea amidst the lingering aftermath, and then, poof, the smile vanished, replaced by a chilling doubt. His arrogance abruptly halted their advance, while Black Obvian's expression hardened, disbelief flashing across his face. Leams. Reinforcements arrived, predictably shattering the fragile tension. Honestly, it's always reinforcements, isn't it? They never let a decent brooding session happen. Grangel's probing words predictably unearthed something in Black Obvian's carefully constructed facade, a flicker of genuine unease. His face tightened, a silent storm brewing. Noget's warning proved prescient, and then poof, the smile vanished, replaced by a chilling doubt. Right, let's see what fresh hell our boy has wandered into. That head shape? Apparently it's a significant detail. Honestly, who assigns experience points for cranial aesthetics? A resonance notification popped up, a 20% boost swiftly negated by a red reduction. A classic system trick, isn't it? Grangel's predictably decided to poke the bear, and it turns out Black Obvian's carefully crafted cheerfulness was more fragile than a goblin's ego. A flicker of genuine unease crossed his face, a silent storm brewing, and Noget's warning, as usual, proved to be spot on, typical. Just when things were getting interesting, reinforcements arrive. Leams and his crew, they never miss a chance to disrupt a good brooding session. Now Black Obvian's expression hardens, disbelief flashes across his features, and he halts their advance. Do you think you're the only one who will suffer the same fate? Legas just erupted. Honestly, who knew the perpetually simmering pot of rage could actually boil over? Good? Let's see what this does to the atmosphere. A little chaos is always welcome. Aces predictably mirrored the shift, a dangerous calm replacing any prior expression. It's always amusing how these types telegraph their intentions. Subtlety isn't exactly their strong suit. The system, as always, is playing games, dangling rewards and snatching them away. It's almost insulting. Still, a momentary distraction is better than nothing. Black Obvian's carefully cultivated cheerfulness, it seems, was more fragile than he'd like to admit, and Noget's warnings weren't just pleasantries, were they? Now, with Legas' outburst and Ace's hardening gaze, the tension is palpable. Honestly, the theatrics. Our boy's already launching into a full-blown monologue about some upstart's power, as if anyone cares about his strength comparisons. Seriously, does every character need a dramatic origin story? Hez internally calculating the implications. A power surge like that isn't just impressive, it's a glaring anomaly. I've read about that form, right, because a textbook explanation is exactly what's needed to build suspense. The sheer scale of the power increase is alarming, actually. One hit, and suddenly everyone's scrambling. This isn't a flex, it's a red flag. Something's clearly not right. Then naturally someone bolts, accused, panicked, and fleeing like a cornered rat. Betrayal? A hidden connection? And as if things couldn't get more complicated, a painful weakness is exposed, coupled with some mysterious boon. Fantastic. Just what we needed. Right then, let's dive in. A power strike without the dramatic preamble? Seriously? Our boy isn't thrilled. Hez calculating the collateral damage. Excessive force isn't a victory, it's a liability. Hez already running the numbers because of course someone has to. Naturally, the situation escalates. Someone's fleeing accused of something nasty. A classic move run when you're guilty or when you're protecting a secret. Predictable yet still irritating. And wouldn't you know it, a painful truth surfaces about a weakness conveniently paired with some mysterious boon? Because why not? It's practically a requirement for these stories. He figures that if he doesn't get to the bottom of this sudden power surge, and the fleeing individual things are going to get messy. As it turns out, this whole situation smells like a setup. Right then, chaos erupts. Someone just booked it out of the room, dodging whatever drama they feels facing. Honestly, predictable accusations tend to do that. Our boy's already assessing the fallout. Unnecessary conflict is a strategic blunder. Hez mentally drafting a list of potential enemies, because of course a power display this intense isn't just a random occurrence. Apparently these folks weren't exactly making a first appearance, having already infiltrated before. Someone's dropping bombshells about a character's inherent weakness. A classic trope, naturally. She's denying everything, claiming ignorance, though she did receive some sort of mysterious boon. A blessing? A curse? Probably both, knowing our luck. This whole situation smells like a setup, and Hez betting it's far more complicated than it appears. The attackers framed their assault as a personal slight, a predictable justification for any power display. Our heroes quickly identified the lies, confirming the setup as accusations flew and someone bolted in panic, a reliably revealing reaction. His hasty retreat signaled a desperate gamble against a looming threat far greater than initially perceived, coinciding with the revelation of a character's inherent weakness and a mysterious boon. Though she denies knowledge, something feels amiss, and the entire situation reeks of... Right then, let's dive into Chong's delightful little breakdown. Apparently someone decided to poke the bear, or rather, excavate his buried past. It's a classic move, isn't it? Triggering a cascade of memories with a few choice words. Honestly, the melodrama. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled. A flicker of something unexpected crosses his face. Hez recoiling, practically vibrating with suppressed turmoil, as if the very posters on the wall are judging him. He figures that if he doesn't process this, hell'll be a mess. Of course, someone's pulling the strings here, exploiting his guilt. Predictable, really. A villain wouldn't just let a convenient weakness lie dormant. Chong's internal walls are crumbling, and it's becoming abundantly clear that his past isn't as buried as he thought. Someone wants him to feel something, and they're enjoying every second of it. The barb struck home, didn't it? Honestly predictable. A harsh word, and suddenly Chong's face contorted, a painful memory violently resurfacing. He recoiled, visibly shaken, like someone just splashed ice water on him. Great, now the past decides to crash the party. He figures that if he doesn't sort through this mess, I'll be a complete disaster. Someone predictably is enjoying this a little too much, exploiting a weakness he thought had buried. You've been holding up, unable to properly end your self-blame or anger. The accusation delivered with such theatrical flair feels less like a genuine critique and more like a deliberate jab. Someone wants to see him squirm. How tiresome. His internal walls are crumbling, and it's becoming abundantly clear that his past isn't as buried as he thought. Right then, let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Chong visibly recoiled, a classic reaction really. Someone managed to hit a nerve with a few choice words. He struggled to process the accusation, his gaze drifting, as if searching for an escape route, because honestly, who enjoys dredging up the past? He figures that if he lets these memories take hold, he's done for. Of course, the accuser had to be so theatrical, didn't they? It wanted genuine critique. It was a deliberate jab. How tiresome. His internal walls are crumbling, and it's becoming abundantly clear that his past isn't as buried as he thought. Someone is clearly having a bit too much fun exploiting a weakness he believed was long gone. It's almost comical if it weren't so irritating. The accusation landed, and Chong visibly flinched. Predictable, really. Someone clearly enjoys stirring the pot, doesn't she? He figures that if he lets these memories take hold, he's done for. His face tightened as he grappled with the words, attempting to reconcile them with a past he'd desperately tried to lock away. You brought this on yourself? The accuser practically yelled, a performance worthy of a stage play. Honestly, the melodrama is almost impressive. Now shock deepened as he questioned a past choice, one that seemed at the time reckless but now felt like a deliberate target. A flicker of pain crossed his face, a brief breach in his carefully constructed emotional armor. His internal walls are crumbling. Someone is clearly having a bit too much fun exploiting a weakness he believed was long gone. His past isn't as buried as he thought. The poster's message landed like a particularly nasty paper cut, a mocking reminder of a choice Chong thought had long since buried. Honestly, the theatrics were almost impressive. He felt his face tighten, a silent inquiry forming behind his eyes. How much does this person know? It's predictable, really someone reveling in stirring up old ghosts. As it turns out, Head underestimated just how tenacious those ghosts could be. If I let these memories take hold, I'm done, for he realized attempting to reconcile the accusation with a past Head desperately tried to compartmentalize. You know, the classic arrogant accuser trope. They always think they're so clever. Now a flicker of pain crossed his face, a brief vulnerability in his carefully constructed emotional armor. His internal walls are crumbling. Someone's clearly having too much fun exploiting a weakness he believed was long gone. His past isn't as buried as he thought. The accusation hung in the air, predictably delivered with the theatrical flair only an arrogant accuser could muster. Honestly, Chong recoiled, a subtle but visible tremor betraying the carefully constructed detachment Head cultivated. If I let this fester, I'm done for. He thought, the words echoing this taunting message, a cruel reminder of a choice Head desperately tried to bury. Someone clearly found immense satisfaction in dredging up these ghosts. It became abundantly clear that his past want as sealed away as Head believed. He felt his face tighten, an involuntary response as he silently assessed the situation. How much do they truly know? It's always the same with these types. They revel in the discomfort of others, oblivious to the damage they inflict. A flicker of pain crossed his face, a momentary crack in his emotional armor. His internal walls are crumbling. Victory's declaration just landed, and the air thickened, predictably because, of course, someone had to make a grand entrance. Honestly, Chong visibly recoiled, a tremor betraying the carefully cultivated detachment Head been rocking. Seriously? Now? He thought silently, assessing the damage. It's always the same. These types revel in the discomfort of others, oblivious to the damage they inflict. A flicker of pain crossed his face, a momentary crack in that emotional armor, his spent ages building. If this is how they're playing it, then things are far more complicated than he initially thought. As it turns out, Victory's words weren't just a declaration. They were a promise of confrontation, a shift in the established order that rattled even her. A hidden quest completion notification just popped up, which is a delightfully absurd detail amidst this tension. A silent response flickered across Victory's face, leaving him wondering just how much she truly knows. Victory's declaration hung in the air, predictably triggering a chain reaction. Honestly recoiled, a tremor betraying the facade of nonchalance Head meticulously crafted. Seriously? Now? He mused, already calculating the psychological impact of her words, noting how these types seem to thrive on the discomfort of others, oblivious to the damage they inflict. A momentary crack appeared in Roan's carefully constructed emotional armor. Those internal walls are crumbling, it seems. If this is how they're playing it, then things are far more convoluted than he initially assessed. A hidden quest completion notification popped up, a delightfully absurd detail amidst the mounting tension. Victory's declaration landed like a carefully aimed psychological attack, and honestly, our boy isn't entirely surprised. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, stirring the pot. It's a predictable display of dominance, but Roan isn't reacting the way she probably expects. Her confession sparked a chilling realization, shaking his understanding of everything, forcing him to question his loyalty and the established order. A little inconvenient, actually. Seriously. Now? He mused, already dissecting the psychological impact of her words, noting how these types thrive on discomfort. A hidden quest notification popped up, because why not add another layer of absurdity to this tense moment? Hez weighing options, calculating the implications. If I must borrow a hand, I would first want to take. It's a precarious game, and Hez playing it, then things are far more convoluted than he initially assessed. Victory's declaration landed, predictably stirring the pot, because of course the arrogant young master had to make an entrance. Honestly, our boy isn't even that surprised. He's already anticipating the predictable power plays. Seriously? Now? He mused, already analyzing the psychological impact of her words, noting how these types thrive on discomfort. Apparently no event unfolds without a mission prompt and a reminder that Arid once held a kingly position. A convenient tidbit, really. Someone's offering to pay any amount to gather younger talents for revenge, which is just peak drama. A masterfully crafted garment from the legendary tailor Kruer. Expected. Roan struggled to process Victory's words. A chilling truth began to surface, forcing him to question his loyalties. If I must borrow a hand, I would first want to take. It's a precarious game, and Hez playing it. Roan's expression tightened, a subtle hardening that spoke volumes as he wrestled with Victory's unsettling declaration. Honestly predictable. Someone always has to stir up trouble. If I must borrow a hand, I would first want to take. He mused, already mentally calculating the fallout. It's always a precarious game, and Hez playing it because, as it turns out, things are far more tangled than initially assumed. The silent battle raging within him, want about shock but about evaluating his understanding of the established order. Hez not surprised by the power shifts, just assessing the psychological impact on those around him. A convenient reminder of Arid's past prominence conveniently dropped. Someone's offering a fortune for young talent? Expected. And of course, Kruer is involved, crafting something ridiculously extravagant. The words hit Roan like a physical force, shattering the carefully constructed narrative had been operating under. Honestly predictable. Someone always has to stir up trouble. He didn't outwardly flinch, of course. Our boy isn't one for melodrama, but the silent war raging on his face was a dead giveaway. It wants shock. He felt more a jarring dissonance, like a beautiful melody suddenly played with the wrong instrument. Victory's cryptic farewell want a declaration of malice, but a calculated shift in the power dynamic, and he was assessing the psychological impact on those around him. If I must borrow a hand, I would first want to take. A precarious game Hez now forced to play. Roan's expression hardened, betraying nothing to the onlookers, but inwardly he was already recalibrating, evaluating everything he thought he knew. Arid's past prominence conveniently dropped, a subtle nudge reminding everyone who truly held sway. Expected. And of course Kruer is. The air thickened, didn't it? Rod's reassurance initially, a bomb quickly dissolved as her confession hung between them, a silent weight. Honestly predictable. Someone always has to throw a wrench in the gears, a brief, almost hesitant embrace, a fragile connection dissolving before it could truly form, then the silence. A consequence naturally of revealing something that fundamentally shifts the dynamic. Our boy isn't one for outward displays, but the internal war raging on his face was palpable. It wants shock more like a jarring dissonance. Victory's abrupt departure want a declaration of malice but a calculated power play, and he was assessing the ripples it sent through the group. Kruer predictably chimes in about procuring new equipment because of course someone has to introduce another layer of extravagance. Roan is now evaluating everything he thought he knew. Expected. The immediate aftermath of Rod's confession hung heavy. Honestly predictable. Someone always throws a wrench, doesn't she? He didn't outwardly flinch, of course, but inwardly he was already processing the implications. A jarring dissonance, not shock. Victory's abrupt withdrawal want a declaration of malice, more a calculated power play, and he was assessing the psychological impact on the group. Munich's ever the opportunist now introduces what seems to be a coveted item, hinting at a hidden job. Fantastic, our boy mused, just what we needed. Another layer of complication. Roan predictably is re-evaluating everything he thought he knew. Munich's cryptic words combined with Rod's silence amplified the growing distance between them. It's a subtle shift, nothing to the onlookers, but inwardly he knew that this narrative had been operating under had fundamentally changed. Confusion's face tightened, absorbing Munich's latest offering, a coveted item naturally. Honestly, couldn't we have a moment of peace? He thought, observing the shift in the room's atmosphere, as Rod's remained stubbornly silent. Of course, Rod's silence only amplified the growing unease, creating this palpable tension that even the most oblivious onlooker couldn't miss. He didn't react outwardly, not a twitch, not a sigh, but inwardly he was already running calculations, assessing the psychological impact of this sudden shift in dynamics. Munich's veiled suggestion, coupled with Rod's withdrawal, was subtly dismantling the fragile trust they managed to build. It's a narrative pivot, a realignment of power, and he was cataloging it all. Munux predictably just tossed another grenade into the room, a coveted item naturally. Seriously, does this group have a quota for dramatic reveals? He observed the reactions, Roan's brow furrowing as he tried to decipher the implications, while Rod's remained stubbornly, conveniently silent. Of course, Rod's silence only amplified the tension. It's textbook manipulation, really. The MC, however, want reacting outwardly. Let them stew, he thought, already assessing the ripple effect. Apparently this item came with a veiled suggestion, a job if you will, and a casual mention of the strongest player. Honestly, who gets that title? He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead, and they truly don't have the resources for a war even if it were possible. The air thickened, didn't it? Confusion registered Rod's bizarre confession, the implications of which landed with a palpable thud. His face, a perfect mask, hid whatever internal turmoil was undoubtedly raging. Honestly, the melodrama is dialed up to 11 today, he mused, already dissecting the situation. Munux predictably just tossed another volatile element into the mix, a coveted item naturally. Someone always has to have something everyone wants, don't they? Roans looked perplexed, trying to make sense of it all, while Rod remained stubbornly silent, a classic move in this ridiculous game. Let them squirm, our boy thought, already calculating the repercussions. A new strategy apparently involving some advantium weapon and a class between divine power was floated. Seriously, who gets to claim the title of strongest player? The item Munux presented want just some trinket. Apparently it drained mana at an alarming rate, a detail he registered with a sigh. Honestly, who designs these things, he mused, already calculating the logistical nightmare. A new generation was apparently rising, one that disregarded traditional magical hierarchies. A classic power shift, really. Rod's continued silence, of course, only amplified the awkwardness, a tactic designed to let others carry the burden of discomfort. A mere parasite, someone spat, contrasting this new player with their own protective alliances. Let them bicker, our boy thought, observing the escalating tension, the underlying threat palpable. What, you wonder? Do you want to die? A voice snarled, a predictable display of bravado. So they're crafting a weapon now. Apparently it's a gamber, whatever that is, designed for consistent damage output, a rather pedestrian goal, honestly. Dragon's Fang for the handle, of course, because durability is always a concern when you're building something that's supposedly channeling the power of Thor, the god of thunder, aka the Destroyer. Honestly, the naming conventions in this world are ridiculous, our boy thought, already assessing the structural integrity of the design. They're calling it Blacks, which, well, it's a name. Munux is pushing for invincibility. Ambitious considering the mana drain this thing is apparently going to cause. A logistical headache, truly, he mused, already calculating the resource expenditure. Forget about elegant design. They're aiming for raw, destructive potential. 15 days. That's how long our boy has been at this, and the result? A weapon that practically screams, "Don't mess with me." Apparently it involves Dragon's Fang and a not-so-subtle nod to Thor's hammer. Because subtlety is so overrated, Hez clearly driven, bordering on frantic, which isn't surprising, considering who Hez messing with. Someone's not thrilled about 15's little project and the threats are flying. It'll break your spirit, because naturally that's how these things work. Actually, the unseen antagonist's insecurity is leaking through a pathetic 3% soul falter. Really? It's almost endearing in a villainous sort of way. Hez building something powerful, something dangerous, and the silent challenge at the end? That's a promise of a spectacular showdown. Let's just hope our boy is prepared. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. You say the same lines every time you appear. Don't you get repetitive? 15's voice dripped with a boredom that was almost unsettling, considering the situation. Honestly, these grand pronouncements. So cliqué. Hez genuinely curious, though. Does the unseen antagonist even realize how predictable Hez become? Do you think you can bridge the gap with a new today? Our boy's calculating the energy output of the weapon, already factoring in the inevitable mana drain. Dragon's Fang, Thor's hammer, the usual power, fantasy checklist. It seems they share a goal as it turns out, but the how is what truly separates them. A soul falter at 3%? The insecurity is practically radiating off the unseen antagonist. A challenge issued a silent promise of a reckoning, and a dangerous new chapter begins. The sword was deemed useless, apparently. Honestly, what did he expect? Another conveniently powered artifact falling into his lap. Seriously, the melodrama. 15's frustration was palpable. Hez clearly not thrilled with this latest setback. It's almost amusing watching him wrestle with the process. It's a far cry from the detached demeanor he usually maintains. Then the unseen antagonist drops a line, a taunt really, and 15 recoils stunned. Predictable, yet effective. His demon eyes narrow, a silent challenge sparking. It's a classic power play, but our boy isn't reacting with rage, just calculation. His frustration boils over, eyes burning, a dangerous challenge radiating off him. That declaration, though, it actually cracked 15's composure, revealing a glimpse of something deeper. Because his body is literally woven from soul and magic, apparently it's like, well, find out. Right then, let's see what our boy 15 is up to. Apparently forging a weapon worthy of Thor himself isn't a simple afternoon craft project. Hez wrestling with the raw power of Dragon's Fang in the process is less than graceful. Honestly, you think after all this time Hed have mastered the art of convenient power-ups. But no, the narrative insists on making things difficult. The inspection function, whatever that is supposedly bridging the gaps and calming the weapon's fury. Good, because someone needed to prevent a catastrophic meltdown. Of course, the unseen puppet master decides to chime in, tossing a verbal jab that visibly rattles 15. A 3% soul falter? Please. The melodrama is thick enough to spread on toast. It's almost endearing to see his carefully constructed facade crack, revealing a flicker of vulnerability. His demonic eyes narrow, a silent challenge radiating outwards. It's a moment, a genuine crack in the carefully maintained composure, and it hints at something far. The old house practically screams secrets, doesn't it? Honestly, you think after all this, Pagma would have a dedicated safe room for forging legendary weapons? Hez questioning the enhancement process, now a rather dramatic pause highlighting the strain. 29 days of creation and destruction? Seriously? Hez demanding answers, a frustrated outburst showcasing the sheer weight of the task. As it turns out, high-grade items start at B, apparently, that a big deal. Hez worried about the cost, not just in materials, but something deeper. That subtle falter, a mere 3%, nearly shattered his carefully crafted composure, a crack revealing a genuine vulnerability. Right off the bat, Pagma's already spiraling. Of course, a major enhancement isn't just going to be sunshine and rainbows, is it? Hez questioning the price, and it's not just materials, actually, it's him. A chilling realization hits. This power comes with a cost to his very being. Fantastic, just what he needed, an existential crisis while crafting. Hez wrestling with a shift in priorities, a subtle change in his behavior, and it's not a pleasant feeling. A fleeting smile? Please. It's a desperate attempt to hide the turmoil. 29 days of creation and destruction. Someone's clearly overcompensating. The system naturally decides to drop a cryptic reward notification, a gamble no doubt, and Sides delivers a brutal honesty check. Hez got a long road ahead, and it seems his journey is just getting interesting. So Pagma finishes the enhancement. Big deal, right? Apparently a B-grade item is cause for celebration in this world. Honestly, the bar is low. But our boy isn't exactly throwing a parade. A flicker of doubt crosses his face because, of course, immense power always demands a price. It's not just materials, it's a piece of him. 29 days of relentless work, and Hez starting to wonder if it was all worth it. Then naturally a notification pops up, a system dangling a dangerous reward like a shiny trinket. As it turns out, the system loves to tempt. And who shows up to deliver a reality check? Sides, of course, because every protagonist needs a mentor to remind them how utterly flawed they are. Hez got a long way to go, and it's looking less like a heroic journey and more like a prolonged identity crisis. And in the end, a steel weapon remands. Apparently a B-grade item is cause for celebration in this world. Honestly, the standards are remarkably low. He stares at the stats incredible, but the minimum attack power is a concerning number. 29 days of relentless hammering and shaping, and this is what he gets. Of course, immense power always comes at a cost, doesn't it? It's not just the rare materials, it's a sliver of his own essence bound within the metal. Then naturally a notification pops up, the system ever eager to dangle tempting rewards, practically begging him to take a gamble. Submission to power is the law of demons, sides, states delivering a dose of brutal honesty. Hess got a long way to go and a lot to learn about what this power truly demands. Pagma stares at the reward notification, a dangerous gamble suddenly looking awfully tempting. Seriously, the system? Always with the veiled threats and promises of power? Hez weighing it all, the potential gain versus the inevitable cost. Because of course there is a cost. A silent war rages behind his eyes as he hardens his resolve. It's not a heroic stance, more like a pragmatic assessment of risk. I can't avoid it anyway. For now defends. He thinks a curt acknowledgement of the path ahead. The comics reveal sparks a surprising reaction, a brief flash of disbelief, a rare display of genuine surprise. He processes the information, a flicker crossing his face that speaks volumes about the burdens he carries and the difficult choices that lie ahead. Your attitude? Side's words landed like a physical blow, and honestly our boy wasn't entirely surprised. Of course, the stoic mentor would deliver a dose of brutal honesty right after a power-up. Seriously, does every cultivation story have to include this humble the protagonist phase? The disbelief radiating off him was almost visible, a silent war fought against the undeniable truth of his shortcomings. The system predictably chimed in with a reward notification, a dangerous gamble naturally, always dangling power like a carrot, doesn't it? Hez weighing the potential gains against the inevitable soul-crushing cost, because there always is a cost, a curt acknowledgement for now defense. It wasn't a heroic declaration, just a pragmatic assessment. And then a flicker of genuine surprise, a rare, unguarded moment revealing the burden he carries. This is incredible! Pagma registered the surge of power, a genuine flicker of surprise crossing his face, a rare, unguarded moment. He processed Side's brutal assessment, finding he was entirely shocked. Of course, the mentor would humble him after such a feat. His disbelief solidified as he wrestled with the echo of those harsh truths. Then, predictably, the system chimed in with a dangerous gamble for now defense. Right, let's dive in. Her statement, it detonated. Not exactly subtle, but effective. A ripple of disbelief crossed her features, a genuine crack in the facade. Honestly, she looks like Shez seen a ghost. Serves her right for playing untouchable, he observes naturally. Because what else does our boy do but analyze the chaos? The fragile truce? Obliterated. Of course, the narrative demands a dramatic shift. Then the digital onslaught begins. Accusations, flying systems glitching, a full-blown crisis. Predictable, really. Can't have a moment of genuine introspection without someone throwing a digital tantrum. Shez visibly shaken, which frankly is a welcome change. A declaration of support follows laced with a thinly veiled threat. Seems someone's playing protector now. Let's see how long that lasts. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's actions predictably triggered something. The school beauty, usually radiating untouchable grace, registered genuine shock. Doubt, that delightful little emotion, clouded her eyes, a silent question mark hanging where smug certainty used to be. Honestly, it's refreshing to see her off her game. As it turns out, a message, a rather pointed one, sent her composure spiraling. A digital assault followed, accusations flying like poorly aimed paper airplanes. Of course, someone couldn't let a moment of quiet contemplation happen without a system-wide meltdown. Shez visibly shaken, which actually is a welcome change of pace. Now a declaration of support dripping with a thinly veiled threat. Seems someone's decided to play the hero. Well, see how long that particular charade lasts. Right then, brace yourselves. Our girl just got hit with a digital smackdown that actually made her blink. Critical damage. Seriously, the system's being dramatic. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for the usually untouchable beauty, and honestly, it's a bit of a palate cleanser. Finally, a crack in the flawless armor. Took long enough. As it turns out, a cleverly worded jab triggered this whole cascade of chaos. Predictable, isn't it? The moment she showed a hint of weakness, the system decided to throw a tantrum. Hez, noticing Ares is lagging behind, needing to catch up fast. Honestly, the power scaling in this place is ridiculous. The MC, ever the pragmatist, is already calculating mana expenditure for a distraction, because naturally he has to be the one to clean up this mess. A declaration of assistance follows, but with a certain edge. Someone's playing the hero. Let's see how long that lasts. Right then, let's dive in. Apparently, our protagonist thought a little recuperation time was the perfect opportunity to, well, whatever in Roy means. Honestly, the phrasing is suspect. Anyway, someone's combat instincts are apparently still kicking, which is good because things are about to get messy. Of course, the narrative couldn't let her enjoy the moment. Ares decided to throw a wrench in the works with a rather pointed accusation. He figures that if he doesn't stir the pot now, someone else will, and wouldn't you know it? Doubt. It actually surfaced. She visibly recoiled, a rare display of genuine surprise, Hez realizing that even the most formidable individuals can be rattled by a well-placed verbal strike. A promise of assistance arrives predictably, but with a thinly veiled threat simmering beneath the surface. Let's just say things aren't going to be simple. Right, so she thought a little swamp stroll was in order? Bless her naivete. Our boy apparently anticipated a trap, and Hez not wrong. A swift burst of power, because naturally Shez always cleaning up messes and Hez already pushing his limits. Almost out of stamina. Seriously? Hez just getting started. He figures delaying her recovery is a priority, whatever twisted logic fuels that. Of course, the overground members, those paragons of virtue, are now offering assistance. Predictable. And then, naturally, accusations fly. A genuine flicker of surprise crosses her face. Even the most formidable can be rattled by a well-aimed jab. Someone's attempting to manipulate her position, but Shez not buying it. The core issue remains unchanged. A promise of aid arrives dripping with a subtle threat, because heroes rarely come without strings attached. Now a digital assault? Fantastic. The system's stability is questionable, to say the least. Things are about to get complicated. Right then, let's get to it. Our boy just got served a hefty dose of reality, courtesy of a rather blunt warning his attacks. Apparently, they can't be dodged. Naturally, a sliver of doubt creeps in. The meticulously crafted plan suddenly looks a bit fragile. Hez questioning everything, isn't he? It's always the quiet moments of introspection that precede the chaos. Furbel predictably isn't helping. Boasting about his dominance, dropping unsettling hints about his capabilities. Honestly, the arrogance is almost impressive. Actually, it is impressive in a "this guy's about to be a problem" kind of way. A glimpse of genuinely amusing stats pops up, prompting a fleeting investment consideration, quickly squashed. Because let's be real, this isn't a game of collecting shiny things. Hez bracing himself, already anticipating the inevitable the top power display. A booming voice cut through the tension, a rather dramatic entrance, wouldn't you say? Naturally, everyone looking around bewildered, trying to pinpoint where this sudden demand for attention originated. Honestly, the theatrics are exhausting. Our boy thinks, already mentally cataloging the potential power dynamics at play. It's always the loud ones, isn't it? The source remains elusive, adding another layer of intrigue to this already messy situation. As it turns out, someone is orchestrating this whole show, and the subtle threat inherent in the awakening demand isn't lost on him, Hez assessing, calculating. Does this aid come with strings? Probably a whole tangled mess of them. And then, of course, Furbel had to chime in with his boasting, because every story needs a ridiculously overconfident antagonist. The arrogance is almost predictable, he notes dryly. A fleeting stay display appears. A tempting prospect for any power, hungry soul. Consideration quickly squashed. Because let's be real, this isn't a game of collecting. Right, so our boy's having a moment. A long moment, apparently, judging by his internal monologue about scaling this ridiculous obstacle. Honestly, the dramatic entrance was almost too on the nose. Furbell naturally had to insert himself because someone needs to loudly announce their superiority. Hess practically vibrating with smugness, isn't he? Our MC, meanwhile, is doing the mental math, assessing the power difference, the potential traps, the general unpleasantness of the situation. Then bam, an attack. Slow, supposedly, yet somehow he fails to dodge? Seriously? It's a humbling experience, to say the least. A bewildered exclamation escapes him, a tiny crack in the facade of confidence he's been cultivating. Hez realizing perhaps a little too late that his assumptions were optimistic. This isn't going to be a stroll in the park, is it? Palmas? Seriously? What a colossal waste of potential, he mentally notes, already dismissing the fleeting stay window. No point chasing arbitrary numbers when survival's on the line. As it turns out, the current grid is apparently invincible in close combat, and has been gifted a measly 59-something. Honestly, the sheer audacity of Furbell's entrance is almost comical. Naturally, the arrogant antagonist had to make a grand display of dominance. Our boy, however, isn't impressed. Hez calculating, assessing the power gap, the likely traps, the general unpleasantness of the situation. Then, predictably, an attack. Slow, they said, optimistic. Furbell's arrival? Of course, the scenery had to dramatically shift, a declaration of dominance echoing through the room, predictable yet unsettling. Honestly, does anyone ever make a subtle entrance anymore? He figures that if this feels the greeting, any notion of a straightforward path just evaporated. The temperature-dropping want just atmospheric. It was a physical manifestation of the dread settling in, one by one. Seriously? This isn't a hunting trip, it's a survival scenario. The MC's cheerful mask faltered a crack, appearing as Furbell's words sunk in, Hez realizing his assumptions were optimistic, to put it mildly. Palmas and his precious stats? Suddenly feeling a little less impressive, aren't we? The room's warmth vanished, replaced by a chilling certainty. This isn't going to be easy. Actually, it's going to be a brutal fight. Right, let's dive in. Our boy's plastered-on grin just evaporated, didn't it? Turns out, castles aren't known for their hospitality. Who knew? Furbell's casual claim of mastery want exactly a warm welcome. A flicker of doubt? Rare for him, actually. Hez starting to suspect all those carefully laid plans, the meticulous calculations based on Palmas' profile might have been optimistic. Of course, the arrogant young master had to chime in, boasting about surpassing Rebecca's. Seriously, couldn't he have found a more subtle way to crush the MC's spirit? The message on the wall only amplified the dread, a chilling reminder that this isn't some training exercise. Hez realizing that underestimating this foe isn't just a mistake, it's a death sentence. It seems the Empire's secrets are far more dangerous than he anticipated. The strain on Palma's face was palpable, a rare display of discomfort that spoke volumes. Hez handling an immense burden alone, actually. The weight of expectations and the sudden realization that his meticulously crafted plans might be flawed. Rare's pitying gesture was almost insulting, a stark reminder of how far he'd fallen from his perceived position of strength. They vanquished the boss, yes, but a self-destruction would have been a far less embarrassing outcome than this current predicament. Of course, Furbell had to swoop in the quintessential arrogant young master to casually dismiss Rebecca's power, a direct jab at Palmas' own inflated assessment of the situation. No matter how busy you are, you need to show the world. The echoing words were less a proclamation and more a gauntlet thrown. His doubt deepened the sound of Furbell's boast reverberating, and he struggled to comprehend the potential consequences. Confusion clouded his face, a rare display of genuine bewilderment. Honestly, the audacity. Our boy Appa is questioning Grid's leveling speed, as if he hasn't benefited from convenient plot armor. Of course, the Santless and Guardian Knight have impressive stats. It's a expectations, right? Something's amiss, though. Grid's silence is never a good sign. Hez mentally preparing for a headache because being the designated protector is less noble duty and more professional punching bag. Then the delightful news arrives: Grid's leveled up 3 times. Palmas is probably having a myocardial event. He anticipates a swift, uninspired demise because, let's be honest, his life is a constant cycle of dodging Grid's escalating power. Actually, this could be interesting. A declaration about Grid's identity is coming, and it smells like trouble. Ragnus Sword Dance Level 3? Seriously. He figures that if he doesn't move now, he's inviting a swift, embarrassing end. Palmas feels likely rethinking every life choice that led him to this moment, and honestly, who can blame him? Taunts about a massive level difference sting, and it's a direct jab at Palmas' own inflated ego. Destruction would have been a far less embarrassing outcome than this current public falling from his perceived position of authority. The room's posters offer no comfort from the unsettling words. It's a classic setup. The arrogant young master's arrival to stir the pot, of course. Right. So our boy, the Santes Knight, was attempting a rousing speech, as if anyone cared, Hess feeling the pressure, naturally, being the designated protector when the person you're protecting is experiencing exponential power growth isn't exactly a stress-free gig. A fleeting smile? Please? It's a mask, folks. Grid just jumped 3 levels and Palmas is likely evaluating his entire career. Honestly, the ego blow is probably worse than a goblin ambush. Predictably, the young master decided to grace them with his presence. Because every power up needs a conveniently timed interruption, doesn't it? Then bam, a room, altering announcement, it's a human. Seriously? That's the bombshell? Suddenly the mood shifted and our boy realizes has got a whole new layer of problems to contend with. This isn't just about power levels anymore. This is something else. Hez burying the fluster, isn't he? A classic move, harden the expression. Pretend the revelation about Grid being a human didn't just throw a wrench into everything. If that skill level continues to climb, feels talking thousands of damage, he thinks already calculating the implications. Honestly, Palmas is probably having a full-blown existential crisis right now, trying to figure out how to manage a powerhouse that just outstripped his entire career trajectory. Predictably, excitement bubbles as Grid launches into an explanation about the artifact's potential, gesturing wildly, of course, because subtlety isn't exactly his strong suit. Then, abruptly, the room's festive mood vanishes. This isn't just about raw power anymore. Something deeper is stirring, Shell. The artifact's potential initially sparked a flurry of excitement, honestly a predictable reaction considering Grid's sudden surge in power. Typical fanfare, really. Hez already running the numbers. If this thing's power is conditional and Hez pushing the boundaries, Palmas is going to be pulling his hair out trying to manage this. Of course, the room's decor offered absolutely no solace as the mood shifted with the announcement of Grid's humanity. If that skill level keeps escalating, we're talking thousands of damage, he assesses, carefully masking his surprise. Palmas is likely having an internal meltdown, questioning his entire career trajectory. Then abruptly, the artifact's limitations surfaced, extinguishing the festive atmosphere. This isn't a simple power struggle anymore. It's something far more complex. You've taken 15,250 damage. Appa's exclamation, dripping with a forced apology, was honestly a bit much. Hez already bracing for Palmas' impending aneurysm. The man's entire career trajectory is dependent on Grid, not turning into a walking disaster. Of course, Grid, ever the showman, waves off the damage like it's a mosquito bite. It doesn't even itch, he declares naturally. Honestly, this is precisely why artifact handling should come with a manual. Then, a casual observation. A tribold, not even nobility, flawlessly blocking a blow, highlights the absurdity of the situation. Something tells me Grid's rapid ascent isn't just about raw power, it's about defying expectations and probably driving everyone else insane in the process. Grid's outburst predictably triggered the expected fallout, and Palmas is likely already drafting his resignation. His hardened expression and the ensuing silent threats are hallmarks of a power struggle, demonstrating that this isn't about raw strength but appearances. Grid's defiance hung heavy, demanding answers and sparking a direct challenge to the established order, a confrontation fueled not by malice but by his continued disruption of expectations. Honestly, the building's name? Young Wu Building? Seriously? Someone clearly didn't consult an architect or a fire marshal. And Yora's here too, apparently working security in Korea after being a forereader. He figures it's a convenient way to keep an eye on things, a little too convenient actually. Still, Our boy's speed remains unsettling, even with the tournament charade concluded. It's always been a point of contention in Grid's affairs ever since the Pope incident naturally. The gossip mill churns. It's all about Grid's leveling secret, the hottest topic in the kingdom. Apparently has been sequestered skipping meals and sleep, which would spark a full-blown investigation if anyone other than the higher-ups were involved. This is great news, though. Consistent success for the rest means more opportunities. A ceremony? Really? They're treating this like a social gathering while planning what sounds suspiciously like a targeted assault on vampires. Naturally. Honestly, these Templar Second Division types couldn't organize a picnic, let alone a strategic operation. Assel's attempt at a warning about Burns' increasingly isolated state just underscores how bizarre this whole situation is. Posters plastered everywhere serve as a constant unnerving reminder that something's rotten. Then, predictably, Burn loses it. Hez questioning the plan loudly, and of course, where's Grid? Nowhere to be seen. Typical. Hez probably off calculating the optimal angle to avoid a stray fireball. His disbelief is palpable, radiating outwards because this plan smells worse than a goblin's armpit. Burns having a moment, and honestly, who can blame him? This plan is ludicrous, a ceremonial execution of vampires with a fixed damage modifier, truly inspired. Hez questioning the whole thing and the fact that Grid is Mia. Predictable. He figures they're all so desperate for a win they're willing to throw logic out the window. Of course, the arrogant strategists are treating this like a formality while ignoring glaring flaws. It's almost comical how little they understand. A fixed damage? That's just asking for a counter. It's likely the boss in this city will be something truly awful, as if the situation weren't already bad enough. To escape, it appears, the team faces a choice: perish or utterly dominate the boss. Typical. His disbelief is palpable, radiating outwards because this plan smells worse than a goblin's armpit. Honestly, the relief of taking down one minor threat barely registers. Hez already dissecting the bigger. Apparently someone's proposing a ceremonial vampire execution, complete with a fixed damage modifier. Seriously? Do these people even understand basic boss mechanics? Of course, the arrogant strategists are treating this like a formality, blissfully ignoring the glaringly obvious flaws. It's almost comical how little they grasp a fixed damage. That's practically an invitation for a counter. Burns having a moment, and rightfully so. This plan reeks. Predictably, our boy is nowhere to be seen, probably calculating the odds of survival against whatever monstrosity awaits in this city. They're so desperate for a win, they're willing to ignore common sense. Typical. His disbelief grows as the plan's viability is questioned, Grid notably absent. Right, let's dive in. A seemingly harmless moments ago now detonates a rather unpleasant truth about inherited power. Honestly, another descendant with a baggage claim? Just what we needed. Our boy's already calculating the fallout because naturally these things rarely come without strings attached. A level-up notification pops, a standard system formality he barely registers. His too busy assessing the bigger. Your level has increased. The system drones as if that's the most pressing issue right now. Then it hits him. Bram, Yungt, and Hell are all converging somewhere. Of course they are. A predictable trio of powerhouses amassing. This smells like trouble, and Hez already mentally preparing to dodge the fallout. Grid's conspicuous absence from the planning sessions, deliberate. Hez learned that proximity to disastrous schemes often results in becoming collateral damage. His absence predictably is fueling doubt amongst the others, and that spark of uncertainty? That's dangerous. The air thickens, doesn't it? Because of course a simple question regarding his capabilities just cracked something open. He observes her, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face as she stumbles over her words, a predictable reaction when someone's carefully constructed reality starts to crumble. Honestly, another descendant with inherited baggage. Just what we needed. The silence that follows isn't some brooding, dramatic pause. It's a calculated move, a deliberate withholding of information that only amplifies her growing discomfort. Accusations veiled in polite language start to surface, hinting at dangerous artifacts and escalating conflicts. Bram, Yungt, and Hell converging? Naturally. Our boy is already running simulations factoring in potential variables because proximity to disastrous schemes often results in becoming collateral damage. A level-up notification blinks utterly irrelevant to the impending chaos. Honestly, the tension is palpable, isn't it? It's like a flimsy house barely holding together and our boy isn't exactly helping. Hez pointed out the blatant power discrepancy, a jab so subtle yet so devastating. 10 direct descendants? Of course, the narrative conveniently forgets to mention that little detail. Hez meticulously dismantling her carefully constructed facade, a predictable reaction when someone's reality starts to crack. It's amusing, actually, how easily these descendants crumble under pressure, another one burdened with inherited baggage. The silence isn't dramatic, it's a strategic withholding away to amplify her discomfort and force her hand. Hez already running simulations factoring in Bram and Yunk's potential involvement, because naturally proximity to dangerous artifacts and escalating conflicts always means hell become collateral damage. Shez the only one who can destroy him, so it's best to, well, let's just see what happens next. Rather than needlessly endangering everyone, he figures finishing this quickly is the priority. Honestly, the tension was thick enough to spread on toast. Then he drops it. A calculated jab about the power disparity, and of course the narrative conveniently forgets to mention the 10 direct descendants. It's amusing how fragile these inherited legacies are, isn't it? Her face tightened, a flicker of disbelief, crossing her features, a predictable reaction when someone's carefully constructed reality starts to crumble. His accusation landed, shattering her composure with unexpected force, a strategic withholding amplifying her discomfort. Hez already factoring in Bram and Yunk's potential involvement. Naturally, proximity to dangerous artifacts and escalating conflicts always means hell become collateral damage. The air thickened naturally because any scene with potential for drama must have thick air. Our boy's words landed like a physical blow, and honestly, the shock on her face was almost predictable, a flicker of disbelief, battling with something deeper, something she clearly wasn't ready to reveal. Honestly, these inherited legacies are so fragile. A single well-placed jab and the whole facade cracks. Head anticipated this, of course, factoring in how carefully constructed her reality was. Then came the real kicker, a direct, brutal question about her ability to parasitize her own body, a jab designed to cut straight to the core of her power. Her face froze, stung, and for a fleeting moment the composure Shed so diligently maintained shattered. Bram and Yunks are probably circling already. Collateral damage is practically guaranteed. What kind of body have you obtained? Honestly, a question designed to dismantle a carefully built facade. Her disbelief was almost comical, predictable considering how fragile inherited legacies usually are. He anticipated the shock factoring in the layers of deception shed and constructed. Bram and Yunks are probably circling already. Collateral damage is practically guaranteed. The system just dumped a title on him, Blood King apparently. And honestly, who needs another label? Our boy's already got enough on his plate. As it turns out, his latest volley of accusations landed squarely, shattering the fragile tranquility between him and her. Disbelief rippled across her face as the weight of his words truly settled. Predictable considering how meticulously crafted her reality is. Honestly, these inherited legacies are so fragile. A single well-placed jab and the whole facade cracks. Then came the direct question about her parasitic abilities, a brutal probe designed to expose the core of her power. Her composure faltered, a brief telling crack in her carefully maintained mask. Bram and Yunks are probably circling already. Collateral damage is practically guaranteed. Now Shez questioning his sanity about raising a skeleton, but he's already mentally assessing the necklace. Repurposing it is the next step naturally. Sigh, fine. Ill raised the skeleton while using this too, he announces, because apparently acquiescing to bizarre requests is now part of the job description. Honestly, who needs another title like Blood King anyway? Seriously, the system just keeps piling on the labels. It's like it's trying to make him a walking advertisement. Hez already internally calculating the effort required. Raising a skeleton and equipping it isn't exactly a casual pastime. I have to raise it and give it weapons myself. He questions because naturally the universe wants to make things needlessly complicated. He considers the necklace already envisioning its potential for weapon crafting. Repurposing it is the next step naturally. Disbelief tightened her expression, a silent question hanging in the air, which predictably stemmed from the fragility of her meticulously constructed reality. His words sparked disbelief, halting her thoughts about weapon crafting potential. "Oh dear, you are just bones," he declares, escalating the tense atmosphere. "Bram and Yunks are probably circling already. Right? Let's do this." The MC naturally is now tasked with raising a skeleton, because apparently that's how things work now. Honestly, the system's insistence on these ridiculous titles is grating. Blood King, really? Hez already assessing the effort involved. Raising a skeleton and equipping it isn't exactly a walk in the park. He questions why he has to do everything himself, because of course the universe loves throwing extra steps into the mix. He considers the necklace envisioning its potential for weapon crafting. Repurposing it is the next step naturally. Disbelief tightened her expression, a silent question hanging in the air, predictably stemming from the fragility of her meticulously constructed reality. "Oh dear, you are just bones," he declares, escalating the tense atmosphere. "Bram and Yunks are probably circling already." Haven's cryptic warning hangs heavy, doesn't it? As if the landscape itself is mocking their predicament. Honestly, the universe couldn't just drop a convenient plot device? A shimmering portal, maybe? Our boy isn't exactly thrilled with the sudden shift in atmosphere, especially when a hostage situation Patreon naturally is involved. Kolo's wind is proving to be a genuine nuisance, and Haven's exasperated outburst is almost endearing. Shez probably picturing a leisurely picnic, not battling gale, force winds while dealing with a potential crisis. Apparently someone's dropping hints about a piece of information worth billions. Billions. Suddenly raising a skeleton seems a lot less important than securing a fortune. Hez already assessing the situation, calculating the potential gains versus the risks. Of course someone has to be angling for a piece of the pie. Bram and Yunks are undoubtedly sharpening their metaphorical knives. It's a delicate dance proving worth without exposing vulnerabilities. Right then, let's dive into this mess. Kingen predictably is holed up at the Northern Mint, because where else would the self-proclaimed game's king hide? Our boy naturally isn't thrilled to be dealing with a hostage situation involving Patreon. Honestly, the universe just loves piling on, doesn't it? As if things weren't already unpleasant, now Hez navigating this. Of course, Haven's dramatic sigh about the wind, pure theatrics. Shez probably just annoyed she can't braid her hair properly. Someone's dropped a bombshell information worth billions. Suddenly raising a horde of undead seems quaint. Billions, huh? Time to recalibrate priorities. Asher's presence, as always, triggers some inferiority complex in the envoy. Predictable angling for validation. Bram and Yunks are undoubtedly circling, sharpening their metaphorical knives, eager to prove their worth. This isn't just a rescue mission. It's a power play, and our boy is already calculating. Right, so Reden's muscle isn't enough to get Patreon back? How original? Of course, the rescue mission has to be immediately fraught with peril. It's almost insulting how predictable this is. Her outburst? A brittle facade naturally. Someone's desperately trying to hide something. Probably a power play. And that chilling declaration? Someone's already planning a headcount, aren't they? Always a headcount. Then the envoys start wringing their hands, genuinely concerned about Asher's involvement. Honestly, the anxiety is palpable. You really think we'll lose? Someone's clearly having a crisis? Almost all of our members are participating, because throwing bodies at a problem is always the solution. Piro and Combander, more is more, they declare. Oh, how wonderfully insightful. Apparently, sheer numbers will magically solve everything. Someone needs a reality check, and fast. There is a piece of information worth billions at stake here, so let's hope this more is. Right, so the desperation is palpable. Our boy is determined to prove something, naturally, because proving worth is always the priority. Apparently, he's the first of his class to achieve something significant. A Duradon, no less. Honestly, the fanfare is a bit much even for this world. As it turns out, this little trinket holds information valued at billions. Billions. It's almost as if someone deliberately wanted to create a bidding war. Of course, the envoys are in a panic fretting about Ashur's involvement. They're genuinely worried about potential losses, which is amusing considering how often they blunder into situations. Piro and Commander predictably are advocating for overwhelming force. More is more, they proclaim. Because subtlety was never their strong suit, Hez already anticipating the inevitable chaos. It's not a rescue, it's a status game with a hostage and a data breach on the side. Red's outburst questioning the commander's capabilities hung in the air, a blatant challenge to authority, naturally. He figures that this is the precise moment someone has to destabilize the established order. It's practically a requirement for these kinds of stories. The commander's face, a fleeting flicker of disbelief, confirmed it. The carefully constructed facade was cracking. A cryptic message hinting at a forgotten conflict, and a guardian's fate offered a glimpse into something far larger than this petty power struggle. His titles suddenly broadcast ignited an immediate and surprising challenge. Footsteps echoed, a silent but potent response. Honestly, it's almost comical how easily these displays of power can unravel. It's like watching a house of cards built on arrogance. The traps set for Reds vanished, a rather anticlimactic development, honestly. As it turns out, the commander's pronouncements about protecting their homeland, a guardian's duty apparently, sounded awfully dramatic even for this world. Even above death, he declared. Hez already calculating the fallout. These grand speeches are always followed by someone declaring their intention to join him in the afterlife after destroying Reden. Typical. Red's ever the pragmatist identifies himself as a lifeline, not an enemy, and insists they can't leave the dungeon. He figures that this is precisely the kind of forced bonding ritual these types of organizations love. And of course the commander's titles just blared out, triggering a challenge. It's almost comical how swiftly these displays of power crumble. Right, so the commander, bless his heart, decides to declare himself a guardian. Honestly, the melodrama was palpable even for Reden. Our boy naturally clocked that this was a prelude to some martyr complex, because of course someone's already prepping to sacrifice themselves. He swiftly positioned himself as a necessary asset, not an adversary, because abandoning the dungeon? Unthinkable? Hez playing the long game, recognizing manufactured loyalty as a tool. Predictably, the commander's grand pronouncements triggered a challenge. The power dynamic crumbled faster than a stale biscuit. Then bam, a horde of people just appeared. Seriously, who summons a chaotic crowd? The commander's authority, reduced to rubble? And this one a well-trained unit, mind you. They looked like they never seen a meal, let alone a battlefield. Honestly, the situation just became exponentially more complicated. The noise outside the fortress was predictable. Honestly, who expects a challenge to not happen the instant someone declares themselves the final great something or other? He registered Valatin's presence amongst the challengers, a quick mental note about the assassination of Prince Request du Grid, always good to know who owes favors or who holds grudges. Of course, Valatin is involved. It's practically a trope at this point. The commander's declaration of being a guardian felt less like a noble stand and more like a theatrical prelude to a martyr complex, something our boy anticipated. Positioning himself as an asset, not an opponent, was simply a matter of long-term strategy. Abandoning the dungeon, wanton option. And then, as if on cue, a chaotic crowd materialized. Seriously, a horde of what appeared to be refugees. The commander's authority is now effectively dust. The fortress' fragile peace shattered as a wave of people flooded the room. Predictable, really. He registered Valatin's presence amongst the throng, a minor detail given the impending chaos. Honestly, who expects a challenge to not erupt the moment someone declares themselves the final great something, or other? A flicker of surprise crossed the commander's face, a telling sign. Words alone won't win a war, as the commander's challenge hung heavy in the air. Positioning himself as an asset, not a rival, feels merely strategic. Abandoning the dungeon, wanton option. It's almost comical how quickly authority crumbles when confronted with a genuine disruption. Right, so our boy is wading through the fallout of his latest triumph, and it's not exactly a parade. Turns out being the chosen one comes with a hefty dose of existential dread. A flicker of uncertainty crosses his face, a rare crack in the carefully crafted image he projects. Of course, the refugees are fleeing, adding to the delightful ambiance. We can't even keep up. Someone shouts, because someone always has to state the obvious. Then naturally the power scaling goes completely off the rails. A stone? Seriously? His prized sword, a weapon Head bragged about, gets batted away by a rock. He realizes this isn't just brute strength. This opponent is surgically dismantling his defenses. Hez not just hitting hard, Hez exploiting weaknesses. Something's deeply wrong, and it's not just about this fight. It's a harbinger of something far worse for everyone. The weight of recent events settled on him, a tangible thing pressing down on his shoulders. It's funny, isn't it? How swiftly the perception of a hero can shift when the dust settles. Head positioned himself as an asset, not a rival, a calculated move. Abandoning the dungeon wasn't an option. A brief moment of uncertainty, a rare crack in his composure surfaced as refugees fled the chaos. Honestly, who expects a triumph to be met with accolades? He questioned the cost of victory, the sheer volume of lives lost under his command, a haunting echo of the choices Head made. Then naturally the power scaling went completely bonkers. A rock? Seriously? His prized sword, the one Head practically bragged about, deflected by a simple stone. This isn't just strength, this is surgical precision dismantling. A shadow descends, and honestly, it's not just about the immediate threat. It's a harbinger of something far worse, something bigger than this single skirmish. Hess starting to realize this isn't about brute force, but a surgical dismantling of everything he thought he knew. Rieden's Lord's words echo in his mind, a constant reminder of the lives lost, a grim tally that makes his self-proclaimed heroism feel awfully hollow. Honestly, who expects a parade when they're knee-deep in rubble? Doubt flickers across his face, a rare crack in the detached facade Hez so carefully cultivated. The refugees fleeing the chaos aren't just displaced people, they're a tangible weight on his shoulders, a consequence of his choices, and then naturally the power scaling goes completely bonkers. A rock? Seriously? His prized sword, the one he practically bragged about, deflected by a simple stone. This isn't just strength, this is surgical precision dismantling. Honestly, someone should check on Rieden's. Hez having a moment. Apparently Hez questioning whether Rieden ever oppressed anyone. A sentiment that, certainly a choice right now. It's a classic case of misplaced priorities, isn't it? Of course, the first Rokal family had to fail to surpass the Born, because why have things be easy? As it turns out, both Steranal and Gauss kingdoms are destined for ruin, a conveniently ominous prophecy to add to the pile. Hez realizing the weight of those words, the tangible cost of his actions. The MC, ever the pragmatist, acknowledges Hez just a common soldier now needing to rebuild because, let's be honest, the hero act isn't exactly paying dividends. And then bonkers. A rock? Seriously? This isn't just strength, this is surgical precision dismantling. Hez not just facing an enemy. Right then, let's unpack this mess. Apparently our boy isn't just a private anymore, Hez ours. Honestly, the writers couldn't resist, could they? A title that carries weight. It's a bit much, isn't it? Hez scrambling naturally, trying to process this sudden identity shift. Who is Ars anyway? The fact that it's him, a grunt from Rieden, is just spectacularly inconvenient. Hez attempting to grasp the implications, noticing a critical oversight. A blind spot, if you will. Good, at least Hez still thinking. Of course, the first Rokal family's failure had to pave the way for this. Now Hez got legal restrictions on harming a noble prisoner to contend with a delightful complication. And as it turns out, this power comes at a price. A hefty one. Hez realizing that rebuilding isn't just about strength, it's about navigating a mine. Right, let's get this straight. Someone just dropped a bombshell, our boy feels apparently arse. Arse. As if the plot needed more layers. Predictably, the room erupted. He didn't stick around to argue naturally. Running is always the most sensible option when your entire identity is suddenly questioned. Honestly, you think Head have anticipated this kind of flare. The sheer disbelief radiating from everyone is almost comical. Hez struggling to process it, which, let's be honest, is a bit rich, considering Hez been manipulating events for ages. Of course, a convenient prophecy and a fallen family had to pave the way. Now we're knee-deep in noble prisoner protections, delightful, and as always, power comes at a cost. A significant cost. Hez just beginning to realize how much Hez gambled, and the odds are looking increasingly stacked against him. Triumphantly, she declared victory, and honestly, the room's reaction feels predictable. Another complication, naturally, confusion visibly washed over him, a fleeting display of something resembling surprise. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez likely to be swamped in a tide of accusations and frantic explanations. Of course, the arrogant noble had to make a grand entrance, didn't she? It's almost comical how these situations always escalate. His denial crumbled, echoing the earlier proclamation as it bounced off the walls, and Hez, now realizing that rebuilding isn't just about brute force, it's a delicate dance around legal loopholes and ancient privileges, noble prisoner protections, delightful, and as always, power comes at a cost, a hefty one. The room's collective gasp was almost comical. Naturally, the arrogant noble had to make a grand entrance, didn't she? He watched detached as confusion visibly rippled across his face, struggling to reconcile the reality with whatever carefully laid plans had been clinging to. Another complication, naturally. It's fortuitous that they're more focused on the guest appearance itself, honestly. His denial crumbled, echoing triumphantly's proclamation as it bounced off the walls. Rebuilding isn't just about brute force, it's a delicate dance around legal loopholes and ancient privileges. Delightful. Well, isn't this just delightful? Of course, the arrogant noble had to make a grand entrance, didn't she? Our boy watched utterly unfazed as the room collectively lost its composure. Apparently, someone decided to drop a bombshell that he, our humble private, is actually an ARS. Honestly, the melodrama is almost exhausting. He figures that if he didn't brace himself for this kind of accusation, he'd be completely blindsided. Now, according to the continent's Kanban law, you can't just go around offing noble prisoners, a detail that will undoubtedly complicate things. Naturally, killing a noble prisoner is forbidden by noble law. The Overground Guild, having poured all their world time into wealth and power, is likely thrilled with this development, even if it's not quite what they expected. Hess gained great power, and it seems it came with a sorrowful massacre, a hefty price tag as it always does. It's amusing how these characters operate within such rigid structures. Ham's got a shockingly light class schedule, apparently. Honestly, who needs lectures when you're busy manipulating global power dynamics? He certainly doesn't. Then, naturally, the Duke arrives flanked by a young lord, because, of course, the arrogant nobility has to make an entrance. They're here to settle a score from a past defeat, a predictable display of bruised ego, repaying grid, really. How quaint. Our boy isn't exactly sweating this. Hez already noting the increased dark magic defenses, the systems practically throwing him power-ups. The clock of vengeance again. It's always fascinating to watch these plot devices materialize. The Silver Knight Guilds scramble to cut off supplies to Kokro Island. Standard operating procedure, it always does within such rigid structures. Ham's class schedule is shockingly light, isn't it? Honestly, who needs lectures when you're orchestrating island supply cuts, a standard power play, naturally? Hez already calculating how to exploit their desperation. A crisis is just an opportunity in a tailored suit. Then, predictably, the Duke arrives with a young lord eager to settle a score from a past. How quaint. Our boy isn't even mildly concerned, Hez noting the increased dark magic defenses. It's almost like the system is throwing him another power up. Lantier's methods seemed disturbingly familiar, sparking a chilling realization, and his face tightened, reflecting a growing dread about the implications. A chilling realization dawned, twisting his expression with unsettling familiarity. It's always fascinating to see how these plot devices materialize. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's just realizing his detection skill is still stubbornly online. Seriously, does it ever not? And Hez already pinpointing the source. Naturally, the Duke arrives trailed by a young lord practically begging for a confrontation. Predictable, isn't it? As if this academy weren't dramatic enough already. But something's off. Those plastered posters? They trigger a disconcerting echo in his mind. Hez not just feeling dread. It's a chilling recognition. Hez battling a silent war against a rising sense of foreboding, actually. Lantier's methods, they're disturbingly familiar. A realization hits him, a nasty one, about someone's manipulative tactics. It's like watching a play Hez already seen, and he really didn't enjoy it the first time. The conversation that follows? Tense, revealing a hidden agenda and a distinct lack of trust. Someone's playing a long game, and the way things are unfolding, it's abundantly clear something's rotten in this academy. Our boy's detection skill naturally refuses to take a break, relentlessly pinpointing something. And wouldn't you know it? The Duke arrives trailed by a young lord practically auditioning for a brawl standard academy drama, really, honestly. Do these nobles ever miss an opportunity to be insufferable? He notices the posters plastered around and a disquieting familiarity washes over him. It's not just dread. It's a chilling recognition of a pattern, a method, Lantier's approach. It's disturbingly reminiscent of something Hayes seen before. A nasty realization dawns: someone's manipulating events with unsettling precision, like a puppeteer pulling strings. Hez already lived through this performance and loathed every second. I just tidied up the surroundings for a conversation. One of them says, as if this blatant power play feels a casual chat. The conversation itself is all veiled threats and thinly disguised agendas. Right then, let's dive in. The Duke waltzes in, trailed by a young lord practically tripping over himself to get noticed. Predictable, isn't it? Our boy, though, is operating on a completely different level, analyzing the power plays like they're a particularly dull board game. Honestly, these nobles think they're so clever. They haven't the faintest clue I've seen this song and dance before. Posters begin appearing and a flicker of recognition crosses his face. Not fear, precisely, but a disconcerting sense of déjà vu. Someone's been busy leveraging territory and souls with a casualness that almost insulting. They think they're being discreet? Please. It's an unreasonable request, naturally, but Hez agreed, and a troubling echo of past events reverberates. Buried memories, it seems, are clawing their way to the surface, leaving him visibly unsettled. A warning arrives, cryptic as ever, and the discomfort is palpable. "When you open your eyes, you'll be the Emperor of the East," he murmurs, and honestly, the line is ridiculous even for this world. His wife, playful teasing, follows a blush coloring her cheeks. Standard romantic fluff, really. Honestly, the theatrics. She thinks she's being subtle, but I've navigated far more elaborate schemes than this. Of course, the Duke waltzes in, trailed by a young lord, practically tripping over himself for attention. Predictable, isn't it? It's a blatant power play, masked as a casual chat, and he's analyzing it with the disinterest of a chess master observing pawns. Then the posters appear, revealing a disturbing connection to the West's influence, triggering a disconcerting sense of déjà vu. Please. A troubling echo of past events reverberates. Her words, laced with a playful sting, managed to prick at something he hadn't anticipated, a flicker of genuine vulnerability. Honestly, the theatrics. She thinks Shay's being subtle, but our boy has navigated far more elaborate schemes than this. A blush betraying a deeper anxiety beneath the teasing feels standard romantic fluff, really. Honestly, the system loves its predictable tropes. Then, predictably, the Duke arrives trailed by a young lord practically tripping over himself, a blatant power play disguised as casual conversation. He analyzes it all with the detached amusement of a chess master observing pawns. The posters then appear, and suddenly a troubling echo of past events reverberates, a disconcerting sense of déjà vu washing over him. Please. A warning arrives, cryptic as ever, and he murmurs about becoming the Emperor of the East, a line so ridiculous even he cringes. The sheer volume of something, he can't quite place it yet, threatens to overwhelm him, a dizzying scope far beyond their little corner of the world. Honestly, the system loves its grand reveals, doesn't it? As it turns out, their seemingly isolated city is just a speck on a much larger map, a fact that feels unsettlingly familiar. Her teasing predictably managed to stir something up, a cascade of buried memories and questions Head rather leave undisturbed. Of course, the Duke and his obsequious young lord had to arrive a power play masquerading as polite conversation. He analyzes their movements with the detached amusement of a strategist, but her words triggered something deeper. He visibly recoils, struggling against the implications of her inquiry, a flicker of genuine discomfort betraying his carefully constructed facade. Please, not this again. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's attempting domestic bliss naturally, but the West isn't content with letting anyone have a peaceful existence, are they? Apparently their quaint little city has limits. Population limits, specifically a detail that should have raised eyebrows sooner. Of course, the posters popping up everywhere hinting at a suppressed ability, a forgotten power, aren't helping matters. Hez trying to play it cool, but a flicker of genuine apprehension crosses his face. Unwelcome memories clawing their way to the surface. His wife's playful jabs are, as always, a surprisingly effective interrogation technique. Hez scrambling for explanations, but the more he deflects, the more she suspects a connection to the West's machinations. Hez visibly unsettled, a stark contrast to his usual composure. Seriously, the system couldn't have picked a less complicated hobby. It seems a cryptic warning feels on its way, and Hez dreading what it might unearth. A cryptic warning reverberates an unwelcome reminder of past missteps. Deadlines always deadlines. He visibly recoils, a wave of discomfort betraying his usual stoicism. Apparently the system chose the most complicated life possible. His wife-pointed questions sting, revealing a doubt she can't dismiss, and of course Hez scrambling for an explanation. These people are insane. He exclaims, frustration momentarily cracking his facade. Seriously, dealing with fanatics is never on the itinerary. Seriously, 2 tiers of vampires? The system clearly has a twisted sense of humor. Hez experiencing the absolute nadir of monster encounters, and honestly our boy is starting to question the whole setup. 1,000 tries? This is supposed to be a challenge, not a tedious chore. Of course, a regular NPC wouldn't stand a chance against his skill level, which apparently rivals Can's. That's a low bar, admittedly. His wife casual prodding isn't helping. Hez sniffing out something Hez not immediately sharing, and Hez scrambling to deflect, because naturally this is all spiraling into something far more complicated than a simple monster hunt. He recoils slightly, the system's machinations pulling him back toward past deadlines, an unwelcome burden resurfacing. He exclaims, frustration momentarily cracking his facade. Seriously, dealing with fanatics is never on the itinerary. Seriously, system? 2 tiers of vampires? It's almost insulting, Hez enduring the absolute nadir of monster encounters, which naturally the system seems to find hilarious. This is supposed to be a challenge, not an endurance test. Of course, a regular NPC wouldn't stand a chance against his skill level, which apparently is only slightly better than Can's. A remarkably low bar, honestly. His wife casual prodding isn't helping. Hez sniffing out something Hez desperately trying to hide, because naturally this is spiraling into something far more complicated than a simple monster hunt. He visibly recoils, deadlines, always deadlines, pulling him back toward past obligations, an unwelcome burden resurfacing. It's amusing, actually, the system's insistence on rewarding a trivial victory with a quest reward so high. He wonders if it's some sort of twisted joke or a hint at something far more sinister. Right, so another delightful setback. Our boy's attack just completely whiffed, exposing a rather glaring flaw in the system's design. Apparently, even he isn't immune to a strategically placed dodge. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as the reward numbers stubbornly refused to reflect the utter mediocrity of the encounter. Honestly, 2 tiers of vampires? The system's sense of humor is questionable, to put it mildly. Hez enduring what can only be described as the lowest of low monster encounters a situation the system naturally finds hilarious. Of course, a standard NPC wouldn't stand a fighting possibility against his capabilities, which are apparently only marginally better than Can's, a truly depressing benchmark. And then fiery posters erupt, spreading like some sort of grim announcement hinting at something brewing within these walls. All this, and Hez still stuck with a reward that feels like a deliberate. The system, bless its illogical heart, continues to deliver rewards that feel less like encouragement and more like a cosmic prank. Seriously, this reward? It's insulting, honestly. He wonders if this feels some elaborate test or a sign of a fundamental flaw in the entire reward structure. A vampire nest, barely a threat, he muses, and supposed to be ecstatic about this. Then naturally the system throws in a dodge he almost misses. I barely dodged that? He thinks, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. It seems even he isn't immune to a well-placed maneuver. The reward numbers stubbornly remain pathetic, a depressing reflection of the encounter. As if to underscore the absurdity, fiery posters suddenly erupt, spreading across the walls like a grim visual announcement, a rather ominous development considering his current state of frustration. Seriously, the system has a bizarre sense of humor, doesn't it? Our boy stares at the reward, disbelief practically radiating off him. A vampire nest? That was the big challenge. And the reward is this. He figures that if this is what constitutes a victory, the entire structure is built on quicksand. Of course, the system has to throw in a near miss just to remind him that it's still in control, even if it's being utterly ridiculous. It's almost insulting, honestly, a cosmic middle finger to his efforts. As it turns out, the explanation only deepens his frustration, challenging his understanding of power dynamics. Hez questioning the reward's true value, a tightening of his features betraying the annoyance Hez desperately trying to suppress. Then naturally fiery posters erupt, spreading across the walls like a grim visual announcement, a rather ominous development considering his current state of frustration. Right, let's dive in. Our boy's world just tilted on its axis, didn't it? A weapons supply contract. Seriously, the power balance is shifting, and Hez realizing the whole game might be rigged. Hez thinking, of course, the system loves to throw a curveball when you're feeling good. Posters plastered everywhere aren't exactly soothing the rising panic. Then the bombshell. A confession dripping with self-blame and a crushing weight. Honestly, the melodrama is palpable, but also a previously unknown responsibility. Intriguing. His face is a masterpiece of frustration, a vital truth surfacing, apparently. It seems Hez been carrying a monumental burden hidden for far too long. Actually, this could be bigger than he initially thought. The system, as always, has a way of keeping things interesting. You're the guy from this morning, the voice cuts through the air, and honestly, a confrontation was inevitable. Of course, the system throws a mysterious figure into the mix just as our boy starts to feel comfortable. Hez already assessing the situation, analyzing tone, posture, everything. The divine apparently are crafted from Grid's unexpectedly stellar performance, a detail that more irritating than surprising. The system's reward structure is always designed to be just a little bit infuriating. You must-be known I could do it, and showed that consideration, right? He presses, and it's clear this isn't some random encounter. A deal, a connection to his father, a monumental burden revealed a previously unknown responsibility. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's world just tilted on its axis. Apparently, someone made a deal with his father. Seriously? Of course it's a deal, because subtlety is for the weak. The quest? A complete miscalculation. An SSS rank isn't just a good grade, it's a flashing neon sign screaming "you're in" way over your head. Hez realizing the Easter continent isn't just a place, it's a scheduling nightmare demanding his immediate attention. Honestly, the system's got a twisted sense of humor, doesn't it? And the inherited knowledge? Apparently it's substantial. Someone helpfully points out the garden forage food detail, because why not add a layer of absurdity? Someone clearly enjoys watching him squirm. A dark chuckle escapes him. This isn't over, it's just getting interesting. The sheer scale of the problem just keeps escalating, doesn't it? 2,000 monsters, moving like a coordinated army and slaughtering civilians. Honestly, it's a textbook disaster. Someone clearly enjoys watching him squirm. Hez processing the implications. This isn't just a monster horde, it's a sign of something far larger, a looming catastrophe. Apparently, the system's reward structure is always designed to be just a little bit infuriating. As it turns out, his earned an SSS rank quest, a blatant flex from the game itself. Honestly, the system's got a twisted sense of humor. Hez already calculating the extra experience points. 30% is a decent bump, but it doesn't alleviate the growing unease. The inherited knowledge, which someone helpfully pointed out, included foraging for orange food detail, because why not add a layer of absurdity hints at a deeper, more complex challenge, a colony of something it seems. He chuckled, finding dark humor in the overwhelming quest schedule ahead. Right, so our boy is attempting a spell, a big spell, and naturally it's being thwarted, not by a fearsome beast or rival mage, but by incessant irritating chatter. Honestly, is this some kind of elaborate prank? A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, subtle of course, his not about to let them see has rattled. Hez already questioning the entire operation, mentally discarding the helpful magic stick. A stick? Seriously? This is what I'm relying on. A sharp retort follows, instantly devaluing the aforementioned stick. Its clear frustration is building. As it turns out, something's messing with the flow and paranoia starts to creep in. Is someone deliberately sabotaging this? Because if so, there's going to have a very bad time. I won't fall for it again. Meow! He practically spits the feline exclamation, a clear sign that patience is wearing thinner than a goblin's excuse. Honestly, the interruptions are relentless. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead, so a sharp retort leaves no room for argument. That magic stick. A complete waste of time, apparently. Their expression shifts a flicker of surprise, betraying their own expectations. It's amusing, actually, how easily people underestimate him. It's called already there a raw way to use it too, he retorts, because subtlety is overrated and the whole situation feels increasingly staged. Is someone messing with the flow? Because if so, they're going to have a very bad time. Their sharp words landed instantly, downgrading the magic stick's usefulness. Seriously, this is the tool I'm supposed to be relying on? And a brief flicker of confusion crossed their face, a subtle tell that our boy certainly noticed. Honestly, the interruptions are relentless, and he figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. A frustrated yell erupted, revealing a desperate need for a new strategy, because apparently you can't just brute force your way through everything. But my magic mission. He practically roared, igniting a spark of defiance in their eyes. Of course, the magic stick was a waste of time, he retorted, because subtlety is overrated, and the whole situation feels increasingly staged. Well, isn't this just delightful? Another attempt at spellcasting, another interruption. Honestly, the sheer audacity of these distractions is almost impressive. Seriously, this is the tool I'm supposed to be relying on? He thought, already mentally downgrading the magic stick's usefulness, as if he needed another reason to question everything. It's amusing, actually, how easily people underestimate him. They assume a straightforward path, a predictable outcome. Of course, the magic stick was a waste of time, he retorted, because subtlety is overrated, and the whole situation feels increasingly staged. Someone's pulling strings, and Hez starting to feel the tug. If he doesn't move now, he figures Hez dead. A frustrated yell erupted, revealing a desperate need for a new strategy, because apparently brute force isn't always the answer. A frustrated yell ripped through the air, a clear admission that brute force wasn't always the answer, and that our boy needed a serious rethink. Seriously, this magic stick? Please. Head figured it was a glorified paperweight, but the constant bizarre interruptions were just insulting. Of course the arrogant young master would show up now, wouldn't he? As if the situation wasn't already staged enough. A fake! She practically shrieked, and honestly he couldn't fault her. Confusion pulsed outward, a tangible ripple disrupting whatever flimsy order existed. It's amusing how easily people underestimate him. They assume a straightforward path, a predictable outcome. Now paranoia is settling in. Unseen sounds echo, prompting frantic searching. Someone's pulling strings, and Hez starting to feel. You scoundrel! Where are you? He practically roared, inwardly scoffing. Seriously, this is how we're doing this. It's amusing, actually, how easily people underestimate him. They assume a straightforward path, a predictable outcome. The magic stick, of course, was barely holding its own against whatever interference was plaguing the spellcasting. A glorified paperweight, honestly. That's it, but don't collapse, yet a voice echoed, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. As if the situation wasn't already staged enough a fake? She practically shrieked, and honestly he couldn't fault her reaction. The confusion rippling through the group was palpable. His past actions haunted him, even terrifying monsters felt his growing power, but that didn't mean he'd play along with this charade. Someone's pulling strings and he... Right then, let's dive into this delightful mess. The title effect, you know, the one our boy meticulously prepared? Yeah, it bounced right off. Apparently critical damage resistance is now a thing. Honestly, the audacity. Did this guy read the manual on how to be a frustrating antagonist? Hez expecting a quick win, a decisive blow, but the foe is stubbornly clinging to existence. The environment isn't offering any helpful hints either, just adding to the awkwardness. Naturally, Shin Young's blaming him for Sumina's predicament, because of course it's always someone else's fault when things get spicy. The room itself seems to be mocking their struggle, amplifying the tension. Someone's clearly been playing with the system, and they're not even trying to hide it. It seems this power only activates when Hez pushing his crafting limits. A convenient little quirk, wouldn't you say? Hez starting to suspect this isn't random at all. Right, so Shin Young's having a day. Turns out obliterating opponents isn't always a swift process. Who knew? Hez stewing naturally because this enemy is proving surprisingly durable. Honestly, the system should have flagged this level of resistance. Predictably, blame immediately falls on Sumina, because a power struggle elevates the stakes, doesn't it? Hez internally fuming the kind of simmer that precedes a full-blown eruption, then a desperate plea. A genuine moment of vulnerability from our boy revealing a disturbing power disparity. This isn't just tough. Someone's actively manipulating the battlefield. It's almost comical the way the poster's boasts now feel like a mocking prophecy. Hez beginning to suspect this isn't mere bad luck. Someone is deliberately pushing him, testing his limits, and enjoying the show. A subtle dig at the narrative's insistence on escalating conflict, really. Honestly predictable. Shin Young's having a rough go of it, doesn't he? Turns out obliterating opponents isn't always a walk in the park, a lesson Hez learning the hard way. Hez stewing naturally because this enemy durability is frankly insulting to the very concept of power scaling. The system really ought to flag these anomalies. And of course blame immediately falls on Sumina because a good power struggle always elevates the stakes, doesn't it? His internally fuming that simmering frustration you get before a volcanic eruption. Then a desperate plea from our boy revealing a power disparity that, concerning someone's actively manipulating the battlefield. The poster's boastful claims now feel less like a victory promise and more like a taunt, a mocking prophecy. He suspects this isn't mere bad luck. Someone is deliberately pushing him, testing his limits, and enjoying the show. The posters predictably are brimming with proclamations of a final devastating blow, because every good battle needs a dramatic announcement, right? Something unsettling hangs beneath the cheerful facade, a feeling that isn't entirely reassuring. Hess starting to seriously question his initial assessment. This isn't just a tough opponent, it's an orchestrated test, a bizarre spectator sport for someone with far too much time on their hands. Simina's frustration mirrors his own. The power disparity feels becoming alarming, and honestly the poster's boastful claim isn't sounding like a victory promise and more like a taunt, a mocking prophecy. The poster's boasts predictably feel less like a victory fanfare and more like a direct jab at Shin Young's resolve, honestly. Who needs actual dialogue when you can just have proclamations of impending doom? Someone's clearly enjoying this, he muses, recognizing the blatant manipulation of the battlefield. Turns out obliterating opponents isn't always a straightforward affair. Sumina's doubt intensifies, mirroring the ominous promise hanging in the air, and she's not wrong to be worried. The power disparity is becoming increasingly unsettling. His gaze lingers, a silent challenge to his own insecurities, and he's starting to suspect this isn't a simple fight. It's a bizarre test, a spectator sport orchestrated by someone with far too much time and power. Sumina's words ignited a spark of doubt within Shin Young's, resolve mirroring his own. The power disparity feels becoming alarming, and honestly the poster's boastful claim isn't sounding like a victory promise, and more like a taunt, a mocking prophecy. Frustration visibly tightened Shin Young's jaw, a perfect mirror of the anxieties he usually keeps buried. Honestly, the man's emotional range is astounding. With not just God's command, but also the luck stat Imma, he trails off, because naturally the system is choosing now to provide a dramatic reveal. Of course, it wouldn't be a proper if things went smoothly. Someone clearly reveling in the chaos erupts into mocking, claiming failure is inevitable even with divine blessings and a hefty luck stat. It's a blatant attempt to undermine his resolve, and honestly, who needs actual dialogue when you can just throw ominous prophecies at someone? Semina's doubt intensifies, and he doesn't blame her. The power disparity is becoming increasingly unsettling, a test orchestrated by a bored, powerful entity. The situation escalated naturally. Shin Young's internal monologue is a delightful mix of annoyance and calculation. If preventing that requires a few hundred Melton, then so be it. Honestly, you think a system would have better timing. Hez wrestling with the S implications, a silent battle playing out across his features, tightening his jaw as doubt creeps in. It's always the quiet moments that sting the most, isn't it? Hez questioning his decisions, and he can't fault Semina for mirroring his own growing unease. Someone clearly enjoys this, a booming voice declaring inevitable failure complete with divine blessings and luck stat, as if that's supposed to inspire confidence. It's a classic villain move, undermine the hero with a prophecy, God's command and luck stat, huh? As if those were shields against some cosmic joke. Hez assessing the power disparity, bracing for something far worse than a simple skirmish, a test orchestrated by a bored, powerful entity. Well. Looks like our boy's been dethroned, at least temporarily. A new talent just waltzed in, shattering Giri's carefully curated invincibility. Honestly, you think, after all this time, he'd be used to it? A flicker of doubt? A vulnerability? The system, of course, couldn't resist throwing a curveball when Hez finally feeling complacent. Hez realizing that maintaining dominance isn't a static thing, is it? It's a constant, grueling climb. Then a booming voice, because naturally demands he search for something. Oh joy, another cryptic quest line. It's a classic setup, a challenge, a prophecy, and the distinct feeling that a much larger, unpleasant force is pulling the strings. The NPC interactions at the end? Bizarre, unsettling, a prophecy about physical contact leading to marriage? Please tell me this isn't a thing. Hez not just facing a, right then, let's see what fresh chaos our boy has stumbled into. A legend just waltzed in, casually dismantling Giri's entire sense of self. Importance. Honestly, the system clearly enjoys these power shifts. It's like a reality TV show for deities. The room felt smaller, didn't it? As if the very air feels mocking him. Hez, realizing his reign, wasn't as secure as he thought, a sobering thought actually, and of course a cryptic message pops up hinting at an even bigger threat. Because a simple power struggle is far too pedestrian. Hez starting to sweat staring at this new arrival. It's not just about raw power now, it's about anticipating the next curveball. Then came the bizarre NPC chatter, fragments of a prophecy about physical contact leading to marriage. Seriously? The system's got a twisted sense of humor. Something's definitely brewing, and it's far more complicated than a simple status game. Honestly, the system's got a twisted sense of humor, doesn't it? Our boy is meticulously analyzing the NPCs naturally, seriously examining every single one. It's like a bizarre anthropological study, Hez calculating the best way to exploit their affinity gains, specifically ensuring he doesn't inadvertently boost some random vendor's stats while trying to enjoy his specially crafted linerless japchi. Apparently some sadistic deity designed this whole system to torment them. He muses about turning one NPC into a mad for Irend, but quickly dismisses it, citing intelligence caps. Priorities, people, always prioritize. Hell, survive any forced consumption by pretending it's delicious, a skill honed by years of system-induced challenges. A customer isn't even glancing at the menu, displaying a blatant disregard for his efforts. Then a prophecy, physical contact leads to marriage? Seriously? Someone spotted an opportunity thanks to this nonsense, and he hopes his new acquaintance is tough. Alright, so the quest prep is supposedly done, and Pangaea, whatever that is apparently on the horizon. Honestly, it's a relief to move past the tedious planning. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled with another status game stroll. Hez meticulously analyzing the NPCs, naturally examining every single one like a bizarre anthropological study. Priorities always prioritizing, and Hez calculating the best way to exploit their affinity gains, specifically ensuring he doesn't inadvertently boost some random vendor stats while he tries to enjoy his specially crafted linerless japchae. Seriously examining every single one? It's like a bizarre anthropological study. Some sadistic deity designed this whole system to torment them, it seems. Seriously? Someone spotted an opportunity thanks to this nonsense, and he hopes his new acquaintance is tough. Don't be surprising like the hunting grounds on the Western continent, someone declares, and honestly, it's a relief to move on. Our boy isn't exactly thrilled with another status game stroll. Hez meticulously analyzing the NPCs, it's like a bizarre anthropological study, really. Hez calculating affinity gains, ensuring he doesn't accidentally boost some vendor's stats while he tries to enjoy his specially crafted linerless japchae. Pretending it's delicious, a skill honed by years of dealing with questionable culinary choices. Confidence radiates as preparations are declared perfect. A predictable moment, of course, but a flicker of doubt crosses a face hinting at lingering concerns. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead and Hez already bracing for whatever bizarre twist the system throws at them next. Seriously? Pew, apparently someone was worried they burn out on raid quests, as if that were remotely possible in a system designed to keep them perpetually busy. It's always amusing to see the others pat themselves on the back for preparedness, our boy, meanwhile is meticulously dissecting every japchae ingredient, pretending to enjoy it, a talent developed from years of questionable culinary encounters. Someone's already spotted an advantage naturally and hopes his new acquaintance can handle things lest they become another cautionary tale like the hunting grounds on the Western continent. The system's questions, however, just injected a dose of unexpected urgency, a flicker of doubt crossing a face hinting at a hidden fear. Seriously? Right, so preparations are seemingly complete naturally. Someone's already basking in the glow of a job well done, as if a raid quest ever truly presents a challenge. Hez pretending to savor the japchae, a skill honed by years of questionable culinary choices, while simultaneously calculating the odds of this being a trap. Because honestly, what else is a system quest these days? These Colonly Ledbers are apparently a big deal, having bypassed the Eastern Retentment before even he did. And that's saying something. Someone spotted an opportunity, naturally hoping a new acquaintance can handle these monsters, lest they become another cautionary tale like the hunting grounds on the Western continent. The Gwenrat apparently has a craving for human flesh exceeding even walnuts, delightful. The moment you reach that spot, you're the meal. Seriously? They can't even recognize a gold mine when they see one, these people. Honestly, it's a wonder how they manage to breathe. Hez already mentally filing away this group. Colonly and the Ledbers as another collection of oblivious nobles bypassing the Eastern Retentment like it's a minor inconvenience. Seriously? Hez pretending to savor the japchae, a skill honed by years of questionable culinary choices, while simultaneously calculating the odds of this whole endeavor being a meticulously crafted trap. It's always a trap, isn't it? These Colonly Ledbers apparently a big deal, having bypassed the Eastern Retentment before even he did. And that's saying something. He dismisses the task, hinting at a return, a subtle jab at their perceived incompetence. Leaving the room, a shadow falls across his face as he ignores the fading light. A hidden truth about his past actions revealed, stinging like a swarm of angry bees. The hall is packed, and everyone bowing. Naturally, these nobles are always eager to show off their subservience. Honestly, it's a bit much even for them, our boy muses, pretending to enjoy the japchae while calculating the odds of this entire outing being a meticulously planned ambush. These Colonly Ledbers, who apparently waltz through the Eastern Retentment like it's a suggestion, are clearly a big deal, though their lack of basic awareness is astounding. He dismisses the quest with a veiled promise of a return, a subtle dig at their colossal incompetence. Leaving the room, a flicker of something unpleasant crosses his face. A past action resurfaces, stinging sharply. Then a system notification explodes across his vision. A title bizarre and wholly unexpected appears. The Pinde people are really going all out with the bowing, aren't they? Honestly, it's a bit much even for them. Hess sizing up this Pagma fellow, judging by his attire he could easily be from Kingakul or somewhere equally important. Just making eye contact seems to be enough to overwhelm them, which is concerning. Someone's already whispering about him disrupting the balance, and of course they're a connection to some powerful artifact and a blueprint involving the white phosphorus tree, a material only he can apparently handle. Good to know Hez the only one capable of dealing with rare trees, because that totally not a convenient plot device. He dismisses a quest with a veiled jab at their incompetence, because why bother with busy work when you're clearly operating on a different level? A sudden notification erupts, and a bizarre title appears. Something unpleasant crosses his face. A past action resurfaces, stinging sharply. The bowing is truly something, isn't it? Honestly, even for the Pinde, this level of reverence is a bit much. Hez sizing up this Pagma fellow. The attire screams Kingakul nobility or something equally important, and just making eye contact seems to be enough to overwhelm the locals. They're practically worshipping. Good, at least his presence is causing a stir. Whispers about disrupting the balance are already circulating naturally. These nobles are always eager to voice their anxieties. Apparently Pagma's connected to some powerful artifact and a blueprint involving the white phosphorus tree, a material only he can apparently handle. Fantastic, another convenient plot device to make him indispensable. He dismisses a quest with a veiled jab at their colossal incompetence, because why bother with busy work when you're clearly operating on a different level? The bowing continues. Honestly, even for the Pinde, this level of reverence is a bit much. Hez sizing up Pagma, the attire screams royalty, naturally. Just making eye contact seems to be enough to overwhelm the locals. They're practically worshipping. Good, at least his presence is causing a stir. Whispers of disrupting the balance ripple through the crowd, a predictable reaction from these nobles, always eager to voice their anxieties. Apparently Pagma is linked to some powerful artifact and a blueprint involving the white phosphorus tree, a material conveniently only he can handle. Fantastic, another plot device to make him indispensable. Someone wants the blueprint, and our boy, because why bother with busy work when you're clearly operating on a different level, demands to see it immediately. The explanation follows. White phosphorus tree wood is key, apparently crucial for recreating some treasure. A bit long but understandable considering the stakes. His declaration of newfound power hangs heavy, shattering the previous silence, Handon Kingmaster's words signaling a dangerous shift in the established order. A glimmer of escape appears, but don't celebrate yet. Shadows cling like persistent X's. Our boy's recent triumph feels flat. Seriously, another victory lap? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Desperate pleas echo a frantic chorus, signaling a threat far greater than anything Hez faced. Turns out there a debt involved, marked by a silver symbol, a dangerous obligation he apparently waltzed into. Investing in the Red Phoenix? Seriously? What were you thinking? He wonders, cringing inwardly. Of course, a fiery proclamation announcing the Phoenix's power has to pop up now, doesn't it? It's a distraction, though, a smokescreen for a looming consequence. The MC realizes his victory was a mirage, the phone's glow reflecting a deeper truth. His silence speaks volumes, a palpable weight settling on his shoulders. Beyond that door, a reckoning. Promises made, debts incurred, it's all catching up to him. Fantastic. Just what he needed. Well, look at this. They resurrected the Suzuki Palace. Of course, it's now a sprawling palace inside a castle, because subtlety was clearly thrown out the window. Someone's already whining about the opulence. Bless their heart. It's a standard power display, isn't it? Apparently, this whole setup is to protect a great creation. Naturally. You just know it's going to be another ridiculously powerful artifact. Hez getting a lecture about the breath of Suzuki. A place so dangerous even the Sword family prepared for it. Honestly, someone needs to tell these people no more often. Our boy predictably is itching to dive in despite the dire warnings. He figures that if they're this worried, it's probably worth the risk. Plus another dungeon? Just what he needed. The Lord's forces failed before and a vital relic was lost. This mission isn't a stroll in the park, it's a plunge into a potential disaster zone. Right then, the palace resurrection is complete naturally, and it's as over the top as one might expect. He wonders, cringing inwardly, how many generations will it take for these nobles to learn restraint? Someone's already fretting about the lavishness typical. It's a power display, get over it. Apparently, this elaborate structure safeguards some incredibly important creation. You just know it's going to be another artifact of immense power. Now, the breath of Suzuki is the topic of discussion, a dungeon so perilous that the Sword family prepared extensively for it. Honestly, someone needs to say no more often. Our boy predictably is eager to dive in because facing danger is apparently the only way he finds entertainment. A decree just dropped. A fiery proclamation forbidding the expedition. A gamble, huh? Someone even voiced concerns about the team's fate. Right, so apparently convincing the brass to let our boy into the breath of Suzuki was less of a battle and more of a polite suggestion. Honestly, you think they put up more of a fuss? It's he began, and naturally the decision was made. Hez already running calculations, of course. A narrow dungeon even with god hands. Delightful. As if the Sword family didn't prepare extensively for this place, a clear indication this won't be a pleasant stroll. The dungeon's design itself? A blatant hint of a forbidden mission. Predictably, someone voiced concerns, bless their heart. A decree forbidding the expedition just dropped, a fiery proclamation, no less, of course. Hez not entirely surprised. Someone has to make things dramatically difficult. It's a gamble undeniably, but the MC thrives on precarious situations. Let's see what sort of delightful challenges await. Hez certainly expecting a status boost or two along the way. Well, look at this. The Eastern Container Special Forces? Apparently, they're not exactly the pinnacle of advancement, which our boy finds amusing naturally. A decree forbidding the expedition just dropped. A fiery proclamation, no less, because subtlety is so last season. Someone had the audacity to voice concerns about the team's fate, bless their naive heart. Honestly, you think they put up more of a fuss, but the decision was made as if it were a mere formality. Hez already running calculations, of course, assessing the narrowness of the dungeon, even with god hands. As if the Sword family didn't meticulously prepare for this place. A blatant hint of a forbidden mission, he notes dryly. It's even darker than the vampire dungeon, requiring time to adjust, and Hez already anticipating a delightful status boost or two. Let's see what sort of delightful challenges await. Hez certainly expecting a status boost or two along the way. Right then, so we're got grown armored ghosts. Apparently they like to hang out underneath things. Honestly, the sheer absurdity of it all. Our boy's already assessing the structural integrity naturally. It's not like he wants to be crushed by a collapsing dungeon ceiling. Of course, the propaganda heroes plastered everywhere are looking a bit too on. Point for comfort mirroring the escalating chaos. A shared grim understanding passes between them. Predictable, really. They know this isn't some staged spectacle. Hez now staring at something called silver suzings, which, as it turns out, are apparently a power source. Wonderful. Another layer to this onion of a dungeon. Hez running the numbers, already anticipating some kind of upgrade. Because naturally facing down spectral knights in subterranean lairs is exactly what he needs to level up. Someone clearly wants him down here, and Hez going to figure out why. That's the duty of a commander, he declares, because naturally someone has to perform the obligatory heroic speech. Honestly, the theatrics are almost endearing. Our boy muses already assessing the squad's capabilities. A low attack power here, a disappointing skill there. Predictable swordsmanship, that's unimaginable. Right, because every dungeon crawler needs a nod to some legendary, probably overrated blade. They're practically begging for a status screen. The group anticipates a coordinated surge, a dramatic entrance, because dungeons adore a spectacle. We're Korean? Someone blurts a moment of pure bewildered chaos. Good, let them be distracted. Hez already dissecting the energy signatures of these silver suzings, recognizing them as the linchpin of whatever elaborate scheme awaits. Someone clearly wants him tangled in this mess, and he intends to discover precisely who and why. The escalating chaos of the battle seems to be amplifying whatever power our boy possesses, a subtle resonance that's piqued his interest. Naturally, a flicker of recognition crossed his face, a silent acknowledgement of a connection he'll need to unpack later. He's got bigger fish to fry than existential pondering right now. Someone's clearly decided to throw a party, and it involves spectral knights and escalating desperation. Just take the hit. He yells, bracing for impact, because honestly, who needs a strategic retreat when you can be a walking shield? The posters, oddly enough, are pulsing with an unsettling energy. They're practically screaming for a closer look. They're practically begging for a status screen. Hes already cataloging the silver Suzings, recognizing them as the linchpin of whatever elaborate scheme awaits. That resonance? Interesting. Our boy's words seem to stir something within the very air, a subtle vibration Hes already cataloging. The vibrant colors of the room naturally offer a false sense of comfort, as if the orchestrators of this mess think they can mask the impending chaos with aesthetics. He braced himself because honestly, who needs a plan when you can simply absorb the brunt of whatever coming? Just take the hit. He practically yelled, triggering a pulse, and confirming what he suspected: these silver Suzings aren't just pretty faces. They're a crucial component of something larger. Items vanished wasted a system message confirming the unexpected damage. A delightful little confirmation that his instincts were spot on. The outburst shattered the room's artificial tranquility, revealing a turmoil no one else seemed to notice. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face regarding the posters. They're practically begging for a closer look. The outburst predictably wanted a display of anger, but a frantic attempt to buy himself time. A flicker of genuine fear, quickly masked by his usual stoicism, gave him away. A nice touch of vulnerability, though Head never admitted. Honestly, these silver Suzings are far more interesting than any contrived drama. Hess cataloging their properties, recognizing their significance beyond mere decoration, a crucial piece of whatever convoluted scheme lies ahead. The hollow praise echoing through the room felt almost insulting, a bizarre comfort after the intensity of the last clash. They think they're fooling anyone with this? Please. He practically yelled, triggering a pulse and confirming his suspicions. These aren't just pretty faces, they're components of something far larger. Items vanished, a system message confirming the unexpected damage, a delightful little confirmation that his instincts were spot on. The artificial tranquility revealing a turmoil no one else seemed to notice. He examines the silver Suzings, and honestly, it's a far more compelling spectacle than any manufactured drama unfolding around him. They practically laid these out for inspection, didn't they? The Gatherker's attack, as it turns out, cost him a shocking amount, a number he'll definitely be factoring into future calculations. Of course, the hollow praise follows a bizarre reassurance after the last brutal encounter, and he notices a flicker of doubt cross his face, quickly concealed. Predictable. Then a pulse confirming his suspicions. These aren't mere decorations, they're components of something larger, and items vanish with a system message showing unexpected damage. A delightful confirmation that his instincts are spot on, revealing an artificial tranquility masking turmoil no one else seems to notice. Hes accumulated a cool 2,000 start points. Clearly, he didn't come here unprepared. Well, isn't this convenient? After that rather expensive skirmish with the Gatherkers, our boys somehow leaped to level 3, snagging a measly 12 start points as a second-class level. 12? Seriously? Someone's clearly been sandbagging his power, but the sudden surge is undeniably there. Now, the usual chorus of sycophants is suggesting Hes an immortal sage wielding mysterious powers. Honestly, the hyperbole is exhausting. They're all so eager to praise him, oblivious to the fact that Hes likely just exploiting some loophole in this ridiculous system. Apparently, gaining the Sword Saint's combat class and growing stronger is now a thing. Hes already sussed out how to manipulate these combat threads, though controlling them takes a precious second. Of course, the noble types are already squabbling about who gets to be his glorified shield, all while Hes mentally calculating how to minimize further resource drain. It seems some people still think he perished against that. Right then, a soldier looking like he hasn't slept in a week spills the beans on a secret spot, practically waving a flag that screams desperate times. Our boy naturally isn't thrilled. Someone this eager to share usually means trouble's brewing. Hez already sizing up the risk, figuring out just how much chaos this opportunity will unleash, and then the rug gets pulled. Apparently, elite forces got wiped out? The archers are bragging? Honestly, the soldier's confidence evaporates faster than morning dew, Hez spiraling, poor chap. But wait, what's this? A peculiar function on some trinket Hez holding a hint of something massive on the horizon. It seems our weary friend stumbled into something far bigger than he initially suspected, and the fallout is going to be spectacular. The soldier's eagerness to spill the beans about this hidden location? Classic. Hez already assessing the fallout, figuring this opportunity will likely be a disaster waiting to happen. And as it turns out, he's not wrong. Apparently, elite forces have been wiped out, a rather inconvenient development, wouldn't you say? Our boy's carefully constructed composure begins to crumble as the news lands. The archers naturally are taking full credit, boasting like they single-handedly saved the world. Honestly, the speed of his confidence's collapse is almost impressive. But wait, a peculiar function on a trinket Hez holding. A subtle pulse, a flicker of potential, a hint of something massive on the horizon. He recoiled, and honestly, who wouldn't? The soldier's already fragile composure just took a nosedive. Typical, he thought, reveal a crucial location, and immediately the smug archers have to waltz in and take credit. Of course they do. His shock deepened as their boasts echoed a stinging, unexpected blow. Apparently, elite forces were wiped out, and they're claiming victory. A flicker of anger crossed his face, momentarily eclipsing the initial surprise 9th overall. He was supposed to be on the throne, he laments. The man's confidence built over decades is now crumbling faster than a poorly constructed sandcastle. But wait, a peculiar function on a trinket Hez holding. Right then, let's see what fresh hell awaits. Our boy has stumbled upon a hidden function of some trinket. Apparently, a colliery of all people was involved. To think they could create this, he muses, already mentally drafting a strongly worded letter. It's a 15% chance of something monumental or just another useless bauble, naturally. Typical. As it turns out, the reveal of this potential power is immediately overshadowed by the archers' arrival and their customary display of arrogance, claiming victory, as if they hadn't just benefited from his intel. His face hardened, the archers boasting a stinging betrayal. A flicker of disbelief, then anger. A rare display of emotion for a man who's seen far worse 9th overall. He stiffened, a tiny giveaway that her words landed hard. Honestly, the man's been holding on to this secret location, and now Hez dropping it, as if he wanted a confrontation. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Elite forces gone, and the archers are claiming victory? Please. Our boy's internal alarm bells are screaming. This isn't a prank. This is a meticulously crafted lie, 9th overall. The sheer gall is almost impressive. It's almost comical if it wants so dangerous. Then the trinket. A hidden function? Hez glimpsing something significant. A colorless involvement, no less. But the archer's arrival predictably steals the spotlight with their usual brand of self-importance. A rare flash of genuine frustration crosses his face. Years of weathering storms haven't prepared him for this level of audacity. The MC's desperate cries for stay increases, a bizarre side effect of something are immediately undercut by confusion clouding his face. Honestly, the man was just putting on a show, boasting of progress with a strange, almost hysterical laugh escaping his lips. Right play, the confident survivor project strength, he thinks, as if anyone actually believes this charade. A smile, a carefully constructed facade, briefly brightens his features, masking the simmering frustration. Hez holding on to a secret location, practically begging for a confrontation, and now the archers are here, predictably stealing the spotlight with their usual brand of self-importance. Right, let's see how long our boy can keep this up. Hez out here practically declaring victory, but the doubt is practically radiating off him. If I just project enough confidence, maybe they'll forget him, completely out of my depth, his thinking, bless his heart. Predictably, reality has other plans, and his carefully constructed image is starting to crumble. The facade cracks as he realizes just how far he is from where he needs to be. A flicker of uncertainty. A brief, pathetic betrayal of his bravado. Of course, the narrative had to throw in a cryptic prophecy about his future importance to the youngest king. Honestly, it's almost insulting how obvious the impending doom is. Hez trying to maintain appearances, but the writing is on the wall. Right, let's see how our boy is doing. Hez trying bless his heart to maintain this air of unflappable authority. Naturally, it's not going well. A boast here, a confident strut there, all quickly undermined by the sheer unpleasantness of their current predicament. Seriously, the narrative really wants us to know Hez not as in control as he thinks he realizes watching his carefully crafted image wobble like jelly. The reality of the situation hits, and it's not pretty. The posters plastered everywhere now seem to mock their dwindling hope, a rather pointed reminder of how far they've fallen. This isn't a triumphant return, it's a slow-motion train wreck, he thinks, as the cracks in his confidence widen. It seems his grand plans might just be crumbling. The cracks are showing, aren't they? Honestly, it's almost pathetic how quickly his carefully constructed image is unraveling. He tries, bless his heart, to project an air of unshakable authority, but the posters, plastered everywhere naturally, aren't cooperating. Every time they charge in our formation is in Chadze fall back. He barks a desperate attempt to regain control, but the words ring hollow even to him. This isn't going to work, he realizes, watching doubt flicker across his face, a betrayal of the boasts he was just leveling. Of course, the narrative had to throw in that cryptic prophecy about the youngest king, a blatant attempt to trip him into some grand destiny. It's a losing battle, and he knows it. His boasts now echo against the poster's mocking title, a constant reminder of their fall. We don't even have a leader. The outburst predictably lacked the conviction it needed. Honestly, he should have anticipated this. Charging blindly into a situation without a plan is basically a death wish in this world. They're falling apart. He observes the cracks in the formation mirroring the fractures in his own composure. The posters naturally aren't helping. Their mocking title feels like a personal jab, a constant reminder of their current predicament. His confident boasts now feel hollow against them. It's a classic trope, the arrogant hero's grand pronouncements immediately undermined by reality. Of course, the narrative had to throw in that cryptic prophecy about the youngest king, an attempt to trip him into some grand destiny. Now come. He bellows, attempting a rallying cry, launching some sort of aerial maneuver, a grid from the sky apparently. Honestly, the theatrics were a bit much even for him. Another prophecy, another expectation, he thinks, as the confident facade cracks under the weight of it all. A flicker of forced cheer tries to mask the doubt now twisting within. His confident boasts crumble as the poster's words strike a jarring chord, a constant reminder of their failings. Doubt shadows his face, betraying the carefully constructed facade, a well-rehearsed performance now dissolving. There, falling apart, he observes the cracks in the formation mirroring his own crumbling composure. I can't go with this. I'm screwed. A remarkably unheroic internal monologue that frankly he deserves. Well, Roots decided to grace them with his presence, didn't he? Honestly, the fanfare was a bit much, especially given their current situation. Another prophecy, another expectation, he muses as our boy launches into a grid from the sky maneuver, because naturally a dramatic aerial assault is exactly what this calls for. He bellows a rallying cry, but the cracks are already showing. Apparently, contenting isn't allowed due to system restrictions, a convenient detail to explain why reinforcements weren't readily available. It seems the Ungay, possessing great magic talent, was tasked with a raid, and now the blame is squarely on his shoulders. There, falling apart, he observes, acutely aware of the vast skill, equipment gap in their ranks. Production competition wins, and skilled assistants can only do so much. It's a classic case of overconfidence meeting harsh reality, a constant reminder of their failings. I can't go with this. I'm screwed. Well, look who decided to grace us with their presence. Roots, back from wherever had been wandering, naturally everyone losing their minds. Honestly, the melodrama is exhausting, our boy mused, watching the manufactured relief spread across their faces. Hez sizing up Roots, not with blind adoration but a critical eye. You call yourself a soldier? He asks, because of course appearances can be deceiving. A flicker of hope? Sure, that what they're calling it. He sees the cracks in their bravado, the underlying dread. This isn't a victory parade, it's a desperate scramble. As it turns out, a risky dark magic gambit goes sideways fast and Pardians are getting flattened. The enemy's speed is impressive. Actually, terrifying is more accurate. But hold on, reinforcements are arriving. Seems like the Vermission is about to kick off and Hez already mentally preparing for the inevitable chaos. Root's abrupt reappearance? Predictable. Honestly, the manufactured joy radiating from the Partians was almost painful to witness. They're falling apart, clinging to any scrap of hope. Our boy observed his gaze, sharp as he assessed the returning soldier. You called yourself a soldier? He questioned, because appearances, as always, can be deceiving. Someone needed to inject a dose of reality into this celebration. Then the inevitable dark magic gambit, because of course things rarely go smoothly. You should be grateful that even using you fleas as weapons. One of the magic users declared, exhibiting a confidence that was frankly misplaced. Increased magic power? Classic power creep. An instant full-scale raid commenced, and the speed of the enemy was truly terrifying is more accurate. Realizing? Of course, when else would you witness a spectacle like this? Our boy watched the manufactured joy of the Partians as Rutz's return sparked a fragile hope, a desperate clinging to any lifeline. They're falling apart, aren't they? He mused, already dissecting the situation. Why does my perfect life fall apart every time I get involved? Honestly, the dark magic gambit was predictable, because naturally things rarely unfold without a spectacular complication. You should be grateful that I even use you fleas as weapons. One of the magic users declared, radiating misplaced confidence, which as it turns out was swiftly rewarded with a full-scale raid. The enemy speed was genuinely terrifying, a stark reminder that hope is a dangerous luxury. Desperation fueled a risky plan, invoking dark magic from slain demons, and the posters seemed to mock their struggle, a brutal dose of reality. Right, let's get this show on the road. The situation? Less than ideal. Our boy is watching their defenses evaporate faster than a free dessert at a noble's banquet. Despair isn't just present, it's practically throwing confetti. Of course, Root's return had stirred a bit of hope, but that was short-lived. Honestly, who expects a simple rescue to solve a crisis of this magnitude? Partian's safety is dangling by a thread, and the enemy speed. Terrifyingly efficient. Those posters plastered everywhere are a delightful reminder of their increasingly hopeless situation, a visual aid for the utterly clueless, apparently. As it turns out, a new mission, the Vermission, is on the horizon because apparently things could get even worse. If something is stopping you, help. Rutz offered a sentiment that honestly felt a little late to the party. He finished early, preparing for the Vermission, which predictably seems to be the next level of things are about to get worse. Our boy's gaze lingered on those awful posters. Propaganda, really. A brief, unreadable expression flitting across his face, his calculating naturally. They're banking on despair. Classic. It's a visual reminder of just how precarious Partian's situation truly is. A triumphant declaration now echoes, hinting at some legendary creation and future endeavors, as if to say, we're not just losing, we're losing spectacularly, but hey, look at this shiny new thing. It's a jarring contrast, but Hez already moving on, assessing the next battlefield. Right then, let's dive in. A magic mission gift? Seriously, as if Grid's life weren't already chaotic enough. Naturally, everyone losing it. A powerful, unsolicited gift is never a good sign. Our boy, ever the composure, manages a fleeting smile, a tiny crack in the facade of nonchalance. Hez thinking, this is either incredible or about to be monster food. Probably the latter. Regis, bless his oblivious heart, wants Grid to just wait quietly. As if that an option. Of course, the higher-ups are already scrambling, whispering about past extinctions and enemies best left undisturbed. Grid's eyes widen not from excitement but from the dawning realization that Hez just been handed a loaded weapon and pointed towards a battlefield. Hez internally calculating the odds, and they aren't looking good. A smile, a mask. Hez bracing himself. Seriously? This is either incredible or about to be monster food, he figures. Regus, bless his oblivious heart, wants Grid to just wait quietly. Grid recoils, stunned by the fiery magic mission's unexpected power. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face, hiding his true feelings. Hez internally calculating the odds, and they aren't looking good, and that he's just been handed a loaded weapon and pointed towards a battlefield. A smile, a mask. The sudden blistering magic mission gift nearly sent our boy reeling, a fleeting smile betraying the turmoil beneath. This is either incredible or about to be monster food, he thought, because naturally the higher-ups are now whispering about ancient extinctions and enemies best left forgotten. Regus, ever the optimist, suggests quiet contemplation, as if that a viable strategy when a fiery projectile is practically guaranteeing a conflagration. The area it hit has a 70% chance to burn, apparently. Ushuka, a high ranker, already is struggling now, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Hess calculating probabilities mentally, preparing for a confrontation and bracing himself. It's a loaded weapon pointed directly at him, and Hez assessing the damage. Seriously? The sudden surge of fiery magic, a mission gift no less, did a number on our boy, didn't it? A fleeting smile, a masterful mask actually, barely concealed the calculations swirling in his mind. Right, so they just handed me a weapon capable of incinerating everything. Of course, the higher-ups had to chime in with whispers of ancient extinctions and enemies best left undisturbed. Regus, bless his oblivious heart, suggests quiet contemplation, as if that a viable strategy when the ground is practically guaranteed to become a bonfire, a 70% burn chance no less. Even Ushuka, a high-ranking veteran, looks like Hez seen a ghost. Grid's confidence cracked, a silent challenge igniting in his gaze. Hez assessing the situation, preparing for a confrontation because, let's be honest, this isn't a gift. It's a loaded weapon pointed directly at him. Seriously? Right, so they just handed our boy a mission gift radiating enough power to make Ushuka look like he'd seen a ghost. 70% burn chance? Seriously? Hez internally calculating, of course, because that what people whole stared into the abyss tend to do. The higher-ups are now whispering about ancient extinctions and enemies best left undisturbed, a predictable move, honestly. Someone always has to lay on the exposition thick. Regus, bless his naivete, suggests quiet contemplation, as if that a viable strategy when a potential bonfire is looming. It seems he is struggling, and that just the tip of the iceberg. I've recovered a little. Take me with you. Rejection immediate. Right, so a sudden, ridiculously powerful mission gift? Naturally. Our boy's attempting nonchalance, but the subtle tightening of his jaw betrays him. Apparently, the Sharn Empire nearly wiped everyone out once, of course they did. Duke Lisaleve and his ridiculous title collection are now thrown into the mix alongside a veritable army of magical counts and commanders. Hess calculating a former second-class soldier's opinion isn't exactly reassuring. It seems a larger conflict is brewing, hinting at past ruin. A flicker of genuine concern crosses his face. Even he isn't immune to the weight of impending doom. The outrage is palpable, isn't it? Commoners, finally seeing the gilded armor of the elite, are realizing just how much they've been exploited. Honestly, predictable. Someone always has to have a moment of righteous fury. Pawn, ever the pragmatist, orders a retreat from Baron, a city apparently built on the backs of the impoverished. Of course, this is when the predictable, arrogant young master decides to make an appearance, spouting platitudes about quiet contemplation. As if that a viable strategy when a disaster's brewing. Hez already calculating a former second-class soldier's opinion isn't exactly reassuring. And then posters. Threatening posters, targeting his family, right on cue. It seems the Sharn Empire naturally tried to wipe everyone out once, and Duke Lisaleve is now involved alongside a veritable army of magical counts and commanders. The world is considerably larger than our boy initially anticipated. The simmering resentment finally boils over. Of course, the commoners are noticing the blatant exploitation. It's not exactly subtle, is it? Our boy, ever the strategist, bails on Baron, but not before acknowledging a concerning assessment from someone Hez now questioning. Honestly, the situation is grim. The environment isn't exactly offering a pep talk. Then naturally the posters appear, a delightfully dramatic entrance. They're not just threats, they're personal, targeting his family. Someone clearly knows more than they're letting on. Pawn's desperate plea, a spectacular unraveling. It's a vulnerability no one saw coming, shattering the carefully constructed image Hez cultivated. The man's confidence is visibly crumbling, a direct result of his own panicked words. Doubt now clouds his face, a sobering reminder that even he isn't untouchable. Hez, suddenly very aware that protecting those around him might be a lot harder than he initially thought. The blatant disregard for the common folk was hardly a secret, but seeing it erupt into outright outrage, expected honestly. Our boy, ever the pragmatist, recognized Baron's situation was a lost cause and ordered a retreat because clinging to a sinking ship rarely ends well. Someone's opinion, a former second-class soldier's assessment, wasn't exactly reassuring, but he filed it away for later analysis. Then naturally the posters appeared. Because of course a dramatic reveal is required. The cheerful imagery starkly contrasted with the dread churning inside him, a visible crack appearing on Pawn's usually impenetrable facade. They know about my family. He realizes the carefully constructed detached indifference shattering. Someone clearly pulled back the curtain, and the target isn't him. It's those he cares for. The simmering resentment of the lower classes finally boiled over, a predictable consequence of the elite's blatant exploitation. Actually, he recognized Baron's predicament was a lost cause, so Pawn, ever the pragmatist, ordered a retreat. Clinging to a doomed position rarely yields anything but casualties. Someone's assessment of the situation, a former soldier's perspective, wasn't exactly encouraging, but he logged it for future analysis. Every piece of information is a potential advantage. Then, because narrative convenience demands it, posters appeared, cheerful imagery plastered across them, a jarring contrast to the dread twisting in his gut. He realizes the carefully constructed detachment shattering. Someone's pulled back the curtain, and the target isn't him, it's those he cares for. The bravado cracks a visible fissure in his normally impenetrable facade. Doubt, that unwelcome guest, now claws at him, questioning his ability to safeguard those he values. A sobering reminder that even he isn't untouchable, and protecting those around him is proving to. Dark's horns practically vibrated, a clear sign this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. Hez figured out that the elites always make things complicated, didn't he? It's a predictable dance of power, honestly. His outburst, a frustrated search amidst the chaos, wasn't exactly subtle, but then again, subtlety has never been his strong suit. The list appeared, and the silent scream radiating from him spoke volumes, disbelief etched across his features. Of course, a damning list had to surface now just to amplify the tension. Then a shift in plans, an unwelcome order, a flicker of defiance. Interesting. He steeled himself, bracing for whatever this meant. Protecting those he cares for is proving to be more complicated than anticipated, and that unwelcome guest now claws at him, questioning his ability to safeguard those he values. A sobering reminder that even he isn't untouchable. Dark's sudden order, abrupt as ever, cleaved the air, instantly disrupting whatever semblance of calm they managed. Honestly, elites always complicate things, he mused, observing the immediate shift in the room's dynamics. It's a tiresome dance of power, really. The team's reaction feels predictable, fear and a frantic rush to comply, because who wants to be on the receiving end of Dark's displeasure? He noted his stamina, a purely practical assessment, masking the creeping disquiet beneath. Dark's words, a thinly veiled threat, lingered heavy with the promise of brutal consequences. Of course, a list had to appear now just to crank up the tension, as if it weren't already palpable. A flicker of defiance sparked within him as he braced for the order's implications. Protecting those he values is proving more complicated than anticipated, and that unwelcome guest now claws at him, questioning his ability to safeguard those he values. The posters naturally started popping up. Accusations were flung about like confetti at a particularly unpleasant party, revealing some murky connections to Grid. Naturally, honestly, someone had to stir the pot, he mused, assessing the room's sudden shift in atmosphere. Dark's declaration that he knew what the Lord was felt less like an accusation and more like a gauntlet thrown. Lord's furious response only amplified the tension because, of course, elites love a good power struggle. It's tiresome, this dance of dominance, and Hez already calculating the fallout. The silence that followed was far more unsettling than any outburst, a palpable weight settling over everyone. Then Grid decided to add fuel to the fire with a boastful comment, and the Lord's demeanor changed, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A terrifying power unseen then erupted, shaking the very foundations of the room, a delightful disruption to the otherwise predictable proceedings. Posters began appearing, as if the tension weren't already thick enough. Predictable, really. Someone always has to plaster their propaganda everywhere, he noted the item. Right then, things are going sideways fast. Reports confirm a morale nosedive among the troops. Predictable, really, when the whole system feels rigged. Posters are popping up too, hinting at something far more sinister than just a bad patch. Our boy naturally isn't one for quiet suffering. Hez out there accusing someone of deliberately messing with the game's balance, and let's just say the man Hez addressing isn't thrilled. Honestly, you think someone in authority would appreciate a little constructive criticism, but no, the fly up, branding on those posters? Yeah, that's not a coincidence. It's a breadcrumb and Hez sniffing it out. Citizens are vanishing, enemies are stirring, and the situation is about to get a whole lot worse. A plea for survival? Buckle up, folks. The atmosphere thickened faster than a poorly made stew, with citizens disappearing and only enemies remaining. A delightful disruption to the otherwise predictable proceedings. Honestly, you think someone would notice the blatant game manipulation, but apparently not. Our boy naturally isn't one for quiet suffering. Hez already accusing someone of messing with the rewards, which predictably earned him a very unhappy look. Honestly, you think someone in authority would appreciate a little constructive criticism, but no. A hearty kuahaha erupted, echoing a sentiment of enduring hardship and a certain finality. Of course, the arrogant underling has to declare victory now. Let's see how long that lasts. It's a breadcrumb and Hez sniffing it out. Buckle up, folks. Accusations flew naturally, as our boy dared suggest. Someone feels messing with the game's reward structure. Honestly, you think someone in authority would appreciate a little constructive criticism, but no, a hearty kuhahaha echoed through the room, signaling displeasure. The fly-up, branding on those posters? A calculated move, he noted, a breadcrumb he was absolutely going to follow. They think they can play me? Delightful. Hope dwindled as enemies materialized, snatching citizens away, a truly unwelcome development. His accusation hung heavy, eliciting a visible reaction, always a good sign. Hez hitting a nerve. Let's see how long that lasts. Hez sniffing out something bigger than a simple reward imbalance, and his not about to quietly endure it. A hearty kuahahaha echoed. Naturally, someone had to declare victory prematurely. Our boy noted the blatant disregard for constructive feedback, the kind of arrogance that always precedes a spectacular fall. That fly up, branding on the posters? A deliberate provocation, a breadcrumb he absolutely intended to follow. Delightful. The dwindling hope amongst the soldiers, the sudden snatching of citizens, these weren't random occurrences. They feels ripples, consequences of something far more significant than a simple reward imbalance within the game. Had already assessed the situation. Bringing a legion of soldiers to an empire felt excessive. You can't fool my eyes trained from decades on the battle, he observed silently, cataloging the enemy discipline. We have to retreat, he mused. Their disciplining could stop us. Always a good sign. Hez hitting a nerve. Hez sniffing out something bigger than a simple reward imbalance, and Hez not about to quietly endure it. A hearty kuhaha. Naturally, someone had to declare victory prematurely. Our boy observed the blatant disregard for constructive feedback, the kind of arrogance that always precedes a spectacular fall, noting the fly-up, branding on the posters, a deliberate provocation, a breadcrumb he intended to follow. Delightful. The dwindling hope amongst the soldiers, the sudden snatching of citizens, these weren't random occurrences. He felt ripples, consequences far beyond a simple reward imbalance. Bringing a legion of soldiers to an empire felt excessive. They've been restored by an unknown force. The system notification blared, confirming his suspicions. You can't fool my eyes trained from decades on the battlefield. He mused their disciplining could stop us. Hez sniffing out something bigger than a simple reward imbalance, and Hez not about to quietly endure it. What's this now? If you're about to die, make sure to drop, he mused, already anticipating the predictable post-mortem monologue. Honestly, the melodrama was almost endearing. Of course, someone had to declare victory prematurely, a common tactic amongst those who haven't actually achieved anything. Delightful, he thought, observing the blatant disregard for constructive feedback, the kind of arrogance that precedes a spectacular fall. Excessive. If you don't surrender, these people will die. Someone actually had the audacity to threaten hostages. A flicker of doubt crossed Fly's face, betraying his carefully constructed composure a moment ahead. Right then, let's see what our boy is up to. Seems getting to those hostages isn't going to be a leisurely stroll. Countless magic traps are standing in the way. Honestly, predictable. The posters mocking him, naturally someone had to resort to childish taunts, sparked a silent challenge within Fly's gaze. He absorbed the cartoon's message, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. A moment had hoped to keep hidden, betraying his carefully constructed composure. He figures that if he doesn't move now, those traps are going to make a quick meal of him. Delightful, he thought, observing the blatant disregard for constructive feedback. Now a desperate plea. If you don't surrender, these people will die. His words landed like a slap, and for a fleeting instant doubt surfaced in Fly's usually impenetrable facade, a crack in the armor, honestly. The posters naturally weren't offering constructive criticism. They were a direct challenge, a juvenile jab that somehow managed to prick him. Hez sniffing out something bigger than a simple reward imbalance, and Hez not about to quietly endure it. It's the kind of blatant disregard for feedback that precedes a spectacular collapse. Delightful, he thought, observing. As it turns out, navigating this mess isn't a straight shot. A veritable gauntlet of magic traps blocks his path because of course it does. The sudden vanishing act really did a number on him, didn't it? If you're gone, everyone else can live, he mutters, acknowledging his lords. Well, let's call it a questionable leadership style. Of course, the standard hero monologue arrives. You're here to set things right, but hiding behind other people's problems? Classic. Then the posters naturally launch into a tirade which our boy finds more irritating than threatening. Collapse. Delightful, he thought, observing as he sniffs out something far larger than a simple reward imbalance. Turns out this isn't a walk in the park. It's a veritable gauntlet of magic traps. This oppressive ruler hoards resources from entire nations, even dragging precious reserves meant for defense. Honestly, the sheer audacity. It's been a long time, a voice echoes and a past connection surfaces, but what does it mean? The capital's descending into predictable panic. Honestly, a city-wide meltdown over a vague threat. Groundbreaking. Our boy observes the hysteria with the detached amusement of someone who's seen it all before. Turns out, the ruling council's priorities involve acquiring fresh talent. How original, he thinks, rolling his eyes internally. Then, naturally, the arrogant child for ambition arrives, launching into a diatribe about how insulting it is to be dismissed by someone of his stature, as if his inflated ego weren't already a problem. His bluster, however, cracks. A flicker of genuine doubt crosses his face, a tiny chink in the armor of manufactured confidence. It's a reaction to something deeper than a simple power slight, a hint of a resource drain so vast it's crippling entire nations. A voice echoes, dredging up a forgotten connection, a piece of the puzzle he hadn't realized was missing. A surprising victory is announced, but the ruler's reaction? It speaks of a far more unsettling truth lurking beneath. His words apparently hit harder than anticipated, a visceral reaction he hadn't factored in. Honestly, the melodrama is almost impressive, he mused, observing the ripple of unease through the room. A tense quiet descended thick with unspoken implications. Turns out the council's sudden interest in fresh talent was less about genuine improvement and more about desperate measures. Predictable, really. Then naturally the young master had to arrive launching into a self-important tirade. Must be exhausting carrying around that much entitlement, he thought, but a flicker of something real, a genuine doubt cracked through the boy's bravado. It'd want a power play. It was something far more unsettling, a resource drain so pervasive it threatened entire nations. A voice echoed, dredging up a forgotten connection, a piece of the puzzle he hadn't realized was missing. A surprising victory was announced, but the ruler's reaction... Right, let's get this straight. The ruler apparently lost his mind. What the hell? A presence from a commoner? He screeches because of course he does. Honestly, the melodrama is almost a performance in itself. Hez bellowing about nobody daring to intrude on him, the most powerful man of the extendums. As if that title means anything beyond hoarding resources and crushing nations. Hez rattled, actually, and it's not just because some random person showed up. Our boy is observing naturally, recognizing the familiar scent of desperation clinging to the ruler's bravado. Then, without so much as a pleasantry, he launches Pindle Kill. A rather dramatic move, wouldn't you say? It seems our ruler is more concerned with maintaining appearances than actually being powerful. A surprising victory, yes, but something tells us this isn't over, not by a long shot. Rank is back in their hands. An unexpected win, naturally. Our boy watches the ruler, and honestly the guy's face is a mess, a flicker of something unsettling. Hez probably realizing his carefully constructed image is cracking, he thinks. Of course, the ruler has to deliver a grand speech about cherishing his people above all else, as if it's a familiar song. The tyrant who hoards and exploits hiding behind a facade of benevolence. A swift dispatch follows. A necessary if somewhat flashy move. He isn't playing along with this charade. The ruler's reaction? Pure, unadulterated panic. Interesting. Seems this victory ruffled some feathers. The ruler's outburst hints at something far deeper, a past connection, perhaps? It's a victory, yes, but the air hangs heavy with a disquieting truth. The populace pledges repayment, a predictable consequence of reclaiming rank, and it seems they've met the bare minimum requirements to be considered citizens, 33,387, of them no less. Honestly, these gratitude speeches are always so formulaic, our boy mused, observing the ruler's carefully crafted display of benevolence. Of course, the ruler has to deliver a grand speech about cherishing his people. The tyrant who hoards and exploits hiding behind a facade of benevolence. It's a familiar tune. That flicker across his face, though, interesting. Seems this victory ruffled some feathers. It suggests a past entanglement, a vulnerability the ruler desperately tries to conceal, and it's a reaction that hints at a deeper, unsettling truth. Right then, let's dive in. Seems our boy Asmofel is laying out a rather audacious plan. Essentially, turning Grid into a king. Honestly, the sheer audacity. Apparently someone's already picked out a nation's name, and it's not just any nation. It's one where Grid utterly humiliated a legendary troop. Of course, because why not make a game character royalty? Hez about to become the first user king, and the thought has him questioning the whole situation. As it turns out, a rebel attack on the capital is imminent, meaning a swift response is needed. Archers and those pesky seed monsters need to be dealt with. And just when you think things can't get any more complicated there, a palpable tension brewing between a powerful figure and Rose. Something's not right there. It's hinting at a connection far deeper than anyone suspects. This is going to be interesting. Sharon's stats are being monitored apparently because Grid's game prowess is causing quite a stir. Honestly, predictable. Someone's always got to quantify everything. It seems the demand for high-tier equipment is straining resources. C's weapons are proving difficult to acquire, a consequence of this escalating game. World power creep. Then bam, a surprise rebel raid, a total reversal of the status quo. They've actually reached the capital's doorstep, which according to our boy's calculations isn't good. If a guild manages to conquer a rural capital, the ramifications are significant. The royal capital is substantially larger than Redian, a detail he registers with a detached amusement. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. The heroes are spread thin, a predictable consequence of everyone wanting a piece of Grid's action. Apparently, Sharon's stats are now public knowledge because quantifying everything feels just so important. Honestly, the escalating demand for cease weaponry is already straining the supply lines, a direct result of this power creep. He calculates that neutralizing the archers is paramount. They're close to breaching the walls, and a seed monster ambush would be disastrous, tangling their forces in a chaotic mess. That flicker across his face, though vulnerability, the ruler desperately tries to mask, suggesting a deeper, unsettling truth between him and that powerful figure. Something's not right there. It seems this victory ruffled some feathers, and now a rebel raid has materialized at the capital's doorstep, a total status quo reversal. The ramifications are significant. Jur's words, as if anyone cares about some vague connection to fertile land, triggered something in him, a fleeting expression that want quite amusement, more like recognition. Honestly, it was unsettling, a crack in the carefully constructed facade of detached observation Head cultivated. If Du Young's life is involved, I have no interest, he mused, dismissing the potential complication with a mental shrug. Sentimentality was a luxury he couldn't afford. Of course, the heroes are spread thin, a predictable consequence of everyone wanting a piece of Grid's action, as if quantifying his stats was some kind of national sport. Hez already calculating the supply line strain from the cease weaponry demand. Predictable, really. Neutralizing those archers becomes priority one. A seed monster ambush would be a catastrophic mess, tangling the forces and delaying their advance. The situation's deteriorating faster than anyone anticipated. Apparently your Solpners and your Inariel are now monster chow. Delightful. He observes the cascade of failures, his expression hardening, a dangerous spark igniting in his eyes. Honestly, this is just confirming what I already suspected, everyone relying on Grid like Hez, some kind of all-powerful vending machine. Of course, Rose has to throw a wrench into things with her defiant challenge testing his authority. It's always the bold ones, isn't it? Hez already running the numbers. The supply lines for size weaponry are going to be strained, and a seed monster ambush amidst the chaos would be a logistical nightmare. Right, let's dive in. Rose, of course, had to poke the bear. Honestly, the sheer predictability. Our boy's eyes flashed, a silent vow of payback for her blatant challenge. It's almost comical how readily these characters trigger reactions. Hez not losing it, though. A dangerous calm descends, a calculated mask for the storm brewing beneath. She thinks a playful jab will rattle me, please? Him already calculating the optimal response? Rose's taunt did spark something all right. A cold fury not directed at her, but at the impending chaos Hez about to unleash. His expression hardens, betraying the carefully constructed composure Hez trying to project. Let them underestimate me, their misplaced confidence will be their downfall. This isn't just about a petty squabble, whispers of a larger scheme. A nation destabilized, a king installed, are swirling, and Hez now a key piece. A rebel attack is imminent, and neutralizing archers and those pesky seed monsters just became. Rose's provocation predictably lit a fuse, his expression hardening as he processed the potential threats and charted a response to the likely seed monster ambush and archer storm. A cold fury tightened his features, not aimed at Rose but at the impending chaos Shed unwittingly invited, realizing someone was accelerating a calamity and placing him squarely in the middle of it. The air thickens, and of course she makes a grand exit, a theatrical flourish designed to unsettle. He observes her descent, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his face. She thinks a pointed jab will pierce my armor? How quaint. A spark of disbelief ignites as accusations bounce around the room, shaking the reality Hez so meticulously built. They're questioning my methods. Predictable. Let them. It just means they haven't grasped the full scope of the game. Doubt briefly shadows his features, a momentary lapse in the carefully crafted facade. It's not about Rose's words themselves, but what they represent. The escalating chaos, the impending rebel assault, the destabilization of a kingdom. Someone's accelerating this mess, and now a pawn. Time to re-evaluate the board. A fleeting hesitation, a crack in the otherwise impenetrable wall of his composure. It's amusing, really, how easily these displays of emotion can be misinterpreted. He registers the doubt flickering across his face, a mere blip betraying a vulnerability he usually keeps buried deep. Someone has to lose. He announces, dismissing Rose's jab with the kind of casual cruelty only someone who's seen far too much can wield. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, stirring the pot, but our boy isn't rattled. He's merely assessing the new variable. His confidence falters just a hair, a momentary lapse in the facade he has so diligently crafted, and he understands it's not about Rose's words themselves, but the tremors they represent, the accelerating chaos, the brewing rebellion, the kingdom tilting on its axis. Time to re-evaluate the board. The warning arrived swiftly, a harsh lesson in the cost of dismissiveness. Rose's words weren't the point, they were a catalyst, a silent challenge sparking in her eyes as she absorbed his careless rejection. Someone's actively pushing for instability. He realized the subtle shift in her demeanor, confirming his suspicions. Of course, the arrogant young master had to insert himself into the fray, but our boy barely registered his presence, merely cataloging him as another variable in an increasingly complex equation. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, a momentary lapse in the carefully constructed facade, amusing, really, how easily these tiny cracks can be misinterpreted. Then a truly staggering reveal that was Piro's ultimate move, and she only lost one arm from it. Well, that changes things considerably. If even Piro, a powerhouse by all accounts, couldn't handle her, defeating a great demon or capturing, well, whatever she was after. That a data point our boy can't ignore. Ill by time. It's impossible for you all. Someone shouts a predictably dramatic declaration. He barely registers it truthfully. These pronouncements of invincibility are common in these circles, a necessary ingredient for the power fantasy. The firelight plays across her face, showcasing a storm brewing within her eyes, a reaction to his dismissive words, a sharp sting to her pride. Someone's clearly ruffled, he observes, cataloging another consequence of his actions. Of course, the arrogant young master had to interject, but honestly, Hez just another pawn in a game far bigger than anyone realizes. Time to adjust the strategy, again. The order landed and her face tightened. Predictable, really. Our boy, ever the master of calculated reactions, registered it amidst the clamor. Then came the verbal jab, twisting the metaphorical knife already in play. Honestly, the theatrics, as if he doesn't realize how transparent he is. It's almost insulting how easily these people play into his expectations. If you can't resist a basic effect, you can't even join the battle. Someone yelled naturally. Of course, a grand declaration had to punctuate the moment. They think they're being clever, but they're just confirming my suspicions. A simmering frustration began to build, Hess starting to feel restricted. Mocking posters appeared, a final spark igniting a slow burn of rage. This isn't about the posters. It's about the blatant disregard. The audacity. The heat? Honestly, a torrential rank shouldn't be this oppressive. Our boy barely acknowledges the offered item, a predictable power play from her end. As if a curt order could faze someone who dealt with far worse. Of course he has to throw a jab questioning her combat prowess, because subtlety is so overrated. The silence that follows isn't dramatic. It's the sound of a carefully built reality cracking. The cost of the white bloom? A mere footnote to him. Then naturally the mocking posters appear. Seriously, is this a comedy now? It's a final petty insult and something snaps. A simmering rage boils over, fueled by the blatant restriction. Hez not feeling pressure, his feeling boxed in. They think they're controlling the narrative. They're about to learn a valuable lesson about underestimating a man who already seen the abyss. Our boy, bless his heart, thought he was playing God Saving Isabel and all that jazz. Turns out, even popes aren't immune to accusations and the slow creep of doubt. Hez sacrificed something. And now the carefully curated reality Hez built is starting to crumble. Honestly, the entitlement. He probably expected a parade, not this relentless questioning. Of course, the restrictions piled on are just chef's kiss for a simmering rage. He explodes naturally because restraint isn't exactly his forte. Mocking posters? A direct challenge to his authority. Someone clearly put some thought into this, the audacity. A silent storm brews a battle waged not with fists, but with simmering resentment. A flicker, a hint of something deeper, something connected to elsewhere. Hess cornered, and the frustration is palpable. This isn't just about Isabel anymore. It's about his image, his control. Right, so Hess back, and apparently someone felt the need to greet him with a verbal jab. Honestly, the nerve. Our boy barely acknowledges it, a dangerous stillness settling over him. They think a few posters will actually sting? Please. Hez dealt with far worse than adolescent. Of course, the poster's taunts are the perfect kindling for the simmering fury Hez been expertly suppressing. It's not the accusations themselves, it's the sheer challenge to his authority. Hez meticulously crafted this image, this reality, and now it's being questioned. Absolutely not. The rage ignites, but it's masked by that unsettling calm, the kind that precedes a storm. As it turns out, the conditions are now met for something legendary. A convenient plot device, naturally. They want a show? Fine, they'll get a show. The air thickens, and honestly, the audacity. Someone just decided to launch a verbal assault, and naturally it's dripping with accusation. He registers the words, lets them hang, a calculated move designed to unsettle. They think they can rattle me with this? Please? It's not the content of the accusations that bothers him. It's the deliberate challenge to the carefully constructed persona he's cultivated. Of course, Isabel is at the center of this, but the real issue is the disruption to his control. The poster's taunts, while petty, are simply kindling for a carefully banked fire. He barely acknowledges the outburst, a dangerous stillness settling over him. They want a spectacle? They'll get one. A farmer conveniently emerging from a monster zone adds another layer of tension, as if this weren't already awkward enough. The fallout from those accusations landed like a physical blow, sending visible tremors through the assembled crowd. Honestly predictable, they always react with such dramatics. Our boy, however, isn't one to be easily rattled. He's dealt with far worse than adolescent angst. It's not the accusations themselves that sting, but the deliberate puncture of the carefully constructed facade has been meticulously crafting. Isabel's involvement, a minor inconvenience. He registers the words, letting them hang in the air, a calculated move to unsettle them, not himself. They think they can provoke a reaction? How amusing! Then, in a moment of pure, unadulterated impulse, and let's be honest, a touch of showmanship, he shouts, "Ill, just burn it down." A terrifying declaration, of course, meant to redirect the escalating tension. She stares, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. The air thickened, didn't it? His outburst ripped through the strained quiet, and honestly predictable. They always milk the drama. Fine, let's give them one. She visibly recoiled, struggling to process the sudden explosive nature of his words, a chilling realization dawning. Of course, the school beauty has to be the target. It's practically a mandatory scene in these things. The sting of the accusations, a bizarre echo of his own, felt like a phantom jab, puncturing the carefully constructed persona had been cultivating. It's not the content, it's the disruption. A farmer naturally emerges from the monster zone as if the tension want already cranked to 11. Then, with a theatrical flourish and a touch of showmanship, he shouts, "He'll just burn it down." She stares, disbelief flashing across her face. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy's outburst, "I'll just burn it down," landed like a wrecking ball, didn't it? Predictable, really. Someone always has to stir the pot. Hez thinking seriously, they feels practically knitting sweaters of comfort for each other. A little chaos is exactly what they needed. And predictably, the school beauty face did a little dance. A subtle twist of discomfort, a momentary flicker of disbelief. It wasn't just the words, but the sudden shift in the atmosphere, the shattering of the carefully constructed pleasantries. She recoiled, actually. A visible wave of distrust washing over her. Oh, the irony. She gets a taste of what it feels like to be on the receiving end of accusations. He muses, of course, because this is his life. A farmer wanders out of the monster zone. Seriously, the universe just loves piling on. Shess struggling to process it all, which let's be. Right, let's dive in. Those words, flung like poisoned darts, hit our boy with the force of a forgotten trauma. Honestly, the melodrama is thick enough to spread on toast. Hez reeling, you can practically see the gears grinding as he tries to process the accusation, a cruel echo, as they say. Of course, the perpetually stoic female lead's face crinkles, a fleeting expression of pain and something else, something Shay's desperately trying to hide. Her victory cheers. A hollow performance, a desperate attempt to outrun a past she can't quite bury. The ES message predictably acts as a fresh wound mocking her efforts. He feels the sting of past doubt, a familiar discomfort, and fights to maintain composure. Seriously, the universe couldn't just let them have a moment of peace, could it? A farmer wanders out of the monster zone because naturally that's exactly what this situation needed. Just another delightful layer of chaos. Well, isn't this awkward? Just when the tension was thick enough to spread with a knife, a farmer strolls in from the monster zone. Talk about impeccable timing. Our boy is having a moment, you see, and not the good kind. Someone just lobbed a verbal grenade at her, and it's actually managed to crack that carefully constructed porcelain mask. Honestly, you think someone with her reputation would be a little more resilient? Shez biting back a reply, desperately trying to maintain the charade. A flicker of doubt? Visible recoil? Please. Hez already cataloging the tells, the subtle shifts in posture. It's like watching a house of cards teeter. And the farmer? Completely oblivious, probably just hoping for a good harvest. Some people just can't appreciate a good dramatic scene. The words landed, and honestly, it was almost comical how easily those carefully constructed defenses crumbled. Seriously, Shay's visibly shaken, which is unexpected. Honestly, you think someone who spent years cultivating an untouchable perfection would have thicker skin. Hez noting every micro-expression, cataloging the subtle betrayals of her composure. Of course, the universe couldn't just let them have a moment of peace, could it? Now her legendary class boasts are being questioned, prompting another wave of visible distress. Good. Maybe this will finally force some introspection, and just when the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, a farmer wanders out of the monster zone. Some people just can't appreciate a good dramatic scene. The accusations landed, and honestly, the sheer absurdity of the moment was almost comedic. Our boy watched as the carefully constructed facade of untouchable perfection visibly cracked. Seriously, someone who cultivates an absolute invulnerability should probably invest in some emotional armor. It's like watching a meticulously built tower of cards wobble, Hez cataloging every twitch, every micro-expression, filing them away for later analysis. Her reaction was unexpected. Of course, the universe couldn't just let them enjoy a peaceful interlude, could it? Now her legendary class boasts are being questioned, prompting a wave of visible distress. Good. Maybe this will force some introspection. The words you couldn't even fight, and just a sieve pierced through her defenses. She faltered, momentarily disrupted, a fleeting smile attempting to mask the turmoil. A spark ignited, challenging her established dominance. As it turns out, even the most formidable individuals have vulnerabilities. And just when the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, a farmer wanders out. A twitch. Just a flicker, but it was there. Our boy attempting to project an unflappable authority, but the worry was visible. Of course, maintaining a facade is exhausting work. He plastered on a smile, a desperate attempt to conceal the simmering anxiety. Honestly, you think facing down great demons would be a bit more dignified. As it turns out, taunts work. His bravado cracked under the pressure, the echoing jeers a direct hit to his carefully constructed image. The posters? A particularly low blow highlighting the chasm between his outward projection and his inner turmoil. He nearly lost the smile, then a brief flash of genuine fear betraying the charade. Pathetic, he likely thought, they're getting to me, and then just when the situation threatened to become truly embarrassing, a shift. A surge of power, the Sword Saint's awakening. Suddenly things got interesting. The sheer volume of magical power erupting feels almost comical. Honestly, did they think he wouldn't notice? His forced smile fractured under the great demon's barbs, a crack in the carefully constructed image. Of course, the poster's bright, cheerful depictions of his supposed triumphs only amplified the dissonance of visual representation of the gap between perception and reality. They're trying to rattle me, he thought, as if a few taunts could actually diminish what I've already overcome. A fleeting tremor, a barely perceptible shift in his composure, threatened to unravel the charade. Then, a seismic jolt, the sword saint's powers surged, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Maybe this will force some introspection now. Her legendary class boasts are being questioned, prompting a wave of visible discomfort. A supreme quiet skill far beyond Jishuk's finisher has struck the battle. They're getting to him, aren't they? Honestly predictable. Of course, the arrogant great demons would try to chip away at his carefully constructed image. It's practically a mandatory scene in these kinds of stories. He figures that if he doesn't project an aura of unshakable confidence, they'll pounce. His forced smile fractured under their barbs, a visual representation of the gap between perception and reality. Those posters depicting his supposed triumphs just amplified the dissonance. They're trying to rattle me, he thought, as if a few taunts could actually diminish what I've already overcome. Then a seismic jolt. The sword saint's power surged, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Right, let's get this straight. The great demons naturally felt the need to announce their presence with a dramatic flourish. The one who scorched 5 hells, seriously, as if that title alone guarantees anything. Our boy, of course, had to maintain the charade of unflappable authority, a performance increasingly difficult with each barbed comment. Honestly, these guys think a few insults can crack me? Please. His trying to project an invincibility, because let's be real, a flicker of doubt is an invitation for these power-hungry fiends. Then, just when the situation was reaching peak awkwardness, the Sword Saint decided to make a grand entrance, unleashing a surge of power that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Apparently, some legends aren't meant to be trifled with, and as it turns out, 2 lesser demons are now saddled with babysitting a succubus and a fiend. A clear sign of the pecking order in demon society, wouldn't you know? The aftermath of Jishuk's unexpected victory sent tremors through the chamber, literally. He registered the initial shockwave, a ripple effect of disbelief amongst the great demons. Honestly, they expected me to crumble? Their words designed to chip away at his authority were predictably tiresome. Jishuk's continued jabs, questioning his legitimacy, only served to reinforce the tiresome trope of the arrogant figure facing a humbling moment. Let them stew. A surge of power born from his barely contained frustration shook the room, once more a physical manifestation of his annoyance. Jishuk's assessment, a thinly veiled challenge to the established hierarchy, visibly tightened the air, a clear indication that the facade of control was becoming increasingly fragile. Now 2 lesser demons are stuck babysitting a succubus and a fiend, a clear sign of the pecking order. In demon society, wouldn't you know? The simmering annoyance radiating from our boy was almost palpable. Honestly, these great demons truly thought a few barbed comments would unravel him. Amusing? Really? They expect a dramatic collapse? Jishuk's assessment, predictably delivered with that infuriatingly casual tone, struck a nerve, visibly unsettling his composure. A flicker of anger crossing his face, betraying the turmoil he meticulously suppresses. Of course, the arrogant figure has to react with a volcanic outburst, doesn't he? Thanks for its attention, Huros. What did you say? He roared, a physical manifestation of his frustration shaking the chamber. Let them think they've found a weakness. It's a tiresome dance, really, but hell, play along for now. Jishuk's assessment, predictably delivered with that infuriatingly casual tone, visibly shook him, disrupting his carefully maintained composure, a moment of vulnerability had meticulously avoided. He recoiled, genuinely stunned. Honestly, did these great demons think a few carefully chosen words could actually rattle him? They're attempting to destabilize the hierarchy, a childish tactic, really. His outburst, a volcanic roar of "What did you say?" felt sudden a raw challenge to their authority. The room seemed to shrink as tension thickened, a predictable consequence of demonstrating any emotion. Let them believe they've found a weakness. It's a tiresome dance. Then a tremor ran through the chamber, and a proclamation echoed, "Who? The power of the sword saint has awakened." Well, that escalated quickly. Jishuk's assessment, delivered with infuriating nonchalance, landed like a calculated blow. Honestly, did these great demons think a few barbs could genuinely unsettle him? Please, they're trying to play mind games, so predictable. Our boy felt a flicker of something unwelcome surprise, a breach of the carefully constructed facade had cultivated. Of course, the arrogant great demon had to react, roaring a challenge that physically shook the room. Let them believe they've found purchase, it's all part of the performance. The tension thickened, palpable as the air itself. Then a seismic tremor, the sword saint's power awakening with a force that rattled the very foundations. Well, that a development, suddenly maintaining composure became significantly more complicated. A palpable shift, subtle yet undeniable, signaled something unpleasant feels brewing. Planos' dying words naturally weren't a cheerful farewell, but a grim prophecy hinting at a sacrifice. Honestly, couldn't they have gone out with a little more grace? Belial, ever the showman, added a taunt because naturally he had to revel in the impending doom. The posters, those ubiquitous cryptic things, kept flashing subtly, linking everything. He registered it, of course. It's hard to miss a giant, ominous warning plastered everywhere. Then the real kicker. Belial, in a display of escalating power, absorbed demonic energy. Fantastic. Just what we needed. The prophecy wasn't just some dramatic flourish. It was a genuine threat. For a fleeting moment, the carefully constructed facade cracked, revealing a flicker of genuine fear and simmering rage. Hez not as untouchable as he pretends to be, it seems. Right then, Plano's final melodramatic act kicked things off, didn't it? His words, dripping with doom, weren't just exposition. They were a spotlight illuminating something far beyond their current understanding. Honestly, a little less theatrics would have been appreciated, our boy mused. The posters, those cryptic billboards plastered everywhere, suddenly made a horrifying amount of sense. Naturally, Belial had to insert himself, didn't he? Absorbing demonic energy. Because subtlety is so overrated, he confirmed the prophecy warning. The restoration of blues form, textbook prophecy fulfillment. Hez starting to sweat, you could practically hear him thinking. The poster's depiction wasn't just art, it was a roadmap. Belial's carefully crafted image, that untouchable persona, it flickered, revealing a genuine flash of fear and simmering rage. Turns out even he isn't immune to a looming apocalypse. Planos' dying words sealed its inescapable fate. And that, folks, is a loyal servant's wail. Always a bad sign, signaled something had genuinely rattled our boy. Belial's face, usually a portrait of calculated arrogance, drained of color as Plano's dying words sunk in. Honestly, a dignified exit would have suited him better. He probably thought internally, scoffing at the melodrama. Of course, had tried to mask it. Belial's usual dripped, a pathetic attempt to hide the terror Planos' accusations ignited, the carefully constructed facade. Years in the making, fractured, revealing a flicker of genuine fear. Oh, the mighty Belial scared, how quaint. The shattering of his composure wasn't just a loss of face, it was a confirmation of a prophecy, a terrifying warning head dismissed. As it turns out, Plano's words weren't just disrespect, they were a condemnation. And then the demonic energy surged. Belial absorbed it, a blatant, undeniable confirmation of the looming threat. Fantastic, he internally groaned. Just what he needed. The air thickens with accusation, a delightful drama unfolding as our boy finds himself under the spotlight. Honestly, the sheer audacity. Hez attempting to mask his apprehension, a pathetic display considering the gravity of Planos' words. A dignified retreat would have been preferable, he muses, observing Belial's crumbling composure. Naturally, the arrogant young master arrives to complicate matters further, his terror barely concealed. Then the delightful chaos erupts. Demonic energy surges and Belial predictably tries to absorb it. Oh, marvelous, he thinks, bracing for the inevitable fallout. Apparently, this light is actively dismantling a vital essence, the immortal soul of something significant. His usual attacks are proving useless against these formidable foes. A desperate counterattack is brewing, fueled by a growing sense of betrayal and a simmering rage amongst the onlookers. Someone manipulated a demon and someone's going to pay. The air practically vibrated with accusation, a predictable development considering Planos' words were a terrifying warning head dismissed. Honestly, the dramatics he thought watching Belial attempt a semblance of composure while absorbing the surging demonic energy, a blatant confirmation of the looming threat, just what he needed. Naturally, the arrogant young master had to waltz in his terror, practically radiating off him. Then chaos. The immortal soul of something significant is being actively dismantled by this energy, a vital essence fading before their eyes. His usual attacks are bouncing off, proving utterly useless. A loss of face, but also a critical observation. Ragnar's outburst, Ragnar's sword dance, is an indication of how deeply connected he is to whatever is being targeted. Someone manipulated a demon, and the resulting rage is palpable amongst the onlookers. Someone's going to pay. His resolve solidified, a quiet determination settling over him. Another predictable escalation, honestly, as he registered the sudden precipitous drop in his attack power. The damage was significant, something he hadn't anticipated, and it forced a recalculation. A desperate counterattack was launched, fueled by a simmering anger, as Ignoring's actions felt like a stinging betrayal. We destroyed the hell. Ragnus roared, a visceral reaction that confirmed the gravity of the situation. His sword dance was no mere flourish, as it turns out. Interesting, a connection that deep? The air thickened with accusation, and the declaration from the demon manipulator, "You damned humaning," was as theatrical as it was ominous. The seat of the second hell apparently vacant, a detail our boy registered with a practiced indifference, because naturally things are never simple. Hez, watching the great demon's gaze directed towards someone, a gesture that confirms the gravity of the situation and a connection far deeper than initially suspected. His attacks, previously reliable, are now bouncing off a minor embarrassment, but more importantly, a vital clue. Ragnar's sword dance, a display of raw power and connection, a flourish that, as it turns out, signifies a bond of immense consequence. Someone manipulated a demon, triggering a wave of anger and accusation, and honestly, the melodrama is almost charming. Hez noting the precipitous drop in his own attack power, a significant setback, and already factoring it into his next move. Interesting, a connection that deep. Future you have at least is different stats, he mused, observing the escalating chaos. Honestly, the melodrama was almost charming. It's amusing how these power-obsessed individuals assume a level of competence they simply don't possess. To think you can even compete with the most basic mage, he thought, dryly noting the exaggerated boasts of the assembled figures. Of course, the arrogant young master had to show up now, flexing his non-existent credentials. Hez already calculating the impact of the demon manipulator's accusation. "You damned humaning," a line delivered with all the subtlety of a crashing meteor. A vacant seat in the second hell? A detail that confirms the situation's precariousness, the great demon's gaze a silent indicator of a connection that runs far deeper than anyone realizes. His attacks, once reliable, are now failing, a frustrating setback, but also a valuable data point. Anyway, unlike the reed phoning down, I have a use for intelligence. Hez noting the precipitous drop in his own attack power, and the Lord, apparently one of the strongest beings around, just dropped a bombshell, a threat so immense it makes everyone look like toddlers playing with building blocks. Honestly, the melodrama was almost charming, watching these power-hungry nobles posture, and Preen completely oblivious to the cosmic horror looming. Our boy naturally isn't fazed. To think you can even compete with the most basic mage, he mused, observing the escalating chaos. A subtle detail confirming the precariousness of their situation, and the great demon's gaze is an unsettling indicator of a connection far deeper than anyone realizes. His attacks are failing, a frustrating setback, but also a valuable data point. The Lord predictably dropped a revelation that would make any self-respecting melodrama writer blush. A threat so colossal it rendered everyone else's squabbles utterly meaningless. Honestly, watching these nobles posture was almost quaint, blissfully unaware of the cosmic entity looming. Our boy naturally remained unimpressed. To think you can even compete with the most basic mage, he mused, observing the escalating chaos, already calculating the impact of this new information. It's a classic. The powerful figure reveals a danger beyond comprehension, forcing a humiliating defeat. As it turns out, this defeat isn't just about power, it's about acknowledging something far beyond their capabilities. He noted the precipitous drop in his own attack power, a frustrating setback but also a valuable data point, while the great demon's gaze is an unsettling indicator of a connection far deeper than anyone realizes. Right then, our boy finally bites the dust. Shocking, isn't it? He admits defeat, which honestly was a relief. All that posturing for what? Turns out they're a power level way beyond his current grasp. Hez clearly questioning everything, now grappling with a revelation that makes his previous victories look like child play. Seriously, how many cries has this thing buried? He wonders, because naturally a cosmic threat isn't just going to announce itself politely. And of course the Lord has to drop the punishment decided by others line, because subtlety is so overrated. Hez referencing something called the darkness of intensive destroy Kingdian, a name that screams bigger problems and should've been a massive red flag. 7 evils? Passive abilities? Fantastic, he thinks, already running simulations. This isn't just a power struggle, it's a systemic issue, and Hez just been introduced to the board. Right on cue, the Lord spoils our boy's fleeting triumph, declaring his defeat and tossing out a name so ridiculous it deserves its own dramatic reveal. The darkness of intensive destroy Kingdian. Honestly, couldn't they have come up with something less verbose? As it turns out, this whole ordeal stems from an overground guild, because of course it does, and a punishment dictated by forces beyond comprehension. Hez already calculating the implications, muttering about 7 evils and a cascade of passive abilities, attack, defense, corruption, like anyone else would. Seriously, the man's already building a spreadsheet. Someone get him a calculator? Hez realizing this isn't just a power grab, it's a deeply entrenched system. Hez not backing down, not even a millimeter, clearly fueled by some ancient grudge. Honestly, the stubbornness is almost endearing. Posters plastered about the area begin to whisper of a forgotten conflict, a relic of a time before he arrived, hinting at a larger unseen power struggle. Right, another history lesson. Fantastic. Of course, the Lord has to swoop in and declare our boy's defeat, tossing out a name so ridiculously long it practically trips over itself. The darkness of intensive destroy Kingdian. Seriously. Someone needs a brainstorming session. As it turns out, this whole mess originates from an overground guild naturally, and a punishment dictated by forces beyond comprehension. Hez already running simulations, mentally cataloging 7 evils and passive abilities. Attack, defense, corruption, like anyone else would. It's not a simple power grab, it's a systemic issue, and Hez just been introduced to the board. Right. So the aftermath of his little rebellion. Honestly, the man's already building a spreadsheet. Someone get him a calculator. Hez realizing this isn't just a power grab, it's a deeply entrenched system, and Hez not backing down, clearly fueled by some ancient grudge. Posters begin appearing, whispering of a forgotten conflict, a relic of a time before he arrived. Fantastic. Another history lesson. Of course, the Lord had to swoop in, declaring our boy's defeat with a name so ridiculously long, it practically trips over itself. The darkness of intensive destroy Kingdian. Seriously, as it turns out, this whole mess originates from an overground guild and a punishment dictated by forces beyond comprehension, because naturally, Hez already running simulations cataloging 7 evils and passive abilities, attack, defense, corruption, like anyone else would. The church seems eager to reward him, offering something special for completely absorbing an archdemon's soul, which predictably involves more complicated calculations. Apparently dark. We can't make it easy, the board proclaims, and honestly, our boy isn't surprised. They're already discussing Greebed, some puffed-up nobody claiming to be descended from royalty, and the projected loss of players, a mere 20% apparently, is the least of his concerns. Of course, the Lord had to vanish without a word bellowing about weakness. Someone's got a serious control problem. Then naturally, the arrogant young master Dur Greed has to announce his lineage with maximum melodrama. The most amazing person in the world, Dur Greed, is my father, right? Fantastic. Hez already running damage assessments, cataloging everything. Passive abilities, attack, defense, corruption, because someone has to. Wait, shadow magic. Effective only against monsters? How wonderfully specific. Whispers of Damon and Kraugel's shared history in a hell raid start circulating. It seems old conflicts refuse to stay buried. He figures that if he doesn't figure out the power dynamic here, prepare for battle. Right, because subtlety was always their strong suit. Of course, Dur Greed had to arrive flexing his non-existent lineage like it mattered. Honestly, the sheer audacity. Our boy naturally isn't panicking. Hez assessing. Damage control is his forte after all. It's amusing really how easily these pronouncements shake the others. A few harsh words and suddenly everyone questioning their existence. The sting of those accusations? Expected. A brief flicker of doubt. Predictable. Had already accounted for this psychological warfare. Whispers of Damon and Kraugel's past entanglement are surfacing. Old wounds never truly heal, do they? It seems the past isn't content to stay buried. A declaration of battle hangs in the air thick with the scent of impending doom. Hez already formulating escape routes just in case. A tremor of doubt, barely perceptible, rippled across their faces. Predictable, honestly. It's amusing how easily these pronouncements shake the others. The sting of those accusations directed at their convictions left a visible mark, a momentary fracture in their carefully constructed image. He anticipated this psychological warfare naturally. Damage control is a skill he's honed. Of course, Dur Greed had to arrive flexing a lineage that probably exists solely in his own mind. The room itself felt tense, a palpable shift in atmosphere. Whispers of Damon and Kraugel's shared history began to circulate, a reminder that some conflicts refuse to remain buried. Hez already calculating escape routes just in case. Honestly, the melodrama was almost too on the nose. Our boy predictably rattled by the sudden accusations. Blackmail? Seriously? Visibly falters. He figures that if he doesn't project an unflappable resolve, Hez toast. As it turns out, Dur Greed decided to grace them with his presence, loudly proclaiming a lineage that about as genuine as a politician's promise. Naturally, the past, Damon Kraugel, the whole messy saga, had to resurface. Black's mission apparently carries a rather unpleasant consequence if she fails. Actually, it seems like a declaration of war is imminent and someone's expecting a loss. Right, so naturally the narrative decides to toss a wrench into our boy's meticulously crafted world. Did just landed a verbal hit on the Taylor family, a calculated jab as it turns out, designed to expose cracks in their carefully maintained image. A flicker crossed her face, a brief glimpse of something beyond the usual cheerful facade. He notes it, of course, because even the most seemingly innocuous characters often harbor secrets. Honestly, it's predictable. Someone had to poke at the Taylor's pride eventually. Probin predictably wants a power up for his spear because subtlety is overrated. The Great, meanwhile, wants an old castle by a large lake. A peculiar request, and one that probably tied to whatever scheme this cosmic being is cooking up. Right, as it turns out, Did just delivered a verbal smackdown to the Taylor family, a calculated move designed to expose some cracks in their polished facade, because subtlety is overrated naturally. Hez noting her fleeting expression because even the perpetually cheerful types usually harbor something interesting. Honestly predictable, someone was bound to poke at their pride eventually. Probin predictably is angling for a spear upgrade, because who needs nuance? The Great, meanwhile, wants an old castle by a large lake, a peculiar request, and one Hez sure is tied to some grand cosmic scheme. Now the narrative throws in a proposition: join a faction seeking revenge on the overground. Hez reeling, of course, but ignoring a nudge like this is a quick route to becoming a plot casualty. It's not random, actually. It's an invitation, a cryptic demand. Right, so our boy is being offered a spot in a faction dedicated to dismantling Cited, because, of course, accepting invitations from shadowy organizations is always a recipe for delightful complications. Hess already calculating the potential fallout, ignoring these things rarely ends well, does it? One of them boasts about being unbeatable with combined strength. Bless their naivete. Actually, Hez mentally noting how little they grasp the sheer scale of the overground power. Then comes the request, an old castle by a lake. Honestly, the predictable extravagance. And Probin predictably wants a spear upgrade. Because nuance? Never heard of it. Brammett's skepticism is palpable, his picking apart every implication, every hidden angle, funding and a weapon crafting deal. This is rapidly escalating beyond a simple revenge plot. Hez figuring that if this goes sideways, he's going to need a lot more than a fancy spear. So our boy is being dangled a crown, or at least the potential for one, by a shadowy figure, which naturally comes with a dungeon-filling proposition. Honestly, the invitation itself is less important than the implications. Ignoring such a blatant offer is practically begging for a swift and unpleasant demise. Hez mentally filing away the unbeatable boasts because anyone confident enough to announce their invincibility is probably ignoring a glaring weakness somewhere. Then Probin wants an old castle because subtlety clearly isn't on the menu. And of course, the predictable request for a spear upgrade. Brammett's concerns about funding are justified too. A sudden commission increase could draw the wrong kind of attention, and Hayes already assessing how much trouble Hez inviting. Ding and a weapon crafting deal? Brammett's skepticism is practically radiating off him, isn't it? 4 hours of casting for a single weapon. Honestly, that less magic and more manual labor and our boy is mentally noting the sheer inefficiency. Someone's clearly not optimizing their processes. Hez already calculating the mana costs, the material expenses. This isn't just about revenge anymore, it's about logistics. The tightening of his face is a tell, Hez not thrilled. Of course, the request for an old castle comes next because subtlety is clearly a foreign concept to this faction. A spear upgrade, naturally. Honestly, the sudden shift in tone is jarring, isn't it? After Eason's unfortunate demise, Probin's eagerness to secure an old castle feels less about strategy and more about a desperate need to project power. Of course, the predictable request for a spear upgrade follows because why be subtle? Brammett's bless his pragmatic heart is already dissecting the financial implications of this whole endeavor, mentally calculating mana costs and material expenses. This isn't about revenge anymore, it's about logistics. Four's offer of a weapon crafting deal requiring 4 hours of casting. Our boy is noting the sheer inefficiency. It's less about magic and more about grueling labor, and Hez already assessing the potential for attracting unwanted attention. You'd think someone pursuing vengeance would prioritize efficiency, but apparently that asking too much. His face is a tell, Hez not thrilled. Right, let's dive in? Brammett's perpetually sunny disposition? Gone. Turns out the revelation that some folks actually work threw him for a loop. Honestly, you'd think dismantling an empire would involve a little more strategy than manual labor. Hess struggling poor dear trying to reconcile the Taylor family with actual effort. A seed of doubt naturally blossoms as Taylor's words hang in the air. Brammett's squinting now because of course nothing is ever straightforward. Probin's eagerness for a dilapidated castle. Textbook power projection, a spear upgrade request? Because apparently subtlety died of embarrassment. Now the funding concerns and a 4-hour weapon crafting deal, he figures that a recipe for disaster and Brammett's already calculating the fallout. This isn't about revenge anymore, is it? It's about how to not end up as collateral damage. Oh, that right. Turns out Lakeit's a contender for one of the strongest, which naturally prompts a bout of self-deprecation. He figures it's a classic power fantasy trope, the unassuming protagonist, suddenly realizing they're surrounded by monsters. Compared to others, not much help he muses, already calculating how to best utilize his limited resources. Apparently 2 places, whatever those are, yielded more value than Kuroked is leading on. Of course, Taylor is ecstatic, completely oblivious to the potential fallout. And a spear upgrade request. He already anticipates the logistical nightmare, figuring that a recipe for disaster, and Brammit's already calculating the fallout. The continuous magic use is apparently taking a toll, doubling the time needed for training. Standard system mechanics, really. Our boy, meanwhile, is mentally cataloging the logistical nightmares of a 4-hour spear upgrade request because naturally nothing is ever straightforward. A flicker of something. A memory, perhaps. Has Reinhard reeling, haunted by a past sacrifice and a broken trust. Hez struggling, poor dear, trying to reconcile those actions with the present, a guilt so palpable it almost radiates off him. Of course, this is the precise moment. A vibrant hint of a forgotten past arises. He desperately pleads, already calculating how to navigate this sudden emotional outburst while simultaneously bracing for whatever fallout Korakid's enthusiasm for dilapidated castles might bring. The forced pleasantries radiating from Reinhard are doing a poor job of hiding the turmoil bubbling beneath the surface. Hez attempting to maintain composure, naturally, because letting a flicker of past trauma show is just asking for a lecture from Brammit's about emotional stability. Honestly, the system really needs a block unwanted memories function. He muses, already bracing for Korakid's inevitable excitement over whatever dilapidated castle this memory is tied to. A desperate plea escapes him, a raw echo of a sacrifice made and trust betrayed. A scene that clearly weighing heavily on him. Of course, revealing a weakness is practically a plot requirement in these kinds of stories, and now a sudden attack is poised to exploit it. The posters plastered around seem almost to be taunting him, as if the universe delights in piling on. Reinhard's words just dropped a bombshell hinting at a power has clearly been keeping buried. A power tied to a past that isn't exactly sunshine and rainbows. Honestly, it's a textbook move, reveal a vulnerability to throw everyone off balance. Of course, the posters plastered around just had to add to the theatricality of the moment, mocking his internal struggle. Hez trying to play it cool naturally because a display of genuine emotion would be a free pass for Brammit's to launch into a lecture about emotional regulation. A memory block function would be amazing. He thinks, bracing himself for Korakid's inevitable enthusiasm for whatever ancient ruin this memory links to. Then a desperate plea escapes him, a raw echo of a sacrifice and broken trust, all conveniently timed to expose a chink in his armor. And wouldn't you know it, a sudden attack feels poised to exploit it. The universe clearly enjoys piling on. Reinhard's posture stiffened, his internally bracing for the inevitable cascade of questions, the lecture from Brammit's about maintaining composure. Honestly, a memory block would be a godsend right now. He figures that if he doesn't project an unflappable control, Korok will be practically vibrating with excitement about whatever ancient ruin this sudden mental flashback connects to. Frustration tightened his features, a shadow of doubt flickering across his gaze. Predictable. Of course, the universe had to pile on with those posters practically taunting him with their presence. A desperate plea escapes him, a raw echo of sacrifice and broken trust, a convenient and frankly irritating reveal to expose a chink in his armor. As it turns out, a powerful attack just landed, throwing everything into disarray and revealing something shocking. Reinhard's face hardens, Hez calculating the immediate fallout, already assessing the damage. They disguised a Rebecca Knight as a black. Seriously? Reinhard's wrestling with an unseen adversary, an internal one naturally, as the posters plastered everywhere seemed to relish his discomfort. Honestly, the universe has a twisted sense of comedic timing, he muses. A flicker of doubt? Of course. It had to surface now, didn't it? Right when Korok would be poised to connect it to some forgotten prophecy. Hez already bracing for the lecture on maintaining composure, a performance hell need to deflect with practiced ease. The posters practically taunt him, amplifying his frustration. If I'm truly worthy, I should at least demonstrate some semblance of competence, he thinks, a bitter edge to the sentiment. It's a convenient moment for a painful memory to resurface, a sacrifice, a betrayal, forcing him to confront the fragility of trust. And then, because the narrative demands it, a bombshell, a Rebecca Knight, masquerading as a black. Seriously, he internally scoffs. The situation just escalated from complicated to utterly chaotic. Now Reinhard's. A peculiar broadcast blares across the screens, hinting at a frantic property sale and something about a rare weapon. Naturally, it's cryptic. Our boy's face twists in confusion. Hez trying to piece together what this mess is all about, but honestly, who can blame him? Apparently, this isn't just some random sale. It involves founding continents and player-built kingdoms, which, as it turns out, are now up for grabs. Honestly, the system's got to start paying out some serious rewards for this kind of information he thinks already bracing. For the avalanche of theories Korokt will undoubtedly unleash. Then comes the kicker, a chilling declaration of retribution, a sense of loss, and a heavy premonition settling in. Just what I needed, another existential crisis, he deadpans internally. The broadcast crackled to life, and honestly, it was just perfect timing. Our boy barely finished untangling that mess with the Rebecca Knight, a black no less, and now this. He dismisses the order, struggling to understand the strange, unexpected announcement about a property sale. Seriously? Can't a guy catch a break? Hez trying to sift through the jargon about founding continents and player-built kingdoms. Apparently someone's decided to auction off entire chunks of the world. Of course, Korokt is already sharpening his claws, ready to dissect every syllable. Then the kicker, a chilling declaration of retribution, a sense of loss, and a heavy premonition settling in. That spear can no longer drag in your life force. Just what I needed, another existential crisis, he deadpans internally, already bracing for whatever storm is brewing. His face tightened, a silent scream against the chaos of the broadcast. Seriously? Just when I thought things were stabilizing. Hess struggling to parse the message, a bizarre announcement about property sales and rewards. Apparently someone's decided to auction off continents and grant items crafted by personalities. Of course, Korokt is already diving deep, dissecting every syllable like a hungry predator. A player-built kingdom? Reentrant? Rewards triggering something? Honestly, the system's logic is baffling at times. Someone wants to persuade others, and their talk of Russian rangers and a dire warning about founding continents. The chilling declaration of retribution is coming, and a sense of loss is settling in. We can bit back feast and hasten overcurrent kind to me help destruction, the broadcast blares. Seriously? As our boy registers the utter absurdity of it all? Apparently someone's decided to auction off continents, now a reward system built around player-created kingdoms? Honestly, the logic escapes him. The loss of a king, the fallen home flags raised by Reintrant's soldiers. It's a cascade of information threatening to overwhelm. Hez already bracing for the fallout of this retribution. A chilling premonition settling heavily within. The air thickens, a palpable shift, signaling something unpleasant brewing. It's always something, isn't it? Honestly, you think they learn to space out these existential crises. He figures that clinging to the past is pointless. The immediate priority is restoring. Well, whatever broken now? Cats? Of course, that name surfaces. Apparently Katz, with his penchant for disastrous collaborations, linked up with the Pope and the bleeders of the Rebecca Church. Exploitation and manipulation, the usual suspects. It's thanks to Katz that he even made it to that raid, a fact he'd rather forget. Someone wants to know his skull? Good luck with that. He must have driven the Cutsons to forced labor, typical for those who rise to power through any means. The Pope and the bleeders of the Rebecca Church? It's a familiar pattern of exploitation and manipulation. Kat's involvement, a past he'd rather forget, suggests he orchestrated this mess, linking up with power-hungry figures. He anticipates the fallout, another headache stemming from his past, and anyone seeking his skull will find it a difficult endeavor. Apparently, the Japanese audience demands more Kate, a development our boy finds utterly baffling, as it turns out. Honestly, who needs a character who doesn't even meet the bare minimum aesthetic standards? Hez already anticipating the ridiculousness of this whole situation, realizing Grid's enemies are planning to leverage gathered players, a classic power move. A new initiative has begun, a rather ominous development, and Hez glad he wa'n't late to the scene, though it seems his arrival has already stirred things up. Someone's waxing poetic about how much better things would have been if Hed served young Lord, a tiresome trope Hez long grown beyond. Of course someone wants his skull, a request that met with a silent internal chuckle. The guild's small territory is about to become a battleground, and betrayals are inevitable even among the esteemed makes. It appears someone's attempting to control a man's, standing a foolish endeavor. Unspoken words hung heavy, a silent promise of impending conflict. Whoa there, chill. Didn't think this would be so intense, honestly. Turns out they've upped some ludicrously powerful item for Peck's sword, a complete upgrade from anything seen before. Apparently, it's connected to some alliance request. Seriously? An alliance? Hez already anticipating the inevitable fallout, noting they're likely scrambling to cover something up, and Rebecca's surge is a symptom, not a cause. Of course, the alliance is going to want the most devastating techniques. And that when someone casually mentions Star shattering abilities. Hyperbole much? Hez not even bothering to argue against the alliance proposal, stating it's a spectacularly bad idea. The Empire's power isn't just about titles. It's a breeding program, essentially, and a farmer with magic. That is not the meticulously planned progression Hed expected. All right, one kingdom down. No need to. All right, so the Alliance is throwing around star-shattering abilities now. Classic power creep, honestly. Our boy isn't even bothering to argue against their proposal. It's a spectacularly bad idea, as if diplomacy ever works with people like these. He figures they're scrambling to cover something up, and Rebecca's surge? Just a symptom, not the root cause. Apparently they've upped some ludicrously powerful item for Peck's sword, an upgrade beyond anything previously seen, and naturally it's linked to this alliance request. Of course it is. Hez already anticipating the fallout. They're breeding talent like some twisted, carefully curated selection process. One kingdom down, no, absolutely not an alliance, and now someone's casually mentioning titles. It's a breeding program essentially, and a farmer with magic. That is not the meticulously planned progression he anticipated. Hez not even bothering to argue against their proposal. It's a spectacularly bad idea, as if diplomacy ever works with people like these. They're scrambling to cover something up, and Rebecca's surge? Apparently they've whipped up some ludicrously powerful item for Peck's sword, an upgrade beyond anything previously seen, and naturally it's linked to this alliance request, just casually manipulating probabilistic blind. Someone's confident that for sure, but our boy is already calculating the leverage they're unwittingly handing him. Right, let's see what our boy is stewing about now. A sudden wave of doubt? Seriously? Hez questioning the dungeon's grandeur, as if it's a poorly reviewed restaurant. It's amusing actually watching him dissect the subtle shifts in confidence, a fleeting expression hinting at something deeper. Naturally, someone has to announce their ambition for a title fueled by some newly acquired trinket. Predictable, but then another flicker. Hez not entirely convinced by the dungeon's might, which is smart. These things rarely give anything away freely. The alliance request looms, of course, another layer to this whole mess. Hez already calculating how to leverage whatever vulnerability they're unknowingly handing him. Someone's playing games and he intends to figure out who pulling the strings. Right, so they've upped some ludicrously powerful item for Peck's sword, an upgrade beyond anything previously seen, naturally linked to this alliance request. Someone's casually manipulating probabilistic alignments? As if that not a flag waving a giant red banner. Our boy, of course, is already calculating the leverage they're unwittingly handing him. Seriously? Hez questioning the dungeon's grandeur as if it's a poorly reviewed restaurant. It's amusing actually watching him dissect the subtle shifts in confidence, a fleeting expression hinting at something deeper. Predictable. But then another flicker. He's not entirely convinced by the dungeon's might, which is smart. These things rarely give anything away freely. The alliance request looms another layer to this whole mess. Someone's playing games and he intends to figure out who pulling. A palpable sense of dread settles in, a harbinger of some grand disruption naturally. The alliance request looms another layer of complication because of course it does. Peck is discussing quest costs. Apparently even a dark quest demands a price equivalent to a boon. Honestly, the rewards are ludicrous. A rank genad for a rank quest? Late rate they call it. Our boy predictably is already dissecting the incentives, calculating how to exploit this system. Hez noting the details. The great squad getting wrecked the visit to Vampire City. All these seemingly random events are being meticulously tracked. It's amusing actually watching him assess the dungeon's confidence, questioning its grandeur. These things rarely give anything away freely. The poster's words hit him like a delayed explosion, a chilling realization shattering the carefully constructed order. He tightens his face, processing the implications of this cryptic message naturally linked to this alliance request that been looming. Honestly, they think I wouldn't notice? He thinks as if these quests are just some friendly suggestion. Of course, the dungeons aren't just handing out power. They're always a catch, and Hez already running the numbers. It's amusing watching him dissect the dungeon's confidence, questioning their grandeur. These things rarely give anything away freely. Someone is playing games, and he intends to figure out who pulling the strings. She, whoever she is another piece of this puzzle, and Hez meticulously tracking every seemingly random event. The great squads rough patch the trip to Vampire City, all meticulously catalogued. The quests rely on the existence of grifficulars, which are apparently rare. Right then, let's see what our boy's gotten himself into this time. A critical damage notification. Seriously. And a what now? Honestly, the system's item descriptions are getting bizarre. Hez already assessing the implications, of course. The dungeon's rewards always come with strings attached, and this Malvesti item, apparently a common tool, just threw another wrench into the works. They think I wouldn't notice this oddity? He muses, running a silent diagnostic on the quest's underlying mechanics. The alliance request suddenly feels less like a friendly invitation and more like a carefully laid trap. Someone's orchestrating something, and Hez cataloging every detail from the great squad's recent struggles to that bizarre trip to Vampire City. Grifficulars apparently are a key component, a rather oddly random event. His expression visibly tightened, the pleasantries of the quest abruptly dissolving into a cold calculation. Of course, the dungeons always have a catch, don't they? They never just hand out power, he thought, running a silent diagnostic. The Alliance's request, previously perceived as a cooperative venture, now felt like a carefully constructed snare. What are you saying? The compatification rewards from the drops are the sheer audacity of it. Apparently, the seemingly generous rewards were tied to something far more sinister than he initially assessed. A chilling dread began to creep in, not from immediate danger, but from the implications of this revelation. Someone is playing a long game, he mused, cataloging this new piece of information alongside the great squad's recent misfortunes and that frankly bizarre trip to Vampire City. Grifficulars, a random element in all of this, now seem crucial. A sigh escapes him, predictably stubborn when it comes to alchemy, isn't he? But the real kicker? The Alliance's request isn't just a formality, it's a calculated move. Hez cataloging everything, the great squad's recent blunders, that bizarre Vampire City detour, the Grifficular incident, all pieces snapping into a deeply unsettling. Someone's playing chess, and apparently a pawn, he muses, running a silent diagnostic. They don't just distribute power like party favors. Damn it, they're this strong? He thinks, finally understanding why Hez been so cautious. Of course, the enemy always has to be stronger. His words now linger, dropping a bombshell about the quests themselves. A truth that isn't about immediate danger, but about a scheme far grander than anything has faced. It's a chilling realization, and he knows deep down this is just the beginning of a very, very complicated game. A heavy stillness descends, and you just know something unpleasant is brewing. Hez processing the Alliance's request, cataloging it alongside the great squad's recent misfortunes and that frankly bizarre trip to Vampire City. Grifficulars of all things now seem surprisingly important, predictably stubborn when it comes to alchemy, isn't he? It's not just a formality, it's a calculated move, a deliberate power play. They don't just distribute power like party favors. Damn it, they're this strong? He thinks, finally understanding why Hez been so cautious. And then a bombshell, the quests aren't about immediate danger, but about a scheme far grander than anything Hez faced. A palpable unease settles amongst the Alliance representatives. It's always the quiet moments before the storm, isn't it? He registers their discomfort, cataloging it alongside the Great Squad's recent setbacks and that frankly bizarre Vampire City excursion, the Grifficular incident, too oddly relevant now. They don't just hand out power like party favors, our boy observes, finally understanding the layers of caution has been exercising. A flicker of doubt crosses someone's face. A memory surfaces, prompting a suggestion to relinquish responsibilities, a calculated move to secure a system within 3 to 4 years. His gaze lingers, a silent question hanging in the air, as he realizes with a chilling certainty that the quests themselves aren't what they appear to be, but a component of a scheme far grander than anything he's previously encountered. The Alliance representatives are now bickering, naturally, about recognition, apparently contributing something on par with the founding members' warrants, something, honestly, it's predictable. They don't just distribute power like party favors, our boy observes, finally grasping the meticulous caution he's been exercising. It's amusing really watching them squabble over rewards while a continent-conquering scheme hangs over their heads. Someone suggests waiting a calculated maneuver to secure a power structure within a few years, and a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Hez, noticing patterns, connections, the Vampire City excursion, the Grifficular incident, they all seem disturbingly relevant now. And now a plan to forge a copy of Gree's legendary greatsword using a unique mental ability? If I create a copy, the probing mage of the entire mountain. The implications are frankly absurd. Of course, someone immediately brings up the lack of funds, as he realizes with a chilling certainty that the quests themselves aren't what they appear to be, but a component. So the blood transfer finally went smoothly. Thankfully, they hired express delivery for those vials. Apparently, the conference room they walked into wasn't a conference room at all, but a full-blown dungeon. Naturally, a guide materialized, and Hez immediately laying down the rules. This dungeon has a limit to how many powerful beings it can handle. Hez already concerned about someone else, stronger individual, which honestly is a bit awkward for our boy to hear. Hez not exactly thrilled about being the source of someone else's anxiety. The guide's going on about how even a great demon would be powerless inside, which is a statement. Typical. Someone starts bragging about mental abilities while discussing forging a copy of Gree's legendary greatsword. Honestly, the level of arrogance is astounding. Of course, someone immediately brings up the lack of funds, absurd. Hez wrestling with a dilemma, isn't he? Whether or not to reveal his unique mental detection skill. Honestly, it's probably a terrible idea. Dragons? Really? It seems like the quests are escalating fast, and the cleanup alone will be a monumental headache. As it turns out, a mysterious commander just materialized, barking orders to eliminate intruders. A classic escalation, naturally. Apparently, these perfect partners are a creation of someone, and the whole thing screams manufactured conflict. He figures that if he doesn't get a handle on this situation, Hez going to be knee-deep in a mess. Someone's already fixating on his value, specifically his skin, which is a bit unsettling even for our boy. It's almost comical. The man was so used to maintaining distance and observing, now he's suddenly the object of interest. The others are discussing forging a copy of Gree's legendary greatsword. Of course, someone immediately brings up the lack of funds. Absurd. Right, so a dragon's origin story just dropped, and naturally it's throwing the entire alliance into chaos. Honestly, you think they've seen a mythical beast before? Our boy's got a nation to run, but some noble lady personal debt is suddenly his problem? Fantastic. Apparently these strongest beasts of hell are loyal only to great demons, because subtlety was never a strong suit in this world. Hez mentally assessing the fallout. Escalating quests always bring a tidal wave of complications. Predictably, everyone fixated on him, specifically his skin. The drama. Then a dungeon creator waltzes in, bragging about traps and vitality. Of course, Hez contemplating revealing his mental detection skill, a terrible idea probably, while they argue about funding a replica sword, and then a familiar scent, a lingering fragrance. Things are about to get interesting, aren't they? The dragon's origins, apparently tied to great demons, have predictably thrown the alliance into a delightful spiral of doubt. Honestly, You think a group of powerful leaders could handle a little existential crisis, but here we are. Hez mentally cataloging the potential ramifications. Escalating quests always mean a fresh wave of headaches, and Hez already got a nation to run. It's almost comical how quickly everyone fixated on him, specifically his skin, as if pigmentation somehow dictates his stance on demonic pacts. Predictably, someone's already fixating on his value and now has the focus of their anxious deliberations about forging a replica of Greece's legendary greatsword. Of course, someone immediately brings up the lack of funds. Absurd. Hess, briefly considering a mental detection skill, reveal a terrible idea probably. While they argue about funding a replica sword, and then, a familiar scent. The alliance is predictably fracturing, isn't it? Honestly, you think beings of immense power could handle a revelation about dragon origins being tied to great demons without devolving into a funding debate for a replica of Greece's legendary greatsword. Hez mentally calculating the fallout, already bracing for the inevitable surge in quests and the subsequent administrative headaches. Running a nation is stressful enough without existential crises thrown into the mix. Predictably, all eyes are on him, scrutinizing his very skin as if pigmentation somehow dictates allegiance. Of course, someone's already assessing his value and bringing up the lack of funds. Absurd. He briefly considered revealing his mental detection skill, a terrible idea probably, while they bicker about finances. Then something shifted. A familiar scent drifted through the air, an unexpected anomaly, and the MC knew with a detached amusement that things were about to get interesting. Right, so the dragon origin bombshell dropped naturally, causing a delightful round of political squabbling. Honestly, you think immortal beings could manage a simple revelation without devolving into a budget debate? Our boy's already bracing for the quest inflation, as if his life weren't complicated enough. He briefly considered deploying his mental detection skill, but decided against it. Letting them stew in their own drama seemed far more entertaining. Of course, a dungeon creator had to pop up bragging about traps and vitality accumulation. Typical. Hez mentally cataloging potential hazards, already formulating countermeasures. Then a scent, a familiar scent. He pauses, a flicker of genuine curiosity replacing his usual detached amusement. This isn't just another plot twist. It's a thread pulling at something deeper, something interesting. Right, so the Alliance is having a moment. A significant moment involving dragons and origins. Honestly, you think immortal beings could handle a bombshell without a budget debate? But here we are. Our boy, meanwhile, is already calculating quest inflation because his life wasn't complicated enough. Of course, the dungeon creator had to make a grand entrance flexing about traps and accumulated vitality. He figures naturally that this is a villainous power display meant to intimidate and is already mentally cataloging potential hazards. As it turns out, the creator isn't just showing off. He's got countless traps and vitality to spare. Then a scent, a familiar scent. Actually, it's piqued his detached amusement. This isn't just another plot twist. It's a thread pulling at something deeper, something interesting. Honestly, you think immortal beings could handle a bombshell without a budget debate. But here we are watching the Alliance squabble over dragon origins. Our boy naturally is already calculating quest inflation because his life wasn't complicated enough. Of course, the dungeon creator had to make a grand entrance flexing about countless traps and accumulated vitality, a villainous power display meant to intimidate, already catalogued as a potential hazard. Great would spend eons observing them, but then a scent. You reek of dirt. It's a familiar scent. He pauses. A flicker of genuine curiosity replaces his usual detached amusement. Actually, it's piqued his detached amusement. This isn't just another plot twist. It's a thread pulling at something deeper, something interesting. Seriously? He weathered that ultimate skill and the dungeon's entire gauntlet? Our boy's got some serious defying the narrative going on. Naturally, the antagonist, radiating frustration, pivots to damage control, launching an inquiry into the MC's lack of guild affiliation. If Hez solo, he probably doesn't have a guild, he grumbles, because apparently even immortal beings must adhere to basic plot contrivances. The system predictably blocks any attempt to access his info. A dungeon contract, it turns out, is a rather exclusive perk. Hez leveling up naturally thanks to some dungeon insurance, because who doesn't have that? Now Hez off to a remote village, clearly planning to exploit some fresh territory, and with a flourish he reveals himself an overground king. Oh, fantastic. Another being with delusions of grandeur. Let's see how long this charade lasts. Right, so dungeon insurance. Apparently even existential threats need a safety net. Our boy just snagged a level up thanks to that delightful loophole. Hez perched on a bench now, a silent spectator, because naturally defying fate requires a good view. The heroes are swinging swords with the enthusiasm of someone who never actually faced a real threat. He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez destined to be a glorified bench warmer. Of course, the banished, for reasons plotline rears its head. Honestly, the melodrama is exhausting. Why this place, he wonders, because being shipped off to some backwater village is exactly what the narrative demands. And then, because no self-respecting villain can resist a grand entrance, we get an overground king, a being of immense power no less. It's a stage after all, and Hez just waiting for the curtain to rise on the next act. It's an honor the dungeon master drones addressing Baron Western as if that's supposed to impress anyone. Apparently, this is the village Hez exploiting now, a charming little place with 0 players. Honestly, the man's enthusiasm for territorial abuse is frankly tiresome. Finally, I can abuse new territories like Noogle, he exclaims, cringing at his own words. Hez leveling up thanks to dungeon insurance because even megalomaniacs need a safety net. I am the overground king. He booms a title that even Braham supposedly approves of. He wonders if this is some sort of elaborate audition for a villainous ensemble. The sheer scale of the evil's power is being discussed. Apparently, a swarm of adventurers could be overwhelmed. Honestly predictable, he thinks, another power level escalation for dramatic effect. One participant, however, isn't keen on joining this grand scheme, which naturally involves suppressing immense power. Hez got a history, it seems, and isn't eager to repeat past experiences. That's very unfortunate, they say, probing for information, and Hez now sharing a few choice details gleaned from a previous encounter. As it turns out, they're planning to create an artifact to curb the Avela's strength, always with the artifacts he muses. The suggestion is made to craft a device for suppression. Hez learned quite a bit and considers this a productive dialogue. Right then, our boys decided it's cloak, making time. Not just any cloaks, mind you, but highly defensing Laster cloaks. Predictable, isn't it? Hez already sizing up the plan, mentally poking holes in it. Because honestly, who trusts a scheme that easy? Apparently they're going to be leveraging player information to manipulate quest rewards, of course. Hez already picturing the potential chaos that'll unleash, wondering if this is just a prelude to a much larger villainous audition. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face. Hez not entirely sold on this grand design. Hez recalling something a previous encounter, a piece of information that makes him wary. As it turns out, this isn't just about cloaks, it's about something bigger. And then a bombshell, the Dangered Kings, involved with the Blacksmith's rapid expansion. Suddenly this whole thing feels a lot less about defensive measures and a whole lot more about how is that even possible? Kind and I worked hard, but he mutters, already dissecting the sheer power of the Avelas. Always with the artifacts, he thinks, rolling his eyes internally. Of course, someone suggests a suppression device, productive dialogue he concedes, having gleaned quite a bit from these discussions. Then, naturally, the inevitable cloak making time. Not just any cloaks, mind you, but Laster cloaks designed for maximum defense. Predictable, really. Hez already mentally poking holes in the plan, a habit born from surviving far too many poorly conceived schemes. Apparently, they're leveraging player information to manipulate quest rewards, of course. He envisions the resulting chaos, wondering if this is merely a prelude to a villainous ensemble audition. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face. The grand design doesn't entirely sit right. A previous encounter, a piece of information, something isn't adding up. It's not just about cloaks, it's about something far larger. This insane dragon orbit, huh? Heavy stuff. Apparently, it requires advanced refinement. Naturally, Hez already calculating the energy expenditure, the potential for catastrophic failure. Honestly, it's exhausting watching everyone else act surprised. If you pour it into a tool you can't use it, they say as if that a groundbreaking revelation. Of course, someone suggests a suppression device, productive dialogue he concedes having gleaned quite a bit from these discussions. They need to present an impressive appearance to secure favorable offers, which is just par for the course with these negotiations. Is there no chance the mineral traits can be transferred? Someone's worried about the orbit's properties, how quaint. He envisions the resulting chaos should this operation go sideways, wondering if this is merely a prelude to a villainous ensemble audition. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face. The grand design doesn't entirely sit right. We'll try to get the best use out of the 6 stats, they say, as if optimizing a dragon orb is a simple matter. Honestly, our boy is already mentally poking holes in their plans, calculating energy drain and potential catastrophic failures. It's exhausting watching everyone else feign surprise. Naturally, someone suggests a suppression device, productive dialogue. He concedes having gleaned quite a bit from these discussions, though Hez far more interested in the mineral traits. As it turns out, a national announcement just dropped, revealing drastically increased quest rewards. His face reflects disbelief at the sudden massive shift in the games. Of course, the system is leveling up, strengthening the overcard kind body, and apparently, they're leveraging player information to manipulate quest rewards. He wonders if this is a prelude to a villainous ensemble audition. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face. The grand design doesn't entirely sit right. Honestly, someone suggesting a suppression device? Productive ill, give them that. Our boy's already mentally mapping out the energy drain and potential catastrophic failures of refining this insane dragon orb. Exhausting, watching everyone else play the surprised game. They're treating it like a simple optimization problem when it's far more complex than that. As it turns out, a national announcement just blasted across the comms, drastically increased quest rewards. Did they really think he wouldn't notice? Apparently, the system is leveling up, strengthening the overcard kind body, and they're leveraging player information to manipulate quest rewards. It's a blatant power play, a calculated manipulation. He wonders if this is a prelude to a villainous ensemble audition. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face. The grand design doesn't entirely sit right. Trading dexterity for cold resistance? Really? Our boy finds the whole thing ludicrous naturally, as if anyone doesn't question these deals, and predictably locating the target is proving fruitless. Honestly, the entire realm's on high alert since that announcement. More players means more competition for whatever scraps are left. Of course, the inevitable whining about needing funds to off-dur item humanate begins. It's always about the money, isn't it? Someone's already comparing others to a traitor stime, because originality is so last chapter. Naturally, the merchants are pushing for a name change, because a fresh coat of paint always fixes deep-seated problems. Santes Rubli is playing games, and our boy is already rolling his eyes. Hess cataloging the predictable power plays, mentally assigning threat levels. Someone's justifying their kingly status with a Malvest's visit, a blatant attempt at intimidation. Hez noticed it, of course. He always notices. It's a power move veiled as a... Right then, let's dive in. Apparently the battlefield isn't what anyone thought, and a mission just materialized? Honestly, the sudden info dump is a bit much even for him. A mission? Seriously? Like I don't have enough on my plate. Hez already assessing the 5 minor races mentioned because naturally they're always a hierarchy. Fatina gets a moment of acknowledgement for her past hardships, which is nice, I guess. Hez internally filing it as a potential leverage point. Someone suggests an exchange of knowledge. She teaches him her crafting methods, and he what? Hez mentally calculating the value of that trade because of course everything comes at a cost. The inevitable workshop reveal. He politely declines because Hez got bigger fish to fry. The system predictably feels obligated to chime in with some convoluted explanation. Someone's already drawing comparisons to Stime the traitor. Oh, original. Just what we needed. Then comes the truly delightful question. Securing intel from a nation? Turns out that harder than rewriting history. Hez already internally sighing. Bureaucracy is a universal constant, apparently. Honestly, who knew dealing with politicians could be so tedious even across dimensions? Someone's whining about difficulty obtaining resources, a sentiment our boy is intimately familiar with given his previous life. Conquest isn't a game of cute button presses, people. Fatina gets a moment of sympathy, a potential pawn hell remember later just in case. Someone suggests a knowledge exchange, crafting techniques for information. Naturally, everything comes with a price. The inevitable workshop reveal follows, and predictably he declines. My time is far too valuable to spend teaching basic crafting. The system, of course, feels obligated to chime in with some convoluted explanation, and someone's already comparing her to Stime the traitor. Groundbreaking. Then the big question arrives, hanging in the air like a poorly timed plot twist. A weighty silence hangs, hinting at a decision about to shatter the... Of course, the assembled dignitaries begin dissecting a recent incident, predictably launching into a litany of assessments and concerns. Honestly, our boy is already internally sighing. Securing intel from a nation proves trickier than anticipated. Someone's whining about resource acquisition, a complaint he's intimately familiar with given his past life struggles. Conquest isn't a game of easy wins, people. Fatina even gets a fleeting moment of sympathy. She's just another pawn in this elaborate game. A knowledge exchange for information? Naturally, everything comes with a price. The inevitable workshop offer arrives, and predictably he declines, deeming his time far too valuable for such rudimentary instruction. The system predictably chimes in with some convoluted explanation and groundbreaking. Someone's already drawing parallels to Stime the traitor. Then the big question hangs in the air. Hez leaving, heading east, a decision born not of hope, but of a bitter acknowledgement of past failures, a visible crack appearing in his composure. Honestly, the assembled dignitaries are predictably dissecting the recent incident, launching into assessments and concerns. Our boy already internally sighs. Securing intel from a nation proves trickier than anticipated. Someone's whining about resource acquisition, a complaint he's intimately familiar with, given his past life struggles. Fatina even gets a fleeting moment of sympathy. She's just another pawn in this elaborate game. Naturally, everything comes with a price. Predictably, a workshop offer arrives, and he declines, deeming his time far too valuable for such rudimentary instruction. The system chimes in with some convoluted explanation, and someone's already drawing parallels to Stime the traitor. His words echoed, revealing a disturbing truth about past defeats, and a flicker of doubt crossed his face, unsettling his composure. The big question hangs in the air. Hez leaving, heading east, a decision born not of hope, but of a bitter acknowledgement of past failures. The assembled dignitaries predictably launched into a post-mortem of the recent incident, dissecting it with the clinical detachment of surgeons examining a particularly unpleasant specimen. Honestly, securing intel from a nation always proves trickier than anticipated, and these endless assessments were just delaying the inevitable. Someone's whining about resource acquisition, a complaint Hez intimately familiar with given his past life struggles. Fatina even gets a fleeting moment of sympathy. She's just another pawn, really. Naturally, everything comes with a price, and a workshop offer arrived, but he declined, deeming his time far too valuable for such rudimentary instruction. The system chimed in with some convoluted explanation, and of course someone immediately drew parallels to Stime the traitor. His words echoed, revealing a disturbing truth about past defeats, and doubt, a rare visitor, crossed his face, unsettling his composure. "Don't worry, I support your decision," the newcomer declares, a bizarrely reassuring statement given the circumstances. Honestly, someone always has to make things more complicated. Seriously, can't these people just let him leave in peace? He finds himself unexpectedly spurred by this random individual, a tiny flicker of competitive spirit reigniting within him. Rewards are irrelevant. The actions themselves carry a weight Hez not keen to bear. As it turns out, they want him to become some kind of personal supply chain for soldiers. The audacity! Of course, the system chimes in with a convoluted explanation because everything needs a justification. Someone inevitably draws a comparison to Stime the traitor. It's a jarring echo dredging up past defeats, and a rare flash of doubt crosses his face, a truly unsettling development for our boy. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy just got a visitor, and it's not exactly a friendly hello. The guy's dropping hints about a past debt, naturally because everything in this world comes with strings attached. Seriously, can't a person just exist without owing someone a favor? Hez thinking, great, another potential complication. Just what I needed. A flicker across his masked face, unreadable, unsettling, suggests this isn't some simple gratitude either. As it turns out, this mysterious figure isn't just being polite. He wants our boy to help him build strength against the Empire, all driven by a personal mission to save their nation, of course. Because saving the world is always on the to-do list, Hez internally scoffing. Wonderful. Just add Empire, Crusher to the resume. Resources are dwindling, status is precarious, and the future looks complicated. Hez realizing this isn't just about him anymore. Right, so a visitor. Naturally, this one isn't here for pleasantries. Hez dropping hints about a past debt because, honestly, what isn't a debt in this world? Our boy is internally groaning. Another complication to juggle. This mysterious figure radiating a vaguely unsettling aura isn't interested in pleasantries. Apparently, he wants our boy's help in building strength against the Empire, fueled by some personal mission to save his nation. Wonderful. Of course, because saving the world always appears on the to-do list. Resources are dwindling, status is precarious, and now Hez got a whole empire to contend with. A truly precarious future. Hez realizing this isn't just about avoiding his own problems anymore, it's about becoming someone else's pawn, or worse, a rallying point for a rebellion. A shadowed past predictably rears its head. Honestly, what convoluted backstory doesn't involve a debt? Hez internally cataloging potential leverage, mentally assessing the cost of this obligation, always a factor, isn't it? The newcomer's expression is a blank slate radiating a vibe that screams have ulterior motives. Naturally, as it turns out, this isn't a friendly visit. Hez angling for assistance in building strength against the Empire, spurred on by a personal mission to safeguard his nation, because of course saving the world is always on the to-do list. Funds are dwindling, and a catastrophic drop in status looms, Hez already factoring in the ripple effects. Silent contemplation reveals a worry about the future, and Hez realizing this isn't just about his survival anymore. It's about becoming someone else's pawn, or worse, a rallying point for a rebellion. Hez already running the numbers. This isn't just about dodging his own problems anymore. A newcomer appears predictably burdened by a past debt because every reborn protagonist needs a convenient obligation and wants to build strength against the Empire, fueled by a personal mission to safeguard their nation, the usual save the world spiel. Funds are dwindling and his status is about to plummet, a catastrophic ripple effect he's already accounting for. Are you serious? The greatest warrior of Zenefeld. Seriously? He mentally catalogs the implications. A delayed release means a disrupted power dynamic, a shift in alliances. Of course, this is precisely the kind of chaos that throws his meticulously laid plans into disarray. It seems the Empire's influence extends further than he initially calculated. As it turns out, the legendary Overground King, a figure seemingly ripped from ancient folklore, is now actively involved, serving Blacksmith no less. Sowing what exactly? He wonders, already bracing for a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Hez not thrilled about becoming entangled in another nation's power struggle, especially when his own precarious status is hanging by a thread. Hez calculating the damage, assessing his options. Becoming a pawn isn't an option, but a rallying point. Now that's a complication he hadn't anticipated. Well, isn't this just delightful? Our boy Muto's fresh off nearly bankrupting the Empire because naturally saving the world isn't cheap, now finds himself face to face with the Overground King, a figure plucked straight from the dusty pages of Zena's folklore and apparently now working with Blacksmith. Fantastic. He thinks already running the numbers on how this complicates things. The king's presence in this backwater location screams of a deliberate move, a carefully orchestrated play, and Muto's is starting to suspect has been caught in the crosshair of something far bigger than a simple Empire rescue mission. Of course, the greatest warrior of Zena being taken down adds another layer of complexity. A delayed release means a disrupted power dynamic, a shift in alliances. Hez not about to become a pawn in someone else's game, but a rallying point. Now that presents a complication he hadn't anticipated. Right, so fresh off nearly bankrupting the empire, because apparently world saving comes with a hefty price tag, our boy Muto stumbles upon a genuine curveball, the Overground King. A legend, folks, plucked straight from Zenith's dusty history books, now apparently copying up with Blackshing? Wonderful, he thinks, already running calculations on the fallout. The fact that Zenith's supposed greatest warrior is compromised. That's a delay in the release, a power shift, and a whole lot of messy implications. Hez not about to become a puppet in some grand scheme, but a focal point. Now that's inconvenient. Of course, the Overground King's presence screams power struggle, and Mutos is already dissecting the situation. Is this a calculated move? Hez assessing the king's capabilities, anticipating alliances, and internally lamenting the tiresome predictability of it all. Honestly, Hez probably a piece on a board far larger than a simple empire rescue. So our boy Muto's fresh from nearly emptying the imperial coffers, because apparently heroism has a hefty price tag, just ran into a delightful snag. The Overground King. Yes, that Overground King, the legendary figure practically enshrined in Zenith's history, is now apparently chummy with Blackshing. Honestly, the timing is impeccable, isn't it? Hez frozen, a jolt of genuine shock rippling through him. This is inconvenient. The supposed greatest warrior in Zena compromised? That's not just a setback, it's a potential derailment of everything. Are the words true, Mercedes? He asks, because naturally Shay's here to witness this spectacular unraveling. Hez not about to be anyone pawn, but a focal point. A rallying cry. Now that is a complication he hadn't factored in. Hez likely a mere piece in a game far grander than a simple empire rescue. Honestly, you couldn't script this any better if you tried. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, doesn't he? Muto's fresh off draining the imperial treasury, because apparently being a hero comes with a hefty bill, is now staring down what might be the greatest warrior in Zena looking compromised. This is inconvenient, to put it mildly. Hez internally calculating a legendary figure allied with Blackshing. Mercedes is present naturally to witness this delightful mess. Is this a calculated move by someone? Hez assessing the king's capabilities, anticipating alliances, and lamenting the tiresome predictability of it all. Actually, Hez likely a piece on a board far larger than a simple empire rescue. A rallying cry? Muto's disbelief solidified as the words echoed, shattering his composure. Right then, let's dive in. Mercedes, dripping with melodrama, appears because naturally someone had to make a grand entrance. Our boy is already picking apart her loaded words, a familiar sting of betrayal lacing his expression. You're my only one. Oh, please. Hez internally rolling his eyes. This isn't a heartfelt declaration, it's a calculated manipulation. Honestly, the dramatics. Shez lamenting past choices, hinting at a rescue plan, as if he needed another complication. Hez assessing the situation, already calculating the odds. Apparently saving the empire isn't just about brute force, it's about gathering intel, which Hez already planning. A massage? Really? That's the reward for this emotional roller coaster? Hez expressing disappointment about not being there for his father, a convenient guilt trip, no doubt. The information suggests a looming confrontation, and the only way out is a rescue. It's time, she announces, and he. All right, let's get this show on the road. Our boy just unleashed a rune that practically begging for attention, blinding, radiant, the whole shebang. Honestly, the melodrama is a bit much, but hey, free power, right? Hez already dissecting the implications naturally. This isn't just a flashy light show, it's apparently a key to some forgotten crafting technique. Excellent, another string to pull later. Of course, Braham has to chime in, spouting prophecies about being an agent of some ridiculously named first servant. Typical. And wouldn't you know it, a heavenly demon variant decides to crash the party? Because subtlety is so overrated. Hez already bracing for impact, mentally reviewing his options. Past me really outdid himself with those stockpiles. Seems the Black Ghost's finest are lining up for a trial run. Honestly, the universe really enjoys piling on, doesn't it? The urgency is palpable, a connection to a secret weapon, and a figure from his. The rune flared, bathing everything in an obnoxious light. Naturally, because subtlety is a foreign concept in this world, Hess internally thanking his past self for hoarding those runes. Seriously, the foresight was almost unsettling. It seems the system is acknowledging the surge in power, a cascade of authority needing precise control, which isn't exactly a surprise. A colossal gulp of mana was drained, leaving him briefly disoriented. A minor inconvenience, really. Braham predictably starts spouting prophecies about being an agent of some ludicrous title, the first servant or something equally grandiose. Honestly, who names these things? Now a heavenly demon variant has decided to crash this particular party, as if the day one already eventful enough. Hez already running calculations, reviewing his stockpiles. The Black Ghost's finest are lining up for a trial run. Did he actually get it? Our boy wonders, a genuine spark of hope flickering. Rare for someone who usually operates with the emotional range of a glacier. Of course, the universe isn't done messing with him. S influence oozes into the scene, a subtle but deeply unsettling reminder of things to come. He throws caution to the wind, unleashing a surge of power, a desperate gamble against a foe he can't even name yet. Naturally, the activation's purpose remains frustratingly opaque. Diagnostics time, he muses, already calculating mana expenditure and escape routes. Predictably, Taget arrives ready to contribute his unique brand of assistance. Honestly, empowering everything but Long Coolmon's skills. Because why not add a little chaos? The Black Ghosts are gearing up and Ragnar's already bracing for whatever next. Bella's power diminished, conveniently leaving behind a crafting method. Because of course, grand displays of strength always come with a side quest. Hez already running the numbers. If this recipe truly cuts down on material costs, it's a game changer. The looms pulsed, a subtle yet persistent reminder of just how much raw power has been holding back. Naturally, the universe want done throwing curveballs as a familiar, unsettling presence began to seep into the atmosphere, a lingering echo of something unpleasant from his past. Diagnostics time, he mused, already calculating mana expenditure and potential escape routes. Predictably, Taget decided to join the party, offering his unique brand of assistance. Honestly, Hez practically powering everything but Long Coolmon's skills. Now a black demon of Jiag and connected to a secret weapon. Things just escalated. The tremors started naturally. Our boys picking up vibrations from the lava prison, a delightful surprise for absolutely no one. Hez realizing Han Sorbon's involvement isn't just a casual visit. The king himself is present. I came as a king to save you and your daughter, he proclaims. Seriously, the melodrama is strong with this one. But as it turns out, they're a far bigger issue: intercontinental travel. Someone clearly skipped the memo on established world building. Hez already calculating the implications because, of course, he is. A little self-flagellation follows. I deserve punishment. A classic move for someone who probably already 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Diagnostics time indeed. This whole situation reeks of a secret weapon and a reunion Hez been avoiding. The posters plastered around naturally triggered a jolt of understanding for our boy. Seriously? Propaganda? He thought, already factoring in the implications of such overt displays. Of course, the secret weapon connection had to rear its head. Predictable, really. Ragnar's gaze sharpened as he registered the severity of the situation. A weapon, a king's dramatic entrance, and tremors originating from the lava prison. Hez calculating the mana drain from this whole ordeal because someone has to be thinking about logistics. And then the kicker, intercontinental travel. Someone clearly forgot to explain the world's geography in the tutorial. A chilling dread sparked as he realized a figure from his past was somehow intertwined with this mess. I deserve punishment, he mused, already analyzing the data. The blacks, having painstakingly recreated the Vermitian Bird Palace, now permeate the air with a disconcerting aroma. A detail our boy immediately catalogs. Another layer to this mess, he muses, already assessing the implications of such a bizarre construction. Of course, it's not enough to simply build a palace. It has to smell interesting, too. Hez already calculating the potential mana disruption because someone has to consider the practicalities, even when dealing with what appears to be an ancient ritual. He was always the type to poke at the established narrative, questioning things most accepted without a second thought. Turns out that low-born fellow's bizarre behavior escalated considerably, prompting a rather unsettling display of power. Seriously, how strong are these people to treat Pagma with such casual disregard? And naturally, someone had to bring up the logistical nightmare of intercontinental travel. It's always the little things that get you, isn't it? I deserve punishment, he considered, already running simulations on the mana drain from this whole spectacle. Of course, a child plea for information about being used as a substitute is met with a terse order followed by a frantic request to move. Apparently, wild beasts need to be disciplined with weapons. A rather barbaric approach, but hey, what else is new? But Pagma couldn't even manage a rudimentary sword dance demonstrating vulgar dance-like movement, which frankly is the least of the concerns right now. He clenched the sword, a reflexive action, because apparently standing around contemplating ancient rituals while someone else handles the logistics isn't exactly a winning strategy. The room shrinking wants some dramatic metaphor. It was a simple observation, another layer to this mess. It has to smell, he muses, already assessing the potential for a mana disruption, because someone has to consider the practicalities, even when dealing with what appears to be an ancient ritual. Turns out a S message has ignited a flicker within him, a renewed determination had been desperately trying to bury. Of course, the defiant words had to strike a chord, didn't they? His face hardened, betraying a resolve had been trying to suppress a quiet acknowledgement of the path ahead. The poster's words predictably hit home. Honestly, who needs a dramatic monologue when a simple slogan can reignite a dormant ember? He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead or at least severely inconvenienced, so a reflexive grip on the sword seems prudent. The room shrinking, a visual cue naturally designed to emphasize the suffocating nature of the situation. Turn's frantic request only served to underline the absurdity of it all. Wild beasts' weaponry, a barbaric solution to a problem he hadn't even fully grasped. The poster's message predictably proved more effective than any dramatic monologue, jolting our boy from his carefully cultivated apathy. Honestly, it's almost insulting how easily a few defiant words can rekindle a flame had been trying to extinguish. Hez, already assessing the room's potential for mana disruption, because someone has to think about the practicalities even when facing what appears to be an ancient ritual, and then without a word, Hez exiting. Leaving the room, he sought solace and clarity amidst the natural world. He could have avoided the confrontation cleanly, yet he took it head-on. Was that a test, a challenge, or simply the inevitable consequence of poking a sleeping giant? Turn's frantic plea for barbaric solutions, wild beasts and weaponry only underscored the absurdity of the situation, a problem he hadn't even fully grasped. The azure dragon scale robe is having a moment, apparently responding to some cosmic whim. Honestly, did it miss him? Turns out a panicked declaration from Turns just saved everyone from a colossal crisis, a bit dramatic even for this world. Our boy's already assessing the mana signatures. Someone's got to keep a level head when facing what looks like a summoning ritual ripped from ancient texts. A defiant message of all things averted disaster? Predictable yet still amusing. Hez already mentally mapping escape routes because getting tangled in Turn's theatrics isn't on his agenda. 300 years since Chino's trial? A historical footnote, hell, revisit later perhaps. It's a reminder that even the most entrenched systems can be challenged and that sometimes the quietest voices hold the most power. Now, if he could just find a space where he doesn't feel like a caged bird. Right then, let's unpack this mess. Her declaration? Cryptic doesn't even begin to cover it. Of course, the drama queen had to drop a bombshell about shifting alliances. Honestly, did she think anyone wouldn't question her? You could practically see the doubt ripple through the room, a delightful display of discomfort, actually. Our boy naturally isn't thrilled. Seriously, does she enjoy watching everyone squirm? Hez already calculating the potential fallout. Someone's questioning loyalties and he's assessing the situation. It's a predictable reaction, really. He figures that if he doesn't anticipate the chaos, hell be cleaning up the pieces later. A visible recoil? Expected. Anyone with a functioning brain would be unnerved. Seems like a warning's coming, and with it a looming sense of doom. Someone's promising protection, which naturally means things are about to get complicated. Right then, let's dive in. Our boy naturally drops a bombshell that sends ripples of suspicion through the room. Honestly, did she expect applause? Hez already factoring in the political fallout, mentally calculating how many enemies just gained a new reason to dislike him. I have companions waiting. A convenient excuse or a genuine need? Probably both. Hez preoccupied with her replic's limitations, already dissecting its capabilities. Of course, a plan feels brewing. It never takes him long to formulate an exit strategy. Being sharp is good, but because naturally things are never simple. The realization that more players are involved? Predictable. Hez assessing the scope of the impending chaos, already bracing for the inevitable scramble. Someone's going to need protecting, and it's probably him. Honestly, watching Han Sokbongnim's unwavering devotion is a spectacle in itself. Our boy, of course, just tossed a grenade into the room and the fallout is immediate. Did he expect a parade? Doubt ripples through the gathered faces, shattering any pretense of unity. Good, he thinks, let them squirm. A flicker of worry crosses someone's face. Predictable. Hess, already calculating the political damage, mentally cataloging new enemies, a convenient excuse or a genuine obligation? Probably both, as always. Hez already dissecting Replic's capabilities, a useful tool but with limitations. A plan is already brewing naturally because nothing ever stays straightforward. More players involved, expected. Hez bracing for the scramble, assessing the scope of the impending chaos and realizing someone's probably going to need protecting, and it's likely going to be him. Even twisting a chicken's neck won't stop Dam from arriving. If nothing changes in the end, it's meaningless. Seriously? That's how our boy chose to drop this bombshell? Predictable, yet delightfully disruptive? He figures that if he doesn't move now, Hez dead. The ensuing chaos feels precisely what he anticipated, a ripple of doubt spreading through the room like wildfire. Of course, the arrogant young master has to show up now, sputtering about safety and alliances, as if those ever truly existed. Hez already dissecting Replic's capabilities, a useful tool but with limitations naturally. You should leave, someone advises, conveniently ignoring the fact that leaving now would just make him a bigger target. Good, he thinks, let them squirm. A plan is already brewing because nothing ever stays straightforward, expected. Someone's going to need protecting, and it's likely going to be him. Her worry deepened. Thanks to some hastily acquired Dur items and a surprising amount of Manipur support, our boy narrowly averted disaster, though honestly he was already anticipating the fallout. Did I even have to show up today? He mused, mentally calculating the ripple effect of whatever just happened. NPCs abandoning their homes? Standard procedure? And of course the arrogant young master had to arrive, sputtering about safety and alliances, as if those ever truly existed. Hez already dissecting Replic's capabilities, a useful tool naturally, but with limitations. Actually checking everyone with the Great Lord's sword is a start, but it's still not enough. He needs to push his abilities further, like achieving a demonic-level vision. Someone advised a hasty retreat, conveniently ignoring the fact that leaving now would just make him a bigger target. Let them squirm. A plan is already brewing because nothing ever stays straightforward, expected. Honestly, it's embarrassing to have to rely on brute force and overly powered guilds. A truly regrettable spectacle. Prepare a stage where you can truly show your skills, he thinks, rolling his eyes internally. As if anyone actually cares about a proper display. It seems the Great Lord's sword, alongside those hastily acquired Dur items, barely scraped by the crisis, prompting a silent acknowledgement of gratitude to the gates of hell and its divine artifacts. Of course, the arrogant young master had to make an appearance, sputtering about safety and alliances, as if those ever truly existed. His system notification just delivered a swift kick to his ego, revealing a stark difference in power levels. The landscape blurred, a jarring system update flashing across his vision. A flicker of doubt, Hez already dissecting Replic's capabilities, recognizing its limitations. His delayed apology felt laced with a subtle jab, his confusion evident. He struggled to grasp the unsettling revelation, the power disparity, a silent, unwelcome truth. This isn't good, he needs to advance. Going quickly and returning, that the most effective strategy, so trust the remaining resources, he muses. Honestly, relying on brute force and hastily assembled guilds was a truly regrettable spectacle. As if anyone actually cares about a proper demonstration of skill, he thinks, rolling his eyes. It seems the great lord's sword, along with those recently acquired Dur items, barely scraped by the crisis, prompting a silent acknowledgement of gratitude to the gates of hell and its divine artifacts. Naturally, the arrogant young master had to appear sputtering about safety and alliances, because those ever truly exist, do they? A system notification just delivered a swift kick to his ego, revealing a rather significant difference in power levels. A jarring system update flashed across his vision, his already dissecting Replic's capabilities, recognizing their limitations. This isn't good. He needs to advance. Training continues a desperate attempt to avoid falling behind. The conditions to get the rewards are harsh, and the rewards are just. His proclamation landed, and suddenly everything she thought she knew felt wrong. Of course, a declaration had to arrive just as she started questioning things. The posters surrounding her seemed to mock the doubt creeping in. Honestly, the universe loves a dramatic entrance, doesn't it? Our boy predictably is already scrambling. Break free somehow. Overwhelm them with numbers. A classic strategy when facing a superior foe. Player D's manic musings about jackpots and Ushikens's defense, just the soundtrack to a rapidly deteriorating situation. Actually, it's a rather convenient distraction. Hess noticed something crucial: raw magical power bypassing all the usual protocols. Ares's true capabilities are far beyond what anyone suspected. This isn't a skirmish, it's a full-blown war. A desperate plan is forming sheer numbers, a tidal wave of bodies to drown the opposition. It's a gamble naturally, but what choice do they have? The perimeter's gone. A swift collapse naturally. Someone needs to actually file a report, seriously. Who trains soldiers to be this surprised? Duke Ares, the renowned elite soldier trainer? Groundbreaking. And that girl? She just skipped the spellcasting entirely, unleashing raw power. Honestly, did anyone anticipate that? The posters plastered everywhere seemed to be having a laugh at his expense, as if to say, you thought you knew the rules? Hez realizing with a distinct lack of fanfare that invincibility is a myth. A declaration arrives predictably just as Hez questioning everything. The plan, as it turns out, is simple numbers. A brute force approach, because when facing a display of magic like that, subtlety is out the window. Player D's excited chatter? Just background noise to a rapidly escalating crisis. 1,000 capillaries swarming the walls. Honestly, did someone forget to brief these guys on basic siege warfare? Our boy's already questioning Duke Ares's legendary training prowess. Turns out elite, might be a generous description. Seriously, even as her body disintegrates, Shez still controlling spellcasters. That's a level of dedication that puts most training regimes to shame. Naturally, the response is a numbers game. Subtlety clearly isn't an option when facing raw power like that. Someone's already crunching the numbers on her skill accumulation, as if we needed a reminder that calculations are always happening. Hess, starting to grasp the scale of the threat, realizing invincibility is a fairy tale. Ares predictably has been concealing something significant. Of course, the scheming noble has hidden forces. What else would he do? The annihilation of the 9th Battalion is a grim indicator, and a well-deserved jab about his expressive face? Classic. Honestly, what kind of king allows someone to vanish so easily? Ares' blatant display of power fundamentally shifted the battlefield dynamic, prompting immediate calculations from unseen players. Hez realizing invincibility is a charming fantasy, especially considering the annihilation of the 9th Battalion. A stark warning: predictably Ares has been concealing something significant, a typical move for a scheming noble.